If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon, link is in the description.
Chapter 1, Living as a Bastard. Chapter size, 5,758 words. This story is a fanfic with no intention of interacting with the original content or for profit. Except for some OCS, all characters and the universe belong to George R.R. Martin. Just a way to satisfy my creativity. Jon Snow POV. North, Winterfell, 289 AC, after conquest. Slowly opening the lids of my eyes, I yawned and rubbed my hands on my face. I turned my head toward the open window and still saw no sign of dawn, so I thought to myself, it would be just another day in my life as a bastard. My life. Just thinking about it, I couldn't deny the feeling of a hole within me. An 8-day-old boy by name, leading a cruel lifestyle to the point of reflecting his own existence in this way. My name is Jon Snow, and I live my life as the bastard of Winterfell, or at least I try, since the world is cruel to bastards. In Winterfell, if people ignored me like air, I would have a much better life, but that's not the reality. I have a loving but absent father due to his work as the Warden of the North, the region with the largest expanse that can match the size of most kingdoms combined. On the other hand, the North is the poorest and least populous kingdom, due to its extreme environment. Farming is very challenging, and life has always been harsh, with cold, hunger, not to mention beasts, plagues, and bandits. In winter, it's much worse, as it can last for years, and its cruelty is tens of times worse than summer in the north. My father doesn't have the luxury to spend as much time as he would like with me and my siblings, as he has to keep this kingdom running and maintain balance as much as possible. I grew up in Winterfell alongside my brother Robb. We were inseparable before, even with his mother doing everything to keep us apart, and even though I envied him for being a true Stark, I still loved him and did my best to help him. However, the reality of being a bastard speaks louder. After our father went to the Greyjoy Rebellion War 2 years ago and brought a Greyjoy boy, Theon Greyjoy, as his prisoner, Robb quickly bonded with the boy and distanced himself from me, as Greyjoy wasted no time insulting my bastard status. At first, he no longer wanted my company, which at the time made me cry whole nights, leading me to seek help and affection from an imaginary mother I didn't even know existed. I could go to father to cry, but that would only make Lady Catelyn hate me more and make my life even more of a hell, as she always does when I do something she doesn't like. But with all this happening, soon my heart began to harden, as I lost one of the few pillars that would make me want to live a life in Winterfell, which was until then, my brother Robb, and his change of attitude didn't help me much. A while after he distanced himself, he began treating me like someone beneath him, openly calling me a bastard and how my presence was an insult to him and his mother, just like the Greyjoy that motivated him to act this way. I had my proud skills with the blade, and in the last 2 years, I had to contain them, as I couldn't afford to have more retaliation against me. I've always been better than Robb with the sword, but if I were to defeat him in public, I'd have a week of hell behind me. Lady Catelyn would do everything to sow chaos upon me during that week in revenge, just because I showed any talent superior to her eldest son, which I personally found petty. So, I ended up letting Robb win. This always resulted in Lady Catelyn's comments that a bastard will never beat a legitimate son. Of course, this didn't happen when father was around, and Robb followed his example, saying he's always superior to my skills as a swordsman, something I learned to ignore over time. My sister Sansa didn't help much with this life a few years ago either. We were very close as children, used to play, Robb, Sansa, and Robb played the role of the villain, and I played the knight who would save Sansa, who was the princess in the tower. However, this didn't continue a few years later. After learning about my bastard status and desperately wanting her mother's approval, she began to distance herself and insult me. Soon, she avoided me everywhere and didn't even look at me anymore. Her only words regarding me were how I was a stain on the family and how I shouldn't even come near her, let alone talk to her. When Lady Catelyn witnessed such situations, I always saw her smiling. But not everything was lost yet. I had 2 people I loved very much in this castle, and one of them was my younger sister, Arya. We loved each other like none of my other siblings. Arya, who was always scolded by Lady Catelyn for our closeness, even after the punishments, the little wolf had hot blood and never stopped seeing me or loving me as her brother. She didn't care about who was the mother who gave birth to me, always saying that I was her brother and her family. Our father kept saying that she was unique among his children with wolf's blood and claimed she was like his sister, Lyanna Stark, incarnate in appearance and behavior. Although Arya was only 4 name days old, she was my light in this hole for the past 2 years. She always escaped the septa who trained her in the arts of southern ladies, arts that boiled down to dancing, sewing, singing, and listening to stories among ladies. However, the little wolf fiercely denied being a lady and always ran away from her lessons. I had to help a few times, always ending up playing hide and seek with Lady Catelyn in some corner of the castle. She always said she didn't care about my bastard status and declared that I was her true brother, whom she loved the most. She even defended me in public to Lady Catelyn's displeasure many times. I had another brother, Bran. I loved him too, but the changes in Sansa and Robb hardened my heart, and I loved no one more than Arya. Still, I showed my affection for the child Bran whenever I had a chance, as Lady Catelyn didn't like me around her 2-year-old. My father was the second person I loved most in the castle, my guide whenever I had a chance. I always avoided talking about my situation in the castle since, as the Warden of the North, he always had other concerns for the realm instead of taking care of his bastard child, tormented by his own wife. Honestly, I was afraid that my complaints would make everything worse, so I suffered in silence. Of course, even though I loved him, I harbored some resentment towards him. He always treated me with respect and defended me from unjust things when he was around. He even gave harsh punishments to Robb and Greyjoy for offending me in public when Lord Stark witnessed the behavior of the two children, but that didn't stop the insults behind the eyes of the Lord of Winterfell. Over the years, the two heirs began to misbehave, and the consequences of these actions started falling on my shoulders, even though I had nothing to do with what happened. Blaming a bastard child for the actions of legitimate children was seen as something right for them, and I couldn't even defend myself. Even if I did defend myself, I was always seen as a liar and accused of trying to incriminate the eldest son of the Starks. Making Lady Catelyn show that she's right when she says, bastards are liars, treacherous, and covet everything from legitimate children, trying to take everything that is rightfully theirs. I hold a grudge against my father because even though I am a bastard, I am still his son, and whether he likes it or not, he lets me live in this hole full of people who are almost all against my existence, refusing even to tell me anything about my own mother. Several times I thought about running away from Winterfell. I wanted to know who my mother was to have a direction to go when I left the castle, but my father always denied, and I could only cry and yearn for this supposed mother when I felt the cold in the nights that the north reminded us that we are at the top of the continent. Unlike my siblings, my room is not part of the hot springs heating system, the system underneath the castle. In fact, my room was worse than the servants. Lady Catelyn made sure to remind me that I was not her son and that I was unwanted. My clothes were not always suitable for the cold, they were all worn and thin for a cold night, and if that wasn't enough for the Lady of Winterfell, she liked to torment me. She sometimes asked her southern servants to put a little salt in my food. So many times, my company during the nights was the cold, hunger, and tears of crying for my unknown mother. Even as an 8-day-old child, I had already discovered how harsh life can be and wondered why I existed, if I had done something to deserve what I was going through. And last night was no different. Just thinking about it, my face quickly revealed my frustration, and I clenched my fists while gritting my teeth. The past day, I was once again blamed for the actions of Robb and Theon. Flashback. The two boys stole from a servant who had just received his wages for the week, and the reason for a northern lord's son to steal coins along with the heir of Pike? Simply the thrill of the danger of getting caught and being able to spend money at the brothel with Theon without Lord Stark suspecting. Theon, at 12 name days, would be trying a prostitute for the first time, and Robb would be watching and having fun with his friends since he was just a child like me. However, their act ended with them being caught sneaking out with the coin purse. The servant had already noticed the disappearance and desperately informed other servants and guards who, in turn, quickly went after the thief. After catching them, they were brought before Lady Catelyn, the Lady of Winterfell, who had to come up with a plan in this situation, as it would be a scandal for the heir of Winterfell to steal from a servant if that went public. It also didn't help the other fact that the servant had already informed others in the castle about the disappearance of his coins. She needed a scapegoat now. She also couldn't tolerate such behavior from Robb, but that she would deal with later. So she ordered some servants to call me when I was cleaning the stable with Hodder. I went to her already imagining what it could be. As soon as I entered the room, I saw some southern guards and one of Catelyn's servants. They were looking at me with complicated eyes. Lady Catelyn had a scowl, Theon had a mocking smile, and Robb had a gaze toward the ground, refusing to look me in the eyes. Realizing it would be another tough day, I said, "Lady Catelyn, how may I assist you?" I asked with a neutral voice, knowing what could come of this. "Lady Catelyn, still scowling and with a voice full of anger and disgust, shouted. You bastard! How dare you steal from a servant in the castle? Is this how you repay the Starks after they've taken you in for so many years? You should freeze outside the castle like the bastard you are. I went pale. She had always treated me poorly and insulted me, but accusing me of theft? And suggesting that I should freeze outside the castle? Lady Catelyn, I don't understand. I trembled and said, trying to hide my trembling voice and the tears that had been accumulating in my eyes. Once again, I realized the reality that the world placed on my shoulders. Why are you accusing me of stealing from a servant? Without changing her expression and the disgust in her voice, she slammed her hand on the table, increasing the severity of her voice even more. You, wicked creature, stole from a servant who had just received his wages. There is evidence of your vile deeds, you will be punished as we must punish an evil child. Everyone in this room saw you stealing a short while ago, do you deny it, bastard? I could no longer deny my tears. Who am I fooling? I already understood what was happening here. Even me, a child with not even 10 name days, knew the situation and why she was doing all this, ensuring that her son escapes punishment for the theft and ensuring that her servants are part of the act. I summoned all the dignity within me, as my father taught me about honor and fighting for what is right, and said, I would not run away this time. Lady Catelyn, I was in the stable with Hodder the whole afternoon, he can confirm that. I exclaimed, staring into her eyes. My voice still came out trembling, tears were streaming down my face. I wasn't angry, I couldn't be, it was a lost situation, and the only feelings of a lonely child like me facing the situation were fear and despair, even in the face of my innocence. Lady Catelyn scoffed at me and said, bastard! Are you telling me Hodder is involved in this too? She shouted once again. This was a shock to me. How would this situation lead to the punishment of another innocent person? I knew Lady Catelyn never liked Old Nan, she despised northern culture and had managed over the years to change most of Winterfell's servants into her southern servants and followers of the Seven. Some of the few who remained had equal or greater respect for Old Nan than Lady Catelyn herself. Catelyn hated that, she was angry at the older woman with all her northern culture and fantasy-filled stories. Lady Catelyn claimed that it would corrupt her children and deny the true gods with fantasies of wild heretics. Of course, this was always discreet, the father would never agree with it. And she couldn't do anything to the older woman, the father was very firm about Old Nan. Catelyn could never act against her, she had to merely tolerate her presence. And here I was, being her scapegoat to save her son's reputation and creating an opening to act against Old Nan? Hodder was a man of few words, but he was truly honest, loyal, and kind. The only word that comes out of his mouth is a speech of emotions, and no one in the Seven Kingdoms has that ability. How could I let an innocent person suffer the same fate as me? I was innocent, but it was a lost cause. No matter how much I shouted, I would never come out well from the situation and would only worsen my life. I was afraid of the direction this would take, my only alternative would be to cause as little damage as possible. I was looking at the ground as I thought about all this. How could I look at someone in this humiliating state? I was wondering if I would be a happier child outside of here, maybe in an orphanage in King's Landing, or if my existence was really a curse and a disgrace to the world and the people close to me. After all these years, with the words my father taught me about honor and doing what is right? The right thing would be to tell the truth, but that would only drive the situation even crazier, as everything was already against me, a bastard denying his own theft with 5 supposed witnesses? It was on this day that I discovered that honor and doing what is right sometimes mean nothing. I lifted my head and looked into her eyes, my gaze shone with a question for her, that I, a child, really deserved such a fate? I noticed that this unsettled her for a moment, but soon after, she returned to her current scowl. Seeing that this would lead to nothing, I finally opened my mouth and said, no, Hodder is not involved in this. I lied, I stole the coins alone to buy sweets in Winter Town. I said in the most neutral voice I could muster while the tears were already drying on my cheeks. I was even tired of crying. The room fell silent. As the guards and the servant knew the truth, they had the decency to at least give me a more complicated and sympathetic look. Robb clenched his fists, he wouldn't deny with bitterness in his throat. He would let his half-brother take the blame for him, even knowing that his father would never let him go unpunished and would be very disappointed in his heir. He trusted and let his mother handle the situation. Theon opened a wider smile after that. How could he not? He had the bastard to take the blame for his and Robb's actions. Lady Catelyn had an approving look on her face and said, as I said, bastard, We have evidence. The whole room saw you stealing. Now leave. We will inform Lord Stark to see what we will do with you. Thefts usually involve a lost hand as punishment. She said mockingly. I was startled, as was everyone in the room. How could I not be? How could an adult woman insinuate that a child would lose his hand when she herself knows that I had nothing to do with the theft? And even Theon looked at me scared for a moment. I was so scared that I simply ran out of the room in desperation. I ran as fast as I could, passing everyone in the castle who wondered why the bastard had such behavior. My goal was to reach the only place that could make me feel better as quickly as possible, the Sacred Grove, the only place that calmed me down in a bit of the places in Winterfell that Lady Catelyn didn't like to be. Alone, I saw the heart tree with its carved face and red leaves everywhere. I walked up to it. I was sure that if I could see myself now, I would see a lifeless look on my face. I walked slowly, stopped crying a while ago, and keeping the same look, I knelt in front of the tree, and I kept staring at the face on the tree. I didn't know how much time passed while I looked at that face, but it must have been hours because when I looked away for the first time, it was already night and cold, something I hadn't noticed until then, and it was on a scale that I should already be in my room at this moment. I looked at the tree again and asked the same question that I had been asking myself mentally for hours since I arrived in front of the tree. Why do I have to go through all of this? I murmured. Flashback, end. Currently. I started crying silently with my despair. I muttered to myself softly. Mother, please save me from this world, please, Mother. Sob, save me, Mother. This lasted for hours too because when I noticed the sun, it was already in a position indicating the end of the morning, and I still had a lifeless look in a corner. As I was afraid of losing my hand because of Lady Catelyn's threat. I snapped out of my current state when I heard a knock on the door. I got up to open it, but I was still trembling when I pulled the handle. I opened it, and I quickly realized it was Jory. He had a look of disappointment and disgust in his eyes. So the rumor has already spread throughout the castle. I thought bitterly. Jory, breaking the silence, said with a voice that matched his face. Jon Snow, Lord Stark is summoning you to his solar. He said. Yes, Captain of the Guard, give me 1 minute, I said and went to change into different clothes. After changing, I went to the castle corridor accompanied by Jory. Me, an 8-year-old child, was now being treated like a criminal? I had a reputation for having bad behavior, as I was always blamed for the actions of the two heirs, and there were rumors and gossip that claimed bastards naturally had such behaviors. So, they never questioned my guilt, and Lady Catelyn made sure to have witnesses for the crimes never accuse the heirs when caught. But I noticed how the looks of the servants changed too. It wasn't the same disdainful look as before, their eyes had anger, disgust, and satisfaction for me being escorted by a guard. I heard some comments and struggled not to cry for what I was hearing. See the bastard? Stealing at this age, already showing signs of a criminal, who would stop him from killing Stark children in the future? Said a voice I didn't recognize. When I heard that, I could no longer feel the ground under my feet. I was furious and desperate. How dare they say that I would hurt my siblings? I shouted mentally. I would never hurt Robb, even after what he did. I despise him and pity the path he is taking along with Greyjoy, but I never saw myself wanting to hurt him or take Winterfell, much less kill him. Lady Catelyn fears that one day I might take Winterfell from Robb, but I never wanted Winterfell, never thought of being a lord. Being a lord should not be a privilege, it is a responsibility and a burden. I always had a dream of being a Stark and being recognized by the world as such. I had this dream since the moment I discovered what the word bastard meant, but never a lord, much less one at the expense of my brothers. Doing my best to ignore all the looks along the way, I never wished so much that my room was closer to my father's solar like now, then I could walk and pretend that the world wasn't the world. Arriving, Jory entered the door first and then called me. When I entered and saw my father and Lady Catelyn beside him, both evaluating me, my father with pure anger on his face and his wife with a look of disgust, a minute passed, and no one said anything, but after a while, my father spoke, finally breaking the silence. Jory, escort Lady Stark to her room, please, he said. Ned, I remember asking to stay. She retorted, not happy with the turn of the situation. She probably wanted to make sure I was punished. Catelyn, this is about my son, now if you'll excuse us. He said, unable to hide all the disappointment in his voice for the situation when he said son. Ned, this has gone too far, I hope you act as I said. she said angrily and started walking to the door, but didn't fail to appreciate my existence in her way before leaving. And you bastard, you better not come near Arya and Bran again, you are a threat to our family. She shouted. I couldn't think of anything and could only have an empty look. I was being mistreated like a dog all the time and from all directions. I wondered if there really was any god at this moment. I would like to ask if my existence could be better than causing disdain in the people around me. I knew I was innocent, but the psychological abuse of all this was affecting me. Get out of here now, Catelyn. You never dare to speak like that to him in my presence. My father shouted with a tone I had never heard before. It startled me as well. I had seen him disappointed with me when Theon and Robb's pranks fell on me as the scapegoat, but I never heard even half of the voice I heard now. My father was so angry that no one in the castle should have seen him in such a state before. Catelyn's face turned pale, and she looked frightened by my father's anger. She began to cry and quickly left the room after Jory closed the door. I looked at my father, who didn't lower his voice. He began to say, Jon, what happened? Why did you decide to steal from a servant? I want you to explain because I did not raise a son to be a thief. He thundered, and I shrank. I had always dreamed of being a proud Stark, recognized as someone who brought or brings pride to his brother and father, maybe his mother one day when I find out who she is. But the reality is different now. Once upon a time, there was a boy who dreamed of being a Stark one day, but now, the same boy is being treated as the shame of the family, and now not because of his birth, but his actions. I could only cry, not meeting my father's gaze. How could I? I wanted to tell the truth to my father, wanted my father to know that he was not a disappointment, but how could he? The world was against him, nothing he said could help him. All the servants would testify against him, and he already doesn't have a very good reputation in the castle. He could only say, I am sorry, sob. Father, sob. I was crying again. I couldn't alleviate the situation or tell the truth, imagining how the bastard would be accusing the true son of being the real thief. He would be killed or thrown into a dungeon for the rest of his life. He feared just thinking about it. He could then try to minimize as much as possible to not put Hodder in the same situation as him. Dad, sob. I stole the money to buy sweets. I'm sorry, I ran away from the stable when Hodder wasn't looking. Sob, Hodder has nothing to do with it, don't blame him. Sob, I'm leaving now, Dad. I won't be a shame to your marriage anymore, sob, and a disappointment to your family. I'll be going away, sob. Dash. Eddard Stark POV. Winterfell, 289 AC, at the same moment. I was listening to those words, standing there pale in an instant. A child saying such words, how could someone like an 8-year-old survive outside the castle walls? The world wouldn't be the same with such things, if that were possible. His face, which was angry until a short time ago, changed to an expression of concern and a bit of despair for Jon. How could it not? His beloved nephew/son did something he never imagined he could do. Jon wasn't raised for this, and even though in the last 2 years, with the strange changes in behavior, being a bit more rebellious, getting into trouble, and me having to give him a few sermons once in a while, it should be normal. I found it normal due to the distance from his older cousin/brother. Even though I had talked to Robb to stay close to his brother, who was also a wolf in the pack, even though he had the status of a bastard, I never managed to get my eldest son to reconnect with Jon again. Once in my attempts, Robb told me that Jon didn't deserve to be by his side because he was a bastard. Of course, it was an unforgettable day for my heir, and I made sure the punishment was memorable. He never spoke about Jon's status in front of me again after that, but he didn't follow the advice to get close to his brother again. Thus, I could only sigh because of the situation. And now I looked at the boy in front of me, wondering where I went wrong in his upbringing for him to behave the way he did, and now he's saying he wants to leave. At this moment, I thought of my sister, the sister I loved, and now all that was left of her was this child, one that I loved as my own son too. I could even see Lyanna staring at me with disappointment behind the child, blaming me for letting it get to this point. I changed my tone from anger in my voice to one of concern and said, Jon. I said slowly, trying to find a solution to the situation, but young Jon interrupted me before I could finish. Father, before that, can you tell me about my mother? Jon shot out without giving me a chance to speak. Jon was desperate, planning to leave and try to live somewhere else outside the castle. He didn't want to be more of a nuisance than he already is within the castle and his family. With this situation, he couldn't stay any longer, he needed to leave. Sob, I need a direction in my life now, sob, I need to find her. Jon continued to say as he cried and sobbed. Jon. I'm sorry. I said carefully, while my heart was breaking with every word from the boy I had raised since he was a baby when I brought him to the castle more than 8 years ago. Please, father. Jon cut his father off again, pleading, and looked into his eyes for the first time. I can't, my son. I finally spoke, full of pain, and Jon understood that. He once again asked a question with the most trembling voice as tears streamed down his eyes even more. Is she dead? Jon asked me in the hope that I could deny it to him, that she was alive somewhere waiting for him. It hurt me too since I always avoided talking about her at all costs. The memories of Lya brought me a lot of pain. Yes, son. She died a long time ago, but she always said she loved you more than anything. I choked on releasing those words, couldn't even look at Jon as I spoke. Then I realized the silence that settled in the room. I looked at Jon again, worried about his reaction after those words, and ended up seeing one of the most poignant things in my life, an 8-year-old boy, letting his tears flow silently from his eyes. But in his eyes, those grey eyes showed something I will never forget in life, a child with a lifeless gaze. The boy fainted shortly after, falling to the floor. I stood there paralyzed for a while with the vision of a few moments ago, as I shouldn't have, as the child, who was the son of his beloved sister, reached the point of desperation to show a look of how all the hope in his world collapsed. It was as if he no longer had the will to live. I could see Lya with all the anger in the world burning all of Winterfell for her son to reach this state. What kind of life has he lived under my roof to come to this? This isn't right. Something is going on here that doesn't add up, and I have to figure it out, I exclaimed mentally. I ran to Jon on the floor shortly after snapping out of my stunned state. I had been rooted in place the moment the boy fell to the ground. When I reached his side, I lifted him to see if he had been hurt in the fall, but fortunately, his body was fine. However, what I feared now was his psychological state. I didn't have much time to dwell on it as the door suddenly swung open. It was Maester Luwin, who entered without knocking, his face indicating that something had happened. Ned wondered what had occurred, and the Maester seemed a bit startled when he noticed Jon unconscious in Lord Stark's arms. Then he spoke. Lord Stark, what happened to the boy? I came here because your wife fainted and was taken to the infirmary. She's fine, however, she has something to tell you personally. He finished with a solemn expression but then looked at Jon with concern. I picked up on this, and 1,000 ideas of what had happened crossed my mind. Given Maester Luwin's expression, it was certainly something that would make me happy. What would make a man happy after his wife fainted to the point of going to the infirmary? A child. The news of his 5th child. But at the same time, I was concerned about Jon's situation, and I looked at the boy for a moment. Even unconscious, his face showed the expressions of his feelings, and the voice echoing in his mind didn't help much. Promise me, Ned. Promise me you'll protect him. Ned, promise me, my son. I need to see what's happening under my own roof later to understand what made this child fall into this state. Jon was filled with traumas that he would carry for the rest of his life, and I knew that just by looking at the child. If Jon behaved like a rebellious child to the point of stealing, I could understand, and it would make me furious, but I would make Jon learn from his mistakes and correct his behavior. However, there were more things I needed to find out about Jon. I knew that what I saw today on the child's face would haunt me for the rest of my life. I considered a radical solution to find out what was happening in my own home, even if I had to start executing people or someone to find out if someone was plotting against Jon. I knew my nephew wasn't well liked in the castle, but I never thought someone might be harming him. I handed the child to the Maester and gave one last look at my boy. I hope I'm right with the actions I'm going to take, I thought. Maester Luwin noticed this but remained silent. A few moments later, I asked Luwin to take Jon to his room and went to the infirmary. I wanted to have the joy of hearing the news of his 5th child now. Chapter 2, The Awakening. North, King's Road, 289 AC, 2 days later. Jon opened his eyes and realized he was in constant motion. Quickly, he looked around and saw that he was asleep inside a cart. Dozens of questions began to form in his mind, but a slight headache interrupted them. Suddenly, memories of what happened before he passed out came rushing back, and he felt pain. Pain for a mother he would never see again, pain for losing his last hope of life. Even as a bastard, he would do anything to reach the person who could give him a chance to feel the true love of a mother. He longed for maternal love in his life, and it would be his mother who could heal his wounds and traumas from the past 2 years. Now, discovering that his mother was dead at the hands of his own father's words, he lost her too. Why should he live on, in that hole called one of the most renowned castles in Westeros, Winterfell? He wanted to live as far away from that place as possible now. Sure, there was still Arya and his father there, but he didn't want to stay there anymore, even if he felt the pain of distancing himself from the few people who truly loved him. Jon wanted to find his home somewhere else. The boy expressed his lifeless and hopeless gaze again. He wanted to know what to do with his life now. He reasoned that he should first have information about the current situation and why on earth he was inside a cart, especially alone. Is my father sending me to the wall for theft? He thought for a moment. I heard many criminals are sent there. Trying to keep his face as normal as possible, he opened the curtain and saw some guards. One of the 4 noticed him, and upon seeing Jon awake, quickly spoke for the others to hear. Look, the little thief is awake. Hide your wallets, lads, ha 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 ha. They started laughing after that comment, and Jon shrunk a bit. Still, he tried to maintain some dignity in front of these men and did his best not to cry in the face of mockery, which hurt him a lot. What's happening? Where are they taking me? He said, but his tone showed a bit of desperation. The men stopped laughing, now looking somewhat conflicted, until one of them came closer to the window and said, We're going to the wall, lad. We're escorting you north, by direct order of your father, Lord Stark. Despair overcame Jon. Do the gods hate me so much? It was his first question in his mind after hearing this. Not only do they take my mother from me, but they also have my father send his 8-day-old son to the wall. Even though he claimed he no longer wanted to stay in Winterfell, finding out that his father sent him to the wall was a shock. Still, it would be better than losing a hand, he muttered. He was very afraid of losing his hand. Despite being able to take it with a grain of skepticism, his father would never bring him to such a situation. Still, being sent to the wall was a bitter pill to swallow, so he asked with a tone still showing his desperation. Am I going to be sentenced to the wall for theft? I asked. The men looked at each other. The man who spoke to me before didn't have the disdainful look like the others. He looked at me and said in a neutral voice. No, lad, at least not forever. Your father plans to punish you by spending 1 year at the wall with your uncle, Benjen Stark. He said, and the boy's heart eased a bit. He just didn't know if it was because he wouldn't be at the wall forever or because Uncle Benjen could take care of him. His uncle had always been a good person to him when he visited Winterfell. Jon thanked for the information and closed the window again. He lay on the small bed inside the cart as he looked up at the ceiling. He thought about the future. He was a bastard, a boy hated by the world, without a mother, a father too busy to be the same, a stepmother who hated him, a brother who mocked him as if it were his natural right, a sister who disgusted him in the same way. But he also had a little sister who loved him unconditionally. He smiled at the image of Arya in his mind. She was something he couldn't have expected in his life. I hope Arya will be okay, he thought of the little she-wolf of 4 named days. And there's also Bran, a dreamy and sweet little boy who always asked for new stories whenever possible. I hope he'll be okay too. He wasn't sure if he would return to Winterfell. He shouldn't go back there anymore. He had that feeling now. He promised himself that he would try to live with his uncle Benjen. Maybe see how grand the Night's Watch is and that even a bastard can have a name there. Maybe the world really has a place for a bastard, he thought before being interrupted by a new voice. And he does. Jon, a female voice sounded, not even sounding human, so beautiful like a melody. This happened suddenly near his ear, so he startled, stood up, and checked if he was still alone. The cart had no one else here. The only sound was the noises of the wheels on the road, while he heard some guards laughing outside the cart. Maybe stress is making me hear things, he just murmured before lying back down and trying to sleep a little more. 4 days later. When night fell, they made a stop in a clearing, which travelers usually use to set up a camp near the road. He had been having a routine for days. He was practically silent all the time. He wasn't in the mood to talk to anyone, just to get to the wall and get this over with. His routine was basically traveling during the day and camping to sleep at night, and it would continue like this for weeks because the north is vast, and Winterfell is in the heart of the kingdom, while the wall is the extreme north. Without wanting to socialize with the guards, he ended up staying in a corner eating the vegetable soup they prepared, enjoying the silence of the dark night. He glanced at the guards, who were talking and laughing, but not too loudly. He also noticed that he received some looks occasionally, which was why he was avoiding any contact with them. Despite the leader of the four being a bit more attentive than the rest, the others spent the whole journey mocking him. Even without talking much with them, Jon found out that the leader's name was Jack, and he had been in Winterfell for a few years. More importantly, he was a northerner, so the disdain wasn't as much from him towards Jon, at least he didn't appear so. The rest of the guards were southerners from House Tully and held their beliefs against bastards. Unwilling to interact with anyone, as soon as he finished eating, Jon stared into the fire in the middle of the camp, ignoring everything around him. He got lost in his thoughts, as there wasn't much else to do there. However, something caught his attention. He noticed, while the rest of the guards were laughing and drinking more loudly, that he was still in a trance by the flames. He looked intently at the fire that had caught his attention, but not for long, as suddenly the flames flickered to the right. He turned his head to the left, trying to see what broke his trance and made the flames retreat. He felt a strong wind coming from that side. There was only darkness in front of him. He looked at the people, and they were all still engrossed in their activities, oblivious to anything. However, the icy wind began to intensify. There was still no snow on the ground, it was the middle of summer, but this wind seemed like some kind of storm. An almost inaudible noise came from that darkness and increased as time passed. Jon started to get a little scared. "Jon, something wrong?" Jack, seeing his suddenly frightened face, asked. "There, something is coming." Jon pointed his finger to the darkness of the forest. The guards stopped chatting with each other, as everyone heard what Jon said. But the silence of the night was their only response. "The bastard is mad, there's nothing." One of the guards was about to start mocking Jon, but he was stopped. A strong wind came from that side, and the noise that only Jon had been hearing began to reach everyone's ears as it increased. We all stared into the darkness, wondering what this noise approaching us was, increasing every second after that cold gust of wind. We all stayed on high alert, especially when the noise became so loud that we started hearing sounds of branches breaking and trees being uprooted from the ground in the midst of the night's darkness. Jon, like a child, was very scared. Whatever was approaching us was enormous. "A storm? Everyone, get ready, find shelter to hide!" Jack shouted. We looked for somewhere to go, but it was all dark, and our tents would be of no use, not for what seemed to be tearing everything from the ground as it approached. So, we all stood waiting for what was to come. The noise was getting louder and louder. I started running in the opposite direction, even though Jack called me. But I didn't have time to react because when I turned around, I saw men screaming in desperation, and I managed to see what was coming. From the darkness, a gigantic wave of snow emerged out of nowhere, dragging trees and everything in its path. I could do nothing but shield my face from the wind and snow coming our way. It was so strong that even in the darkness, we could see a part of its size. I thought it was one of those avalanches I read about in books about the north, something that only happens in mountainous regions, especially beyond the wall. Those were the last things I could think, because as soon as the snow hit me, I felt like a training dummy thrown by the impact of a wall, and soon after, I don't remember anything else. A large amount of snow hit me, and my mind was blank after being hit. North, unknown place, 289 AC, sometime later. Little Jon. A voice echoed in my mind, the same voice I heard a few days ago in that cart. I opened my eyes, alarmed, and panicked as I realized I couldn't breathe. In the midst of a forest, there was a concentrated mound of snow. Everything was calm and silent until a child emerged from the snow, struggling to breathe. He had been buried entirely, wondering what had happened to the others. He wasn't foolish enough not to realize that a child wouldn't survive alone on the northern road. Jon, after calming down a bit and having a regular breath again, surveyed the surroundings. He realized he was in the middle of a forest with vegetation different from what he remembered. "Where am I?" was his first question. It frightened him because he was sure he was no longer where he used to be, and there was no other sign of anyone from his group, as the snow was only piled up in an area of 15 meters. Other than that, the vegetation was entirely normal, with no trace of the storm that hit him. It seemed like he had been placed there, something that terrified him. It wasn't as if he could appear somewhere else without human help, especially when he was hit by that entire storm, but his reality seemed very different from logic. First, he stood up and shook his clothes, removing the accumulated snow. The reminder that he could still freeze made him shudder, and he tried to warm himself by rubbing his hands quickly. Jon wanted to make a fire at that moment, but he had no resources. None of the guards group was nearby. He tried to orient himself, wondering what had happened and where the hell he was. "Little Jon, come, lad." The female voice echoed in my ear again. He was confused, he was scared. Are the gods playing another trick on my life? He couldn't help but think. Wasn't it enough to be a bastard, now he had to be crazy? Jon stood still, and the voice came again without warning. "Come, lad. Your destiny awaits you, a grand destiny, not as a bastard you think you are, but as something greater, much greater." The voice once again brought him back to reality. "Not as a bastard? Are the gods going to mock me too?" He shouted in the middle of the forest, but there was no immediate response to that. With not much else to do, Jon decided to go in the direction where the voice called him. Yes, he was afraid of it, but he was in the middle of nowhere, lost without any food or water, so he took a chance on this madness. He didn't have much to lose. Even without hearing the voice anymore, he could magically feel it coming from a specific direction, where something was pulling him and drawing him in. "That's it, little Jon, come to us. Keep going." The voice echoed like a reverberation. He continued walking in that direction. This went on for the next 2 hours. He no longer cared about hunger, thirst, or cold. He had no idea where he was. His only hope here was to follow where that attraction and strange voices were coming from. After reaching a dense cluster of pine trees in the forest, he noticed how the trees were more concentrated, blocking the entire front view. He had to start maneuvering among them, and after a while, he saw a light in front of him. He didn't have sunlight because the leaves blocked all sunlight, yet he could see the light in front of him like a beacon in the darkness through some openings between the trees, so he kept moving forward. After a while of dodging, he finally reached the light and passed through the trees. The light was a bit strong here, forcing him to close his eyes for a moment. Soon after, he began to open them slowly, looking somewhat hesitantly at the unknown, gathered courage, and looked at where he was. That's when he finally saw. It was a place he never imagined in the north, a sight he had only seen in paintings and drawings in books about southern kingdoms, like the Reach and the Riverlands. No, he thought better, the place surpassed them in beauty. Where Jon was simply magical. There was no other definition, the child thought. It was painted with various colors of various vegetation, in addition to the many greens, and it was filled with life. A magical clearing, enormous. How can a place like this exist in the north? He exclaimed in wonder. It seemed that Jon was in a southern kingdom at this moment. Even in summer and without snow accumulation, the north is still very desolate. So, where Jon was, it seemed like a contrast to everything he had witnessed. The place consisted of thousands of trees, all different, some carrying known and unknown fruits, grass and herbs in various places, not in smaller numbers, small animals, many species running through the clearing eating their fruits and vegetables while playing with each other. Even being of different species, they seemed to live in harmony. Jon was even more surprised by the heart tree in the center. It was clearly 3 times larger than the one in Winterfell. It seemed to nourish this place, as if it protected the clearing of hundreds of square meters from the cold of the north and did not let it affect the place. It was simply magical. Jon noticed how the clearing was surrounded by dense pine trees. No one could find this place by venturing from the forest. It was open only to sunlight, which illuminated the entire place and made the lake in the middle of the area shine with the reflection of the sun. "Little Jon, approach the sacred tree." The voice brought him out of his thoughts, and he began to walk towards the tree. As the place was gigantic, it would take him a while to get there. He also wasn't in a hurry, he just wanted to enjoy this wonderful view. As he walked, he noticed the animals more closely, some of which he didn't know beyond the foxes, squirrels, and rabbits that ran all over the place. "Little Jon, place both hands on the face of the tree, soon you will know your destiny." He had forgotten that he might be crazy with these voices after getting lost in the wonder of this place. Now he had reached the tree that the voice asked him to go to and began to feel a bit scared on one hand. But wasn't it the voice that brought him here? Perhaps only he arrived here, so it must be the gods speaking to him. And even with fear, what choice did he have? A bastard practically condemned to the wall. Maybe the gods are giving him a better opportunity, as he repeated to himself when he entered this madness. He didn't have much to lose if he was honest with himself. So, without wasting any more time, he pressed his face against the sacred tree with both hands at the same time, but soon regretted it the next second. His mind was shocked with all the information that began to enter him, going straight to his brain. In addition to the unbearable headache, his nose started bleeding. He was screaming now, frightening all the animals. He knew it was only 10 seconds pressing the tree where he couldn't take his hands off anymore, they seemed glued no matter how hard he tried. However, those 10 seconds of torture felt like 100 entire years passing in his mind. His eyes burned like never before as he let go of the tree, falling to his knees in the grass and coughing while blood still dripped from his nose. His whole body was aching as if he had been run over by a cart of oxen. He struggled not to faint right there. But he knew, he felt, something had changed. His previous regret turned into gratitude, gratitude for the new opportunity the gods had given him. Chapter 3, Beginning of the Journey. Jon Snow POV. North, somewhere unknown, 289, a few minutes later. After calming myself a bit, I decided to go to the lake to clean the blood off my face. As I approached, the first thing I did was look at my reflection in that pure water. While cleaning the blood, I observed my appearance, which was almost the same, except for a thin green halo in the middle of my irises, circling around my pupils in each of my eyes. Apart from that, mentally and even spiritually, I felt completely different. The ground where I had fallen in front of the tree was damp with a black liquid and somewhat dark blood, both mine. The liquid had sweated out like sweat, and the blood came in the midst of my nosebleed. Somehow, I knew that these fluids were like impurities from my body because after releasing these things from me, I felt as if I had slept for a week. I was light and in a state of fullness. All the anger and despair in me had a much lighter weight now. I could only thank the entities that brought me here. Not only did I feel more whole and healthy, but I felt something inside me connecting with the entire forest and all living beings around me. I knew what it was, but I always thought it was a myth or that it had died a long time ago. However, I had this thing in me now, the thing they called magic. I, a bastard child, despised by everyone, could now feel all animal and even plant life around me. I was somehow connected to the plants and small creatures running around the place. I stood up after being cleaned, no longer as a bastard I used to be, the Winterfell bastard, but as a boy who knew what he had to do. His purpose was conveyed by the gods in those few seconds while touching the sacred face, one that the gods themselves decided to entrust to him. I just didn't know why they chose a desperate bastard for this. Perhaps the gods, knowing my innocence, decided to help me, either out of pity or justice. It doesn't matter now, I have to fulfill my given task. I noticed that the animals stopped everything they were doing and started looking at me expectantly shortly after I got up from the lake. They also began to nod at my connection being naturally created after I left the heart tree. All the little beings started approaching me. They hadn't paid attention to me before, but now they seemed to adore me as they approached. I couldn't take a step forward without being blocked by hundreds of little eyes surrounding me. "Hey, what's this?" I said to the small creatures that were starting to rub against my leg and even try to climb. A crowd was surrounding me, and I couldn't help but feel multiple moods with the sight. Initially, this scared me, but soon a big smile appeared on my face, seeing all those eager eyes for attention and affection. Third-person POV. Jon began to laugh as he picked up a small white rabbit with red eyes. He was delighted, chuckling as he held the animal and tried to balance himself, as hundreds of creatures were attempting to push him down. He found this moment to be the most beautiful in his sad life, as he began to feel the feelings of those little lives and knew that he was loved by all of nature now. After spending a few hours pampering all those little beings, giving affection to all the animals and receiving back their pure love, he finally ate, drank what this sacred clearing could offer, and darkness fell. He would stay here to rest for a night, lying on thick leaves on the ground he had gathered from some strange trees. He made his bed and lay down. The cold didn't affect this place, it was warmer than the north in summer. So, he rested peacefully while looking at the strip of stars in the sky, with many animals surrounding him to sleep with him. Somehow, he began to see differently, as he somehow knew that all the stars are like our sun now. So, he pondered many possibilities while looking at those little visible suns in the sky during the darkness of the night. The next day, after resting even more, he decided that he had to leave. He had a purpose, even as a child. He looked at his reflection in the lake with determination once again after cleaning his face. His eyes changed, not with the new appearance of green circles, but his gaze itself. He went from a lifeless bastard to a look that reminded him of when he saw it in his father, Lord Stark, when he used to have total focus on something in Winterfell. He went to the tree again and prayed thanking for the gift he had received, something he never expected in his humble life. "Little Jon, your journey begins now, go." The voice echoed once again, but this time, it was heard inside his mind. The voice gave him a few more instructions before leaving while touching the tree. He turned and went to the plants in the corner of the clearing, or he tried to. As he walked, the animals kept trying to push each other at his feet and making sounds to get his attention. He couldn't help but smile and laugh happily, finding this moment amazing. Like a child, he found this moment fantastic. After reaching the plants in a corner, he placed both hands on the ground as instructed by the gods, feeling the magic within him, flowing from his mind to the palm of his hand through his arm like a river. The energy penetrated the ground as he leaned, and the palms of his hands began to glow in emerald light. This left him astonished, especially when the plants emitted another green aura and began to grow at a visible speed. He began to focus on a specific plant, now having some knowledge of the names of plants, trees, and their functions, focusing on a specific one, the glows and growth of the others ceased to focus only on that one. It grew, forming a leaf that looked more like a green backpack. He thanked the plant and carefully plucked its leaf, took some vines from a nearby tree, and made a strap for the bag. He had some cloths in his pants that he took from the cart and tore some parts of his clothes as well. Jon began gathering thousands of seeds from the trees around the magical place to put on the cloth and in the backpack. He took 10 seeds from each vegetation he saw. There were many fruit-bearing trees of different shapes around him. The place was enormous, with animals, trees, and plants numbering in the thousands if we added everything up. It took hours to organize. It was in the middle of the afternoon when he managed to organize everything. The animals helped him by willingly picking up seeds from the ground. If it weren't for them, he would spend days here doing all this. Jon had knowledge of all the fruits and plants in the place, as he received a certain degree of knowledge from the gods when he touched that tree. He didn't have detailed information, but he knew at least the name of each tree, fruit, and plant and some of their functions. He also knew that, with the increase of his strength, more information would be unlocked in his mind when he arrived at the place where the gods asked him to go. The boy even knew or had eaten many of the fruits in front of him, and some he knew should never be here in the north, not on a tree. There were coconuts here, coconuts that he read only grow on the coast with a warm atmosphere like the summer islands. So he ended up having to ignore logic when it comes to gods and magic. Some other trees, he only knew through the gift he received because he had never seen them or their fruit in his short memory, others he knew from books like Trees from the South. In the last 2 years, he spent much of his free time in the library reading. He ended up making it his hobby in the absence of his brother and the games they used to have. It was an escape from his reality to drown himself in books. Aside from that fact, he was curious about the unknown. He walked up to some trees with green bulbs. He knew it was called a lemon by the gift of the gods, picked one, and when he bit into it, he ended up spitting it out. Besides the hard peel, he felt how bitter a cursed fruit it was. He turned to the side, and strangely, he could feel the animals laughing and enjoying his situation. Unfortunately, he hadn't gained information on the tastes of the fruits yet, but he managed to pick other unknown fruits to eat, something that pleased him. He also ventured into known fruits. After picking apples from another tree, he bit into one and found it very tasty, sweet, much better than the ones he ate in Winterfell. He ate the second and the third, found it fantastic, and started eating other fruits around him, grapes that he had tried before, but none as good as these. He knew they were used to make the wine his father bought for the north. Feeling the taste of these grapes, he had never drunk the wine, but he had the desire to try it now. He ate other fruits, such as pear, plum, jabuticaba, and many others. He tried biting into an orange, which is a famous fruit in the south, but he had never seen one in Winterfell, or at least no one had ever offered him one. He didn't like the taste of the peel very much, however, he enjoyed the orange and its juice that came after peeling. Fortunately, no fruit he ate surpassed the loathsome lemon in terms of bitterness. He tried biting into a coconut, which resulted in thinking his teeth would fall out soon after. After the moments of experimentation and collecting seeds from the trees, he stored the cloth in his pocket and collected more fruits in the leaf-made basket bag, preparing for the journey. Finally, the animals that had been surrounding him the whole time felt sad for themselves, as the boy considered them his friends and couldn't take them from here. They didn't belong anywhere else but this clearing, and he had to leave. The old gods gave him a mission through that tree, and he had to go north now. He thanked the sacred tree once again. He couldn't control his tears streaming down his eyes, but not out of sadness. They were tears of happiness, something that had never happened before, not until the point of crying in his sad life. Jon, who was ready, turned around and finally began to walk but didn't know where he was or which direction to follow. The gods couldn't make him omnipotent, they transmitted their magic and knowledge of nature that would grow stronger with time, but he was still a mortal, and more importantly, a child. So, bidding farewell to the animals who seemed equally sad to see their new human friend leave, after that, he took the direction he had come from and went in that direction. Jon continued this path for 2 days, stopping only to eat, drink, and rest while finding a place to sleep during the night. No animal had been hostile to him so far. However, in this time when he was processing everything that happened to him and trying to figure out what he was capable of now with the powers the gods bestowed upon him, he noticed that even the animals didn't mind him. They noticed him as he walked through the forest, but there was a certain respect towards him. Jon also realized that he could feel the life around him outside that sacred clearing. He wanted to learn more about his magic, would like to take some animals as his travel companions, and tried to connect with some. He pictured himself surrounded by all kinds of animals in his flock. However, he hadn't had much success so far with the wildlife around him. He could feel it, even found out that he could see memories of the animals if he pushed a little and entered their minds through the connection. However, to connect with them as familiars was much more difficult and complex. Jon would have to force them to submit, and every time he tried, he felt a headache. He then decided to give up on it in the last few hours, as he didn't want to force them to follow him like that. He continued walking for another half a day until he felt a different life than any other so far. This being was hidden inside the trunk of a fallen tree for many years a few dozen meters in front of him. He felt it was different from anything so far by the feelings of that life because he could feel fear and desperation. He couldn't help but be moved just thinking about how that life saw the world similar to him until recently. He could see it as his own emotional reflection. This stirred him inside. Walking slowly toward the trunk, whatever animal was there, the being also felt his approach and became much more afraid of the new presence outside the fallen trunk. Jon was cautious, as he was being seen as a predator approaching slowly. He bent down to see what had caught its attention, and there he saw a trembling baby bird, a veil eagle to be exact, but here in the north? So, looking into the fearful eyes of the chick, he began receiving its memories with his powers forcing a bit into the desperate mind of the little animal. He saw that there was a nest not too far from here. The little bird had 2 siblings along with its parents. Jon was surprised because they were the first eagles he had seen in life outside of books. Its parents fed it and its siblings every day until yesterday when the nest was attacked by a predator, a snake, which is rarely seen in the north, especially the venomous ones. It saw its siblings being devoured, and in desperation, it jumped from the nest and ran to escape its predator. It even heard its parents arriving and jumping on the predator, but it's likely they ended up dead from the snake's venom. The little one was injured from the fall and was so afraid that it didn't even look back, it just ran trying to fly in desperation, but it was too young for that, so the attempt to fly was in vain. It arrived here last night and waited to die, with its parents dead, as it would have searched for them by smell if they were still alive. The little eagle had lost all hope. Jon didn't know, but as he looked at these sad memories, he wasn't the only one sifting through memories here. The little chick did the same with its life. Jon still didn't know how to control his powers, so he ended up escaping as well, and for the little bird, not really understanding the lifestyle of a human being, it managed to feel his emotions throughout his life. Unconsciously, Jon and the chick were connected to each other, a feeling of empathy coming from a human child to a bird chick and vice versa. Animals are not particularly intelligent, but Jon had influenced it through his powers. Animals with this connection and powers can develop a certain degree of human intelligence. The little bird slowly started walking towards him as if the human in front of it was its last hope. Jon gladly picked up the bird with his hands as it approached. Jon couldn't help but feel a sad heart at the memories of the little one who was injured and without family in the cold, a sad reality. He looked at the bird in his hand. He had to try something with his magic on its wounds, so he experimented with things through the powers the gods bestowed upon him, closing his eyes to concentrate and imagining healing the little bird that suffered in the fall from the nest. Without Jon initially noticing with his eyes closed, the bird emitted a small green light, and its wounds gradually healed. Jon opened his eyes at that moment, as dizziness suddenly hit him from the use of magic, but he was pleased to see the bird glowing in the healing process. The bird could only look at him with adoration in its eyes as its savior. Jon picked some fruits and cut them with a knife he had kept with him since the night of the snowstorm, giving small slices to the chick to eat. After feeding it and making sure it was well, the boy now prepared himself with a little bird on his shoulder and began the journey again. It took 3 days to start seeing an end to the forest atop a cliff. There were still days to go, but he could already see the end of the woods. His connection with the bird had increased so much that he could see what the bird saw through their connected vision. He knew the legends that old Nan used to tell, so it was easy to figure out that he was a warg, something that didn't surprise him much after the experience of making a plant grow with the naked eye. He always enjoyed stories involving kings in the north and warg kings in Winterfell, and even joked with Arya about being a powerful Stark connected with his giant wolf. Now he was a bit surprised to be one. He knew he was different from the legends, at least the ones told to him. Wargs, whenever they entered the mind of the animal, became unconscious in their original body. Jon, on the other hand, could maintain the connection in his conscious original body and could see through his familiar. It was a bit strange to have 4 eyes. He vomited the first few times when he had 2 different visions, but the boy has been training whenever he can with his bird and felt his progress. He already imagined himself on a battlefield fighting and massacring his enemies while having an aerial view of his position and surroundings to avoid being caught by any enemy by surprise. He was already playing the role of a hero with his bird, who, in turn, was happy with his new human friend and savior and his feelings during the journey in the last few days. The human and bird duo finally managed to see the fields and the end of the forest. However, another bizarre thing happened as Jon exited the forest after another 4 days of walking. The field of view turned green with northern grasses now that there were no more trees. But what he didn't expect here were the creatures standing in front of him as he passed the last trees connected to the forest. It seemed like they were waiting for him. Jon was stunned at how his life was turning upside down every day. He went from a despised bastard to a child that people would call crazy if he told them everything that was happening to him. First, a strange storm that took him to a completely different place from where he woke up. Then, the voices of the gods ringing in his ears. Third, a magical place in the middle of the forest, unknown to any record in the north. Fourth, now he has magical powers he had never heard of, and to his surprise, in front of him were another legend taken only from books. Those creatures were staring at him, a legend that said to be with the Stark family in past generations, the fearsome giant wolves, and there were 4 of them, apparently 2 pairs. Chapter 4, Adventures in the North 01. Third-person POV. North, somewhere unknown, 289, at the same instant. Jon choked on the sight, he feared for his life along with his new friend. How could an 8-year-old not fear giant wolves appearing before him? He was already taking a few steps backward, ready to run and try to save his life and the life of Caraxes, a name he gave to the eagle in homage to one of the fiercest dragons he read about in history books during the dance, over 150 years ago. Since there were no more dragons, it was up to Caraxes to dominate the skies now, hence the dragon name for the bird. Note, I'm trying to simulate an 8-year-old here, I know it's impossible, but I'm trying to make it as childlike as possible within my knowledge. The wolves sensed his fear and opened their mouths, not in a growl, but in a sad, grunting sound, seeming somewhat disappointed with his fear. They also stuck their tongues out while 4 tails swayed simultaneously. He found the situation strange because he expected to be attacked and devoured immediately. He quickly pushed away some of his fear that was clouding his judgment and tried not to run, as the wolves stood still, they were the size of war horses. Jon then acted with his magic to see what the wolves felt about him as both groups stared at each other. To his surprise, the giant wolves let him establish a connection without any resistance. In the forest, he tried with some ordinary wolves, crows, and squirrels, but no animal wanted to form a connection with him without resistance. Now, these 4 animals, who were terribly more powerful than any he had ever encountered, let him easily link his mind with all the wolves simultaneously. When he saw what the wolves were feeling, he was even more surprised because it was curiosity, hope, and even a feeling of happiness. It was as if these 4 giant beings were already looking for someone, specifically him. He, no longer retreating, looked directly into the 4 pairs of eyes. Caraxes, perched on his shoulder, still held on to his fear, even sensing the human friend becoming calmer. Jon tried to calm his feathered friend and used his mental powers to feel the wolves and their memories, as he did with Caraxes once. He saw that they were living beyond the wall in a pack of 20 wolves. But more than 2 moons ago, they suddenly separated from that pack, with no other wolf protesting their departure. The 2 couples ran at high speed to the south, passing through forests, mountains, and wildling villages. Until one day, they spotted the Great Wall. As if these 4 wolves already had knowledge, they ran to a specific corner of the wall, passing by any watchman without being seen. When they reached the ice wall, they ended up in a crack near the west coast, big enough for a man to pass through the broken ice. Then, the 4 went through one by one, with a little difficulty due to their size, and shortly after, the giant wolves entered the north, continuing their journey to the south. Their journey involved going through forests and continuing south while eating during their time in the forests, hunting animals here and there. Jon knew that something was guiding the wolves. They came specifically to find him. Maybe the plan was for the boy to see them for the first time in that sacred clearing. But the strange thing was that this started 2 moons ago. So the gods were already planning this for him while he was still in Winterfell, he wondered. Jon couldn't help but feel odd about the situation. He could only imagine when the gods had already planned this for him. Now, even with the protests of the trembling Caraxes, he walked slowly toward the wolves, still a bit cautious in his movements, trying to detect any hostile behavior from the wolves with his attentive gaze. He walked based on what he felt from the 4 creatures. The wolves had gleams of happiness in their eyes and began to walk slowly toward him as well. Now, with less than a meter between them, the horse-sized wolves looked at him with curiosity. Caraxes was still protesting the situation and the foolishness of his human friend, Jon, still looking at the wolves, despite them being huge in front of him while he was a little over 1 meter tall, tried something after his caution had diminished. The wolves still looked at him expectantly, with no sign of trying to attack him. The boy then reached out his hand and closed his eyes as a sign of creating a connection and friendship. It took a few seconds until he felt his hand becoming moist with the rough touch of tongues. He opened his eyes in surprise and saw the wolves licking his hand in another gesture of friendship. A big smile appeared on the boy's face. There were 4 huge heads vying for his hand as if it was tasty and pleasurable to remember. Pulling his hands out of reach of the tongues and reaching for one of their heads, he saw the wolf close its eyes in pleasure with the sudden affection. "You really wanted to find me, didn't you?" The boy couldn't help but ask. There was no response in human language, but the wolves made small noises, perhaps confirming these questions, and he couldn't help but laugh at that. He soon became more comfortable with these beautiful creatures and began to pet the rest of the heads, which in turn enjoyed the touch of the small, skinny human who was half their size. He was genuinely happy with his new companions after linking their warg powers, starting to laugh with glee at the sight of gigantic wolves. Jon even wondered what Arya or his father would say if they saw such creatures at that moment. If anyone could see the scene, happening in front of the forest, they might witness a 3.6 feet tall child playing and laughing surrounded by 4 6.6 feet tall wolves, where they seemed more like puppies as they wagged their tails and played with the child than terrible beasts that would kill any man. They would basically wonder if they were dreaming and spit blood because it was a sight that anyone in this world would find surreal. Some time later, Jon resumed the journey again, but with a larger party than initially, as he was now riding a large, pitch-black wolf, finding it the most beautiful of the 4. Not that the others were ugly, on the contrary, they were the most beautiful creatures he had ever seen. The black one, he named Shadow, where he rode on its 4-legged creature while Caraxes rested on his shoulder, calmer than when he saw the wolves. The other 3 followed alongside and behind, looking like guards and protecting the boy from any danger. The boy noticed that one of the females, the dark grey one called Black Caro, had been pregnant with Shadow for some time. He was surprised when he could feel the lives inside her. When he noticed this, he felt that he should help the mother and these little wolves survive. The other wolf couple was composed of a greyish-green wolf that Jon named Grass and the reddish-yellowish she-wolf he called Sunday. The journey became much more comfortable now, as he was using the wolves as mounts. Not that the wolves minded, they took pleasure in helping this human boy. In a vast expanse of uncultivated land, a peculiar group continued their journey peacefully, a group that if someone saw, they wouldn't even notice the child on top of one of the wolves, as everyone would run in the opposite direction trying to save their lives. Jon still didn't know where he was or in which direction he was going. The few mountains and forests in the landscape were not familiar, and knowing that the wolves had descended far south, he knew he magically moved away from Winterfell to the extreme south without knowing where. He realized he needed a map to go north first. That's where the old gods showed his next destination, the place he was already heading when he left Winterfell. Jon spent the days traveling with the wolves. The forest he exited was still close along the way, making him wonder if it was the wolf woods. He continued through the expanse of pasture, avoiding the woods, only sending the wolves to hunt for their food a few times during the day. He also tested his magic during the last few days. He could command and give instructions to the wolves, no matter how far he was from them when they hunted for their food. He could heal, create trees and plants with seeds after planting, and make any plant life bloom at a surreal speed. He could even create and strengthen plants not cultivated in the north. He could even place some here, but he was sure they would die after some time, affected by the climate. He would have to replenish his energy in them to survive, something that was not possible, as he had to go north. Another thing he noticed was that he had some other magic besides warg and forest magic. He could create a small flame in his hand, nothing capable of killing a man, but it helped him create a fire at night while camping. He had other gifts he could explore, but he would only know with time. He wondered what people would say about his abilities. He had never heard or read of anyone who could do this, whether in the era of heroes or in stories that most found a bit absurd when it came to the magic of the children of the forest or the long night with white walkers. He wondered if they would call him a miracle? Or blessed? Perhaps more likely a demon and a spawn of evil, as his family might see him after witnessing these powers? Did they feel fear, envy, anger? Would his father still love him? Lady Catelyn would never allow him to live with these gifts, of that he was sure. He was already known as a bastard thief in Winterfell. Witnessing these powers would only worsen the situation, but he truly brushed aside all these thoughts. He knew who truly gave him these abilities, he believed in his gods, and it was they who blessed him with such gifts, he had no doubt about it. So he wouldn't care about anyone calling him a sinner for using dark magic. It was only after a few days of walking in the vast expanses of land that he spotted the sign of civilization for the first time since he woke up in that forest alone, something that happened 2 weeks ago when the mysterious snowstorm caught them. Jon noticed that the place was a medium-sized farm. He had ventured out of Winterfell a few times to see some places outside the castle with his father and brother Robb. All inhabitants not concentrated in the cities of the north try to cultivate on the lands leased from the local fiefdom. So the site from 2 kilometers away was familiar to him. There were other farms farther away, from what he noticed, but he would try to contact this one that was closer now. Jon looked at the farm in the distance and diverted his gaze to the 4 companions by his side, who whimpered in response to his gaze as if they already knew what he had in mind. "Sorry, my friends, but can we stay apart for a few days?" he asked sadly, clearly not wanting to part from the wolves. They were his protectors and friendly companions in the last few days. But Jon had no idea how the people of the north would react to his wolves. His first thought was how he himself reacted when he saw them, becoming scared and trying to escape, something he only didn't do because he could feel the lack of hostility from the other side, and he knew that this behavior wasn't even the worst reaction someone could have, and Jon fears that his new companions might get hurt or turn a contact into a bloodbath. So, with no choice, he dismissed his wolves, who headed toward a forest to stay for a few days. They were not willing, as they wanted to stay to protect him, but he knew that his new human master was right about it through their mental link. He walked to the farm he spotted from afar after letting the wolves return to the woods and slowly approached, trying not to scare the people when he saw a group working in the field. The last thing he wanted was to be killed by scared adult farmers wondering how a child appeared out of nowhere on their lands. When he got closer to the group, he saw them better working in the field. It was a poor sight in a way, which he was seeing. Actually, this was the reality of the entire north. He might not have seen much north of Winterfell, but he still knew through books and lessons from Maester Luwin with the help of hearing many farmers seeking audience in Winterfell's halls. Everything he heard and read proved true in the farm fields. He noticed how most of the crop did not survive the north's climate or the plagues that attacked their planting. He didn't need his powers to see this, not to mention the predators that came from the nearby forest. He deduced that only 20% of the field was recoverable in the last harvest because everyone was clearing the dead grain to open the land and plant a new batch, continuing the cycle until the end of summer and before winter. His heart weighed heavy. Jon considered Winterfell a hole that he began to hate his life there, yet he couldn't deny that it was one of the best places to survive in the north, especially for a bastard. And that some people live 1,000 times worse than he, despite being a bastard. He approached the farmers who were focused on their tasks. There were adults, teenagers, and some children working in the field. Jon continued to approach until a teenager among the group noticed the unknown stark-looking boy with a green circle around his eyes approaching. "Father! A strange child is coming over there," the teenager said loud enough to catch everyone's attention, and they all turned their heads to where he had pointed with his finger to see Jon approaching. The group was on alert at first. Everyone found it strange for this boy to appear out of nowhere, and a farm dog had warned them. A man stepped out of the group cautiously, going to meet Jon. "Child. I don't know you, who are you?" the supposed father of the teenager said in a rough northern accent, showing a curious tone, not fear. He seemed to be around 30 years old, and as an adult, should he feel afraid of a child who only carried a strange green bag on his back? But the man found the boy too beautiful to be just ordinary, more beautiful than anyone he had ever seen in his life, even more beautiful than his daughters. He could only tell that this boy was the son of a great house, probably lost, maybe the son of his own lord here. He was trying to be friendly and maintain respect to avoid any retaliation, from whichever house this child came. It was a problem for a commoner to deal with a noble in the wrong way, even in the north, where things were better in the commoner-noble relationship. But the man also noticed something magical. Those eyes, they were mature and unreal eyes, and those green circles stood out like a lighthouse on a dark night in the child's appearance. Seeing this strange child coming from the direction of the Wolfwoods, who had a bag of leaves on his back, he began to think of the legends of his land, like the stories of the children of the forest, stories he told his children as his parents once did to him, and the parents of his parents and so forth since the first men inhabited the north. He choked at this moment, the words rushed out of his mouth hurriedly, as he was surprised and believing in his mental theories. Even before the boy could answer his previous question, he exclaimed, "Yo, you are a child of the forest," he said, trembling, and drew even more attention from everyone. Jon looked strangely at him after hearing that. He knew the legend, but someone asking if he was one of them was very strange. "No, sir, I am not one of them." A silence followed after that. "Forget my younger brother here. I think he drank too much yesterday." "What's your name, brat, and why did you show up here alone?" said another adult appearing beside the first. He looked to be in his 40s, standing next to the first. The man, at first, was farther away, so he didn't notice, but now he went next to his brother, also saw some strange signs. He noticed a strange bag made of leaves, his magical eyes. He began to believe that his brother wasn't so affected by alcohol. But before he could even comment on anything, the boy answered one of his questions, at least. "I am lost and wanted to gather some information about where I am. Actually, I wanted a map to know which direction to follow." Jon said, somewhat embarrassed about being lost, something that made him forget to answer the first question. So, once again, another silence followed the group's interaction. "And how can you be lost, boy? Where are your parents, and you didn't answer your name?" said the same 40-year-old after snapping out of his stupor, thinking that the strange boy couldn't really be a child of the forest. Even his voice sounded a bit angry and impatient. The boy appeared out of nowhere, saying he didn't know where he was and wanted to ask for a map to know where to go, but no explanation. This smelled like trouble, apparently. "My name is Jon Snow." Jon practically shouted his name for being a little nervous in the face of the man's anger and continued, "I was on my way to the north, in the Glover's region, when a snowstorm hit us, and I ended up in the forest 2 weeks ago." Jon simply spat out the truth. Did he have a better story? No, so he just said what happened. The entire group looked strangely at all this. Everyone thought how this boy was blatantly lying in front of everyone. To begin with, it was surreal because to reach Glover's territory takes 4 weeks of travel, and he seemed to be alone here. There's no way an 8-name-days-old child could survive alone in the north for 2 weeks, as he claims, or 4 weeks lost, thinking it was half that time due to having no sense of it. Everyone noticed that he was a Snow, a bastard from some lord. Was he expelled from his home by his family? The 2 adults present had this in their minds after forgetting the possibility of this child being a child of the forest. The younger children in the group were curious about the Snow surname because they didn't yet know about bastards. And, this is strange. I've seen maps of the north, and what this child is saying is impossible. He's lying," said a young man who looked around 18 name days to the older man, the one who asked the last question. "Jon, there are some bandits in the region. How does a child say he survived 2 weeks and apparently alone? Can you tell me where you came from before arriving here?" said the younger adult, trying to be friendlier with the lost child. Jon pointed in the direction of the forest where he woke up and came from, saying, "I came from that direction, and I'm not alone, I come with my companion." Shortly after these words, everyone on the scene heard a bird trying to scream and apparently failing miserably a few times in this attempt. Their gazes followed upward, with everyone looking in its direction, then they saw the white wings with blue stripes the size of a raven. Caraxes was in the sky flying awkwardly, having one of his first flights, and landed with a little difficulty on Jon's shoulder as soon as the boy called him through the mental link he shares with his winged familiar. Jon noticed how the bird had its own personality. He practically now screamed to signal his arrival and wanting to dominate his territory among humans for his little master. Caraxes opened his wings and tried to emit the most dominant sound he could, but obviously failed in the process. The little bird was still young and couldn't fully develop his vocal cords. His eagle, in over 2 weeks, grew monstrously. From an animal that Jon covered in the palm of his hand, it became the size of a raven, 5 times larger than when he first met the little one. And the changes don't stop there. The eagle changed its personality from fearful to a brave and dominant bird in any territory. And it had a strange responsibility to protect Jon now. Maybe she felt indebted to the boy since he saved her life from certain death and fed her every time she needed, giving much tastier food than her parents brought. This helped in growth, of course. This was done unnaturally, thanks to Jon's magic, which strengthened the eagle. She was getting stronger every day in leaps and bounds. Jon already imagined his friend the size of a horse in the future, maybe even larger, to fly on top of if possible. As a cub still, besides failing, it almost looked like a chick chirping, but that didn't undermine his confidence. The group of farmers could only look with a complex expression on their faces, adults reformulating their theories about children of the forest and the child in front of them really being one. Teenagers still didn't believe in that bird in front of them, and children looked with envy at a boy like them but who had an animal as a companion like that little bird. But there was something they all shared equally in their minds, that this bird was the most beautiful creature they had ever seen in front of them. Everyone opened a smile to Jon, less cautious now. Who would be cautious with a child when this young bird seemed to try to protect him? Little Jon, we are in a territory north of my lord, near Torrens Square. And where you pointed was the direction of the Wolfwoods and the west coast, which would be impossible for you to be in for your last 2 weeks when you yourself said you were in Glover's territories. We are 4 weeks from Glover's castle, Moot to the north. Said the man in his 30s while still looking at Caraxes with a silly smile. Jon paled for a moment. For him, who had some awareness of the northern map, he was speechless now. He was in the north when the storm caught him, and now he was 4 weeks from that point. He still wondered how the gods could make a snow-wrapped child teleport to the southwest of the north. The boy understood the looks of disbelief in the group when he said he was at the Glovers. Now, does that mean it will be about 2 moons to reach the wall? He said to himself, but it was loud enough for the group to hear. The adults were even more perplexed. An 8-day-old child with the goal of going to the wall? The place where criminals are sent? What is happening to the world? They choked just thinking about it. He claimed to be a Snow, but who in the north would send a bastard child to the wall when he's just a child? The first adult to speak with Jon felt sorry for the child and decided to talk to him now, maybe feed him with some of what he has on his farm. They were poor, but not beasts who would deny food to a lost child. Little Jon, you must be hungry. Unfortunately, a map of the north is something our families don't have the luxury of having. The only way to get one is by buying it in our lord's city for a few silver stags, which is an absurd amount for anyone not noble, and even more for a child. But I don't think it's right to leave a child alone in the north heading towards the wall. Where is your family? Jon was somewhat reluctant. I'm sorry, sirs, but I prefer not to say. The boy spoke honestly. He is heading to the wall. If they find out he's a stark bastard, they'll send him to Winterfell, something he doesn't want at the moment. He intends to head north only with his companions. The adults found this suspicious, but they didn't insist much on Jon's reasons now, even though he's a child wanting to go to the wall. So how about you spend the night here? I have some food and a free room in our house, said the 30 days man. By the way, you're at Ice Hill Farm. My name is Lucas Pick, this is my older brother, Duld Pick. Behind us are our children, while our wives and daughters are working in the kitchen for the evening meal. How about joining us? He added. Jon ended up nodding a bit embarrassed. He was glad they didn't ask more questions about which house he was a Snow, so he decided to get to know these families because he needed information and money for the map. He didn't want to alert anyone from his family or the noble houses in the region about his whereabouts so that someone could alert his father. Jon, for the first time, experienced freedom without any difficulty, thanks to his protective animals for any danger and powers that wouldn't let him go hungry. He wouldn't want to go back to Winterfell. No one could interfere in his journey imposed by the old gods, and he couldn't just explain that a tree asked him to go to the wall. He followed the man while observing his plantations. Suddenly, he smiled. He already had some idea of how to make some money and help these families. Chapter 5, Adventures in the North 02. Third-person POV. The farm Jon discovered to be called Ice Hill Farm was managed by 3 families. They harvested every 4 months during the summer years and sent the produce to their lord's town to the south. In return, they received profits after deducting the use of their lands, tools, and seeds. The eldest man Jon had met a few hours earlier, named Dult, was a Northborn man and the overall head here, being the oldest. His younger brother, from another family, was another northerner, introducing himself to Jon as Lucas. Their parents, the Pick family, were the former owners of the farm, a family of peasant farmers. The farm was managed by their parents' parents, brothers, and some sisters who married other farmers in the area. They were the only ones left from the old generation due to past winters. Their parents had passed away, leaving the children to take over the land. A third family joined the farm to work as traders and negotiators for the farm itself. The patriarch of this third family was in Torrhen Square to conduct business with their lord's latest shipment of grains. Dult, the 40-named man, had 4 children. 3 of them were on the farm when Jon arrived, with 1 son and 1 daughter the same age as Jon, and 2 young adults aged 18 and 20 named days. His wife was at home taking care of their younger children and household chores. Lucas, at 30 named days, had only 2 teenage children since his wife died giving birth to the youngest. He initially left the farm to his older brother and became a guard for the Tallheart's house for years, but returned to the farm a few years ago to help his brother after their parents died. The trader family's patriarch was Greg, with 3 daughters and 2 sons, both still children, as Greg Jewett was 24 named days old. The family had no blood relation to the 2 brothers here, but their parents knew Greg's parents, so they were welcome to work as negotiators here because Greg had some literacy and knew the Jewett family's business. Jon, initially cautious, opened up to the families and got along well with the welcoming families for a night. The adult women felt sympathy for Jon's story and easily embraced him with warmth. The girls were excited about such a handsome boy with eyes they had never seen before arriving at their door. As children, they wanted to play with him all the time. Even the elders, with a brief exchange of words with the boy from the forest, ended up liking talking to Jon. They still found his story absurd but appreciated Jon's ability to speak and handle words like any noble's child. He shared various things he had heard and read in Winterfell, which garnered much admiration from the families as they could learn new stories. The boy realized for the first time how making friends was so easy, unlike his old home where he would have to hide from any visitor, and the servants would never be willing to talk to him. Jon, in turn, was moved by the families of this humble farm. He couldn't remember being treated so kindly in Winterfell, except by his sister and father. He warmed up to people like these. They welcomed him, despite his absurd and suspicious story, gave him some food, even though the conditions of these families would make anyone turn away a stranger at their door, let alone bring him to their own table to spend a night here. For Jon, after seeing all this kindness firsthand, he didn't care how poor their conditions were or how the food was inferior to that of Winterfell. The boy was beginning to see how the world was much bigger than he imagined while in Winterfell, and of course, Jon had a great help here to get along with the families, and that help was Caraxes, who, with Jon's magic, developed an intelligence that a normal bird shouldn't have. This made everyone enjoy his attempts at singing and his courage to attract people's attention. The young eagle had a somewhat narcissistic personality and had a compulsion to become the center of attention. At the end of the night, Jon lay in a bed on that farm and endured the cold to get some sleep that night. It was something many families like these were used to, and he was too, to some extent, due to his cold room in Winterfell. But his heart was warmed for the first time in a long while. Dult POV. Northern Kingdom, Ice Hill Farm, 289 AC, the next morning. That child was kind, amiable, intelligent, and even literate. How could anyone send a child like this to the wall? If this child's parents are sending him to such a fate, I'll raise the child myself. The older man on the farm said to himself. I agree, my love, said his 35-named wife, Micah, who heard him murmur as she woke up. He would be an addition to this farm, and we could have him marry our youngest daughter, Petra, in a few years, she added, and I had to agree with her reasoning. When I asked him the reason for going north, to the wall, he avoided all my questions, I said in defeat. The boy was a mystery. Knowing it was a sensitive subject for him, I didn't press it for now, but I want to stop him from going to the wall. Anyway, you can talk to him while he's here, now let's prepare a meal for our children while they're still asleep, she said, getting up and heading to the kitchen. I sighed and got up too, hoping to talk to the boy later. After setting the tables, while my family along with my brothers and Greg's were coming for their meal, Jon finally appeared with his little eagle. He seemed well rested, not that I can say he looked tired to begin with, but I'm always surprised by his genetics with incredibly handsome features for a boy and his peculiar eyes. It's amazing that even though he's a Snow, he had a good education and lived well, despite being a bit lean. His education was good, something that would even make my older children ashamed. "Good morning, everyone," Jon said with a shy smile. "Good morning." The children and women present greeted him. Jon sat down. He didn't seem very comfortable, but he managed. His children, nephews, and Greg's children began chatting animatedly with Jon. Another thing that surprised me, despite his manners, our families had terrible conditions, something that shouldn't be the reality for someone like Jon. However, there was no disdain in his eyes, more like empathy. "I am determined to have Jon join our families. He would be a great addition with Greg. Greg knows a few things about reading and writing, but nowhere near ideal, and Jon growing up here to be a trader would be highly appreciated by someone literate like the boy, who was also very intelligent." Watching the boy eat and converse with his children enthusiastically, I couldn't help but notice how he sometimes talked to the bird. Besides its magical appearance, there was that strangely intelligent bird, as if we could speak to the bird itself, and it understood us most of the time, something greatly appreciated by my children. Yes, an animal shouldn't understand humans, but this bird seemed to do just that. While lost in my thoughts, the boy suddenly called me. "Mr. Dolt, could we talk alone after this meal?" the boy said, pulling Dolt out of his thoughts. "Of course, Jon, let's talk, and you don't need to address me like that. I'm not a lord, just a commoner, so just Dolt is enough," I said, feeling that this would be the opportunity to talk to the boy about my ideas and his future, even though I didn't think it would be this soon to discuss it with him. After the boys had their first meal, where everyone was still chatting with Jon about legends, wars in the south, and laughing at Caraxes' antics, they finally went for a walk together. He was sure he could prevent the boy from going to the wall, seeing how Jon became emotional and connected with his family, despite being a bit shy. Knowing equally well that bastards didn't have a normal or very happy life, even here in the north, where they might be treated better than in the south, it was still a tough life. From what I saw, though, from that expression Jon gave most of the time and how he was very cautious initially with strangers, it seemed like it was a much worse life than usual. I wondered which family Jon belonged to and why they would send him to the wall, something he refused to comment on his reason and family all night, saying it was personal for his children. I wanted to know who in the north behaved like a southerner around bastards. I knew this because I had heard from traders that bastards in the south live a shitty life when I visited the city with Greg. If the illegitimate children weren't killed at birth, they were thrown into some random orphanage. After thinking for a bit, I gathered courage and said to Jon, "Little Jon, would you like to stay with our families instead of going to the wall?" I said without expecting much, but I noticed the expressions and reactions on the boy. I saw a shocked expression on his face, I even saw his eyes get a little moist. What kind of life has this boy lived? Dolt thought in shock when he saw this reaction. "Dolt, I'm sorry, if it were some time ago, I would really accept, but going to the wall is something even the gods need me to do," the boy said reluctantly. If Dolt could read his mind, he would see that Jon was genuinely trying to stay with his family. Ignoring the godly things, thinking it was a way of saying, I continued insisting. "I really would like to insist that you stay. We're poor, but we can welcome a child with such a cruel fate," I said. But when I saw the boy not responding to me and looking at me cautiously, I thought about discussing this at another time. Now I was curious about why he called me to talk. "But, if that's not the case, may I ask why you wanted to talk?" I said, a bit curious. Jon looked at him and said, "I need a map, Dolt, to get out of here and go to my destination in the north. For that, I need silver stag coins and buy a," Jon said, and Dolt looked cautious as to where the boy was going. He was still insisting on going to the wall. "What do you mean, Jon? You know we're poor, money is a hard thing for us and to sustain 3 families, I said to the boy. "But I have a way to make you earn the money I need. I can make your harvest thrive like no other, turn your land fertile for generations to come. You won't be poor anymore. I just want enough money for a map in return," the boy said, making me remain silent for a while processing everything I heard. How could I say anything after hearing this? Wasn't it absurd for a child to speak such fanciful words? Does Jon think he's blessed or something? I exclaimed all these phrases in my mind as I looked at the child the same age as my own. After a while, incredulous, I said, "And how do you plan to do that?" I finally said, not that I still didn't think all of this was absurd, but I wanted to see the child's response. Without saying anything more, Jon walked a few steps to the harvest area where we had removed all the new grains and planted new ones that we still had in stock. I watched him carefully the whole time, wondering if the child would perform some kind of trick or play. I was even starting to find the situation amusing, something that reminded me of my children and their childish absurdities. But when he was about to play with it, my jaw dropped a little. Jon pressed both hands into the ground. I was now looking in disbelief at the child, wondering what he was doing because I felt that something was going to happen, a premonition like no other. "I plan to do it like this, watch," Jon said, and in his hand, a green glow began to appear where he touched the soil while pressing the ground. I was looking in shock at that magical light, wondering if I was still asleep after all. And then I had the vision that I would never forget in my life. The harvest they had just planted with the new seeds in the last few days, the plantation that wouldn't be ready for the next 4 months, the one that I was sure most of it would die, due to lack of nutrients, pests, or wild animals, suddenly in front of my eyes, began to magically grow at an instant speed, and soon, in that harvest area, it transformed entirely into a green plantation, covering 100% of the area. I fell on the ground directly with my butt on the soil after losing my balance with this. I still couldn't believe my eyes, was completely incredulous with this miracle. This small planting was at least 5 times larger than what he would harvest throughout the year in the total area of his farm. How is this possible? Did the boy really do this? Is he truly a child of the forest? I've never heard of anything like this, let alone seen it in person. Is this real? What in the north is this child? This child, this child. I began to whisper as my gaze returned to the child responsible for all this. I noticed Jon on the ground too, breathing irregularly and with blood on his nose. You are blessed. You are blessed by the gods. I shouted hysterically, no longer acting like a 40-year-old adult should. The boy looked at me timidly, shamefully, and said, "Can you keep a secret?" he asked me as I was about to faint with all of this. Chapter 6, Adventures in the North 03. Third-person POV. Northern Kingdom, Ice Hill Farm, 289 AC, the next day. Jon noticed how people were looking in his direction now. He felt uncomfortable since yesterday's events. The looks had changed a lot since they saw the newly planted harvest. People went from a look with a shine of disbelief to adoration from everyone in the families. Some expressed fear and caution, but that didn't last long, and it bothered him quite a bit. How could it not? For everyone on the farm now, Jon, who was a handsome and uniquely looking boy, not only intelligent and kind but simply appeared out of nowhere, lost. People here felt pity and sympathized with him, and strangely, the field they had just planted their seeds in, which they didn't expect to see a sprout from the ground until the next moon, transformed when they saw it that morning. The field had magically blossomed, filling with their grain-laden plants ready to be harvested. The crops flourished like a sign from the old gods for the farm. Everyone believed that the boy was now blessed by the gods. And not just that, besides the fields laden with crops, which Jon spent the whole day using his powers while resting a few hours, the soil had its own change in their lands. They could feel a different soil. It was as if the soil was saying that it would bring any healthy and stronger child to this world as soon as they planted in it. Soon the families were in an uproar. The harvest that was scheduled to be collected in 3 moons, and the last batches were already leaving Torrens Square. After seeing their fields magically transforming yesterday, now everyone was rushing to take this batch and include it in the shipment that was leaving with these grains. It would be very welcome money for the upcoming moons and the transformation of the farm. They now had 6 crop areas with 100% grain yield, which was 30 times larger than what they did in 4 shipments per year. The small farm could produce 120 times more grains in a year than it used to. Now that the surreal image of their harvest appearing in their yard overnight, they had to harvest as fast as possible to deliver it to their lord, Helm Tallheart. They didn't have the capacity to store their grains, let alone such an absurd amount like this now, despite the warehouse being large. The quantity now would be like trying to fit 30 stocked farms, let alone Ice Hill Farm itself. They would end up losing everything or a part of it until they could fetch these grains. Jon joined the other boys in the harvest in the following days. Everyone was happy and talked to him. The adults treated him like a magical child because, as surreal as Jon's gifts seemed, the child never brought harm to the families. On the contrary, the harvest event and his conversations with all the children did a lot of good for them. Jon also learned that in the next few days, neighbors who appeared at the farm like any other normal day were astonished by the family's harvest, as they had never seen anything like it. Rumors soon spread like wildfires in the region. Many travelers and curious people passed by the roads in front of the loaded harvest in 6 planting areas, being harvested by all the families, scaring anyone with the sight. Dult, who wasted no time, took the family's savings and rode to the city to talk to Greg about the news. The business head was negotiating the last seeds of the old batch with his lord's castellan. As he was not aware of what was happening with the harvest now, they would need to talk directly to him, along with Lord Tallheart, and request a new shipment of carts to distribute to the storage points. Dult would also buy the map for Jon. He owed it to the boy after everything. It was the least to do after Jon did for the farm. Thus, 4 days passed after Dult went south towards the city, and Jon continued helping the families harvest their grains in their barns and even in their houses, due to the increasing size of the stock. Unfortunately, the families also didn't have a mill for the grains, which would be more profitable for them by delivering their shipments at a higher value. However, that would change from now on, as with this kind of harvest, they would never go hungry or needy again as before. They would have enough money to fortify the entire farm with their needs. Jon didn't mind at all that the families would make much more than just a map. He had to do this for the family that warmed his heart a little after a long time. He was still a boy longing for the love of a family, and the women, even without knowing him, treated him kindly, something that had never happened in Winterfell. Of course, there were servant girls who sympathized with the Stark bastard in the Stark seat, but everyone should keep their opinions to themselves under Lady Catelyn's watchful eyes. He was happy for the families. He had only Caraxes, the 4 giant wolves, Arya, and his father, who was his father figure. But his father's love was very absent due to his work as the North's protector, and he even understood, but he couldn't help but feel his absence. And here, these families showed that even a bastard could be well treated, even before making their fields abundant with grains. The families already embraced him and treated him well. Jon had one of his happiest moments in his life. He worked in the field, even though the families told him not to do anything, as they believed the child was blessed and didn't want to anger the gods by making him work for them after everything. However, Jon insisted on his decisions, refusing to stand idly by. How could he stand still while the families, who gave him something he almost never received from others, worked hard in the field while he stood still? Jon, in these last 4 days, smiled more than he smiled in his whole life. He worked, played, and talked with everyone. Unfortunately, he often found himself thinking about what Dult had proposed. He saw himself several times accepting his offer, but he had to continue his journey later. The gods gave him the opportunity to have these moments, now he had to fulfill his mission with them. A few more days passed, with a large part of the field already harvested. Jon was currently playing sword, a stick, with the boys and teenagers. He demonstrated his talent entirely with fencing there, something that even scared the present adults. This same adult was once a soldier and used to train with other guards. Jon would beat all the boys and teenagers, only losing to Lucas when he wanted to test the boy himself. However, the boy was only defeated due to strength and size terms, but Jon proved to be far superior in technique. This even scared Lucas, the adult trained for a few years to become a soldier and knew that Jon was a much superior talent than him, even with 8 days to his name. Lucas wasted no time and told everyone how Jon could become a legendary knight of the continent in the future. This gained more admiration from the boys, and the girls were all already fascinated with Jon's tales in the past few days. He told about chivalry in the south that he read in books and some that his sister Sansa used to daydream about in the castle. However, some time later, while everyone was talking and playing in the training area with wooden swords, Jon suddenly frowned. This did not go unnoticed by the people around who were talking to him. Jon received a mental message from Caraxes, who was in the sky and saw through his eyes. Caraxes had grown even more in the last week, he already looked like a young eagle in size, large enough to soar the region in a few attitudes and could even emit his animal sound now. This was also surprising for the families. In a few days, everyone had to be more careful with Caraxes' size now, as the eagle had no sense of the current size and lived breaking something being careless. Fortunately, this always resulted in even more laughter from the spectators. Everyone knew about the strangeness of the animal's ultra-fast growth. However, Jon and everything around him were something they couldn't take in common sense. Jon saw through Caraxes' eyes that he was 1,000 meters high, a breathtaking sight for him. However, he wasn't concerned about that at the moment. He saw a group of horses coming towards the farm at a distance of 5 kilometers through Eagle Eyes along a trail in the Wolf's Wood. He felt a premonition from the group as soon as he set his eyes on it and knew that nothing good was coming from it. There were 12 men, all armed and looking like bandits, as he saw his father execute some. His first reaction was fear for the families and for himself. He looked at everyone around him thinking about what he could do now, something that Lucas noticed. "Jon. Is something wrong?" Lucas asked. "Sir Lucas, there's a group of bandits heading our way. I know it's hard to believe, but I can see through Caraxie's eyes like a warg from the legends, and my eagle showed me the group of 12 armed men coming here. They don't look like any soldier from any house. With their current speed, they should arrive in 10 minutes. He calculated after a few seconds and said, almost choking with nervousness. What followed, in turn, was frightening in front of all the people who heard. Lucas knew Jon had his secrets, and seeing through animals was really like one of the legends of the North known as the ancient wargs. But he couldn't waste time questioning Jon because he trusted the boy with all his heart. A talented child, never seen before, even the sons of lords never showed 10% of what Jon could do at his age. He knew this because he worked as a guard for his lord. Looking at the boy, he gave a sad smile to Jon. This young man was very humble in his eyes, even calling me sir. When I was just a simple guard. Lucas thought with a sad smile. Jon always refused to talk about his family or the reason for going to the Great Wall. He couldn't understand how a large family could send a child away like this, condemning him to the frozen wall. Now, they were in danger, and he needed to get Jon out of here. Take all the children and women to the basement and lock it, quickly. As soon as Lucas used those words, the whole place turned into chaos. The older children grabbed the children and women from the harvest, barn, and kitchen to take them to the basement in one of the houses. Unfortunately, the family was very poor and had only 3 horses, and 2 were with Greg and Dult. If that were not the case, everyone could escape. After that, everyone who would fight the attack gathered in the fields. Jon was looking blankly at the situation, which now was 5 against the 12 bandits. Even a child knows that bandits have much more experience in terms of looting and fighting than the group. Farmers would be cut like scrolls so easy for outlaws. Scared, Jon said. Sir Lucas, we need to call for help. With our numbers, the battle would be a massacre. Jon said in desperation, as he shouldn't. He was scared, as were the eyes of all the other young ones who would fight. Little Jon, that's where you come in. You'll take the horse and run to my lord's city to ask for help. He said firmly, and Jon looked at him pale. Was he going to escape safely while the families that embraced him would be massacred? The boy thought. No, sir, I refuse to do that. Let one of the little ones do it. He said reluctantly. Jon, you've already done a lot for this family. You don't have to die today. Remember, Jon, with what I've seen of you, I believe you can be the future of the North. The North has suffered for thousands of years with its harsh and cold land, and now we have a child sent by the gods here. You may not save this family, but you can save others. Help other families, Jon, and families like ours will have less chance of facing this kind of fate. Lucas said firmly and then turned to arm himself and create a barrier with his sons and nephew against the bandits. He ran off without giving Jon a chance to respond. Jon looked at his back while tears were falling from his face. He saw the adult sons preparing for the attack as well. Everyone was nervous, they were farmers and not warriors. The children and the 2 women were crying and screaming in despair as they ran to hide when they were taken before. Everyone knew they were going to die there. Jon turned and went to the stable with a blank mind. He saw the only horse, the animal was also restless, knowing that this animal was scared. Jon hadn't been to the stables in the last few days, so he didn't get a chance to see the horse. Seeing the state of the horse, he petted it to try to calm the animal, but he himself was nervous. He didn't want to die, but he also thought he was a coward coming here to the stable while the families were going to die in this place as soon as he left. Unbeknownst to Jon, he established a connection with the horse, his vision changed, and he saw himself through the eyes of the animal in front of him. A boy with black hair, grey eyes and that green circle around his eyes that highlighted his appearance, but he saw his current state, his expression, he saw himself scared. As Jon shared the horse's vision, he saw his own image. He wondered what would happen if he went to the city and asked for help, even though he knew the answer. When he finally returned with help, what would be the state of the farm and the people who welcomed him a few days ago? He would bring help and soldiers, but possibly at what cost? When he returned, would he find only ashes and bodies? Lucas told him to go help other families and that the North needs him, but could he live with the deaths of commoners who protected him and gave him a chance to escape at the expense of their wives and children? Would he have a heart to live like that? Jon knew he couldn't. He needed to fight for this family, even in fear. He remembered that his father once said to him and Robb when they went to see the crypts for the first time. Lord Stark accompanied them, and the two boys were scared to death of finding some ghosts among their ancestors on that occasion. Lord Stark, seeing the state of his boys, said, "Boys, I know you're scared, and this will happen many times in your lives, but remember, without fear, there is no courage." Jon opened a sad smile in front of the horse. His father's advice didn't help those two boys much, as it took them 10 minutes to take their first step with their father into the crypts at that time. Even with the vision of himself through the horse, Jon knew he couldn't run away. Even being a fearful child, he had to do something. Jon tried to reason about the situation. Lucas and the older sons of the families were preparing for the bandits' attack. He knew that once they died, the bandits would do horrible things to the rest of the families. Jon had to do something. He swore to himself that he would stop it at any cost. He closed his eyes with determination. He needed his magic more than ever. When he strengthened the 6 crop areas, he passed out from exhaustion after the excessive use of his magic, even with breaks. In the end, the boy couldn't stay conscious. Dult tried to stop him because the boy seemed increasingly tired with each area he used his powers, but Jon wanted to finish everything on the first day. That was days ago, and he was rested from that mental burden still, but even so, the boy began to feel that his powers were increasing with each passing day. He realized that as he reached his limit, like a muscle, it increased its density after recovery. He knew he still had many limits, but he needed to push them beyond his capacity at this moment too. First, he tried to find his wolves, who had been left to roam the region and hunt for days. He found them with his connection after 1 minute of searching. His connection with them was stronger than with Caraxes now. His Stark blood had weight in it. He immediately asked for their help, and the wolves, as soon as they felt the signal from the human they considered their master, went at full speed in that direction. They were far away and would take a while to arrive. Jon cursed himself, not blaming the wolves, but for the situation that was against him. He needed to do more. After taking a deep breath, closing his eyes, he focused on the region of the farm. He needed to find anything that could help him here to delay the attack. He knew he couldn't do that at his age and current state, but still, Jon did it. First came the horrible headache over him, and even so, he did it. After a few seconds, his nose started to bleed a lot from the effort and mental expenditure, but in the midst of pain and blood, he continued, already entering an almost unconscious state while screaming internally in pain. He began to realize that he wouldn't be able to stay conscious for much longer, that, in the end, he made a mistake. Losing sight and everything going dark, just when he was about to faint, he had a faint glimpse of remembering the despair of the children and women, saying to himself that they depended on him at this moment. Only he could save everyone here from a horrible death. Feeling that he needed to keep doing this, he fought with all his strength to stay conscious. Even in pain and blood, his screams were no longer mental. He was screaming in pain in that stable without anyone noticing, as he was far from the other people, and his friends were too nervous to pay attention. He was fighting to stay conscious. Some time later, his blood formed a puddle on the floor. His head felt like it would burst at any moment as he struggled to maintain balance. He wanted to scream even more to calm all his body pain. He even wondered if an adult would endure what he endured. "Why did you need to go through this suffering?" A voice was heard in his head, and he responded with another question. "Why wouldn't I?" he retorted. Wasn't it he who sacrificed his dignity to save Hodder? He would never forgive himself if his bastard status affected Hodder, who was also innocent. And now he would never forgive himself if he ran away like a coward from the situation, afraid of the bandits without doing anything. His pain began to pass along with the nosebleed, and his world started to stop spinning. He did it. He found a solution that could help a little here. When he used his power amid the pain, Jon forced himself to enter as many living beings as possible around the farm and searched their memories to find something that would help them in battle. Due to forcing so many minds, even if they are animals, and reaching an area of hundreds of meters with his power, receiving so many memories from these living beings at the same time was like a bomb exploding in his head. He had never felt so exhausted in his life. He also wanted to make all those living beings fight for him, but unfortunately, he didn't have enough power for that, he could only use their memories here. However, he achieved his goal after connecting with more than 200 creatures of all species. Just that, it's a giant effect for an 8-year-old boy who almost died in the process. Jon, who almost fell to the ground and knelt in his own blood, but with little time to rest, got up sweating and out of breath. He looked at the horse that had been watching him the whole time, realizing that the animal was a little calmer than before. He had no more strength to force the horse through a connection to take the boy where he needed to go, the place he wanted to go, not far from the farm but difficult for a horse guided by a human to reach. However, without Jon's knowledge, his connection with the horse was not severed in the middle of the process. He didn't have the power to activate it with the poor horse, but the horse itself felt his emotions and saw what he planned to help the people of the farm while the boy suffered. So, to his surprise, the horse walked slowly beside Jon and leaned so that the boy could climb on him. Surprised and smiling at the animal, Jon barely managed to get on him, so the horse followed where Jon had set as his goal and trotted in that direction at the highest speed possible while the boy was almost unconscious on his back. Seeing that he didn't need to use the connection on the horse, he gathered a little mental strength to once again see the situation through Caraxes. Jon was calculating his plan, he needed to get to his goal to the east. He had his wolves coming from the north as well, the bandits were coming from the west. He had Caraxes in the air, so he calculated that if Jon were the bandits, they wouldn't attack immediately, they would assess the situation of the farm to catch the family off guard, and that would give Jon a few precious minutes with him and his wolves. So, he focused on his goal while the horse headed east on its own. Lucas POV. Ice Hill Farm, 289 DC, at the same moment. Lucas was preparing the siege with the boys, they used machetes, axes, and scythes, which were farm tools. Unfortunately, only he had a sword, and they were looking for something to use as a shield. The only bow on the farm was with Greg, as they didn't hunt much. Lucas saw how the young ones were trembling with fear, this was the cruel life, and they couldn't change anything. He saw the boy mounting the horse strangely and galloping east when he should go south. Well, that doesn't matter, as long as he can survive is what matters. We're a lost cause here, but let's kill some bastards before we die, he exclaimed as he looked at the forest from where the bandits would appear and cursed himself for not having any long-range weapons. He imagined they would never need such a weapon, but seeing the situation they were in now, he looked at the fertile field that was full of grains that had not yet been harvested. Lucas sighed, letting only a wandering comment linger, seems like abundance can be a curse when there are greedy people around, at least the boy has a future and will live. He looked at the sky as he said these words. Chapter 7, Adventures in the North 04. Sandu POV. Northern Kingdom, Ice Hill Farm, 289 AC, this moment. Sandu was a bastard in the Riverlands to the south, he never knew any of his relatives during his childhood. He only found out about his parents after being expelled from the orphanage at the age of 14 name days due to his cruel behavior towards the other children. Always treated as a bastard, Sandu harbored hatred for everyone in this world, especially his own parents. In the years that followed, he embarked on a quest for information about his biological father and mother, those who had brought him into the world through the underworld of Westeros, located in the Riverlands. He discovered that his mother was a prostitute in a brothel, and his father was the third son of a minor noble house, connected to some vassals of the Tully Banners. After leaving the orphanage, it didn't take long for him to get involved in a dishonest life, joining other groups of bandits where things were easier, and he could unleash his hatred on the poor victims he encountered along the way. It was there that he learned to fight and kill innocent people with pleasure. Sandu had a few life goals, carnal pleasures such as looting, killing, engaging in sexual relations, and, most importantly, seeking revenge against those who had abandoned him as a baby. Every night, Sandu slept thinking about this revenge until he fulfilled it with his mother some time later. Murdering a prostitute was easier than a noble with guards, however modest their house might be. He still remembers how he enjoyed doing it with the woman who gave birth to him. He simply went to the place and paid for a night with her in the brothel, not to possess her, but to kill her. He was disgusted to realize that she did not recognize him, something unlikely that he expected, but what outraged him even more was how she tried to seduce him. Nurturing deep hatred for this woman, without wasting time to explain that he was her son, he seized her neck and had the satisfaction of revealing who he was before making her close her eyes. At that time, he was 15 years old. However, the story was different on his father's side. Despite being from a small family, he was a small-time crook serving a group in the Riverlands kingdom. It didn't take him long to start gaining influence in the group in the following years and killing whoever was necessary to take over as the leader. With his cruel behavior, he managed to stabilize his position after cutting off a few heads. Then, his infamous gang of ruffians began to grow and be noticed by the local nobility. This kingdom was a conducive place to be a bandit, especially after the fall of the dragons, as the nobility became highly divided after the rebellion, with many accusing the Tullus of oath breakers, even after receiving the rule from Aegon the Conqueror almost 300 years before, when House Tully didn't even exist, and the kingdom was ruled by the Ironborn. The Tullus themselves rebelled against the Targaryens, and as a result, Hoster Tully, in addition to expanding his influences in other kingdoms through the marriages of his daughters, saw his lands become less secure, generating dissatisfaction among commoners and nobles. This is something the Lord of the Rivers himself hopes to change in the coming years once his grandchildren take over the rule of other kingdoms. Taking advantage of this vulnerability, Sandu spent 5 years looting in the Tully territories. He formed a considerable group to command, with dozens of bandits, hoping to find the ideal opportunity to attack his father over the years. His father served as the master-at-arms of his house since he was the third son, and the chance of inheriting anything was unlikely. However, Sandu's luck ran out before his desires could materialize. Some smaller houses joined forces to end his banditry, and he was massacred in an ambush. He never had the chance to attack his father and had to retreat after almost losing his life. He survived and ended up fleeing to the north with the remnants of his forces, still with the goal of returning one day to the river and finishing his personal revenge. He hated the climate of this kingdom. He spent 2 years in the north looting here and there. Many tried to end them, and many fell. He had to be more cautious, as it seemed that the northern nobility cared more about the commoners than the lords of the rivers. He began to increase his group again. Most of his comrades were now prisoners sent to the wall, where his group ambushed them, killing all the guards escorting them north. After freeing the condemned men, he made them follow him. As for many of these men condemned to wear black, it was preferable to continue committing crimes than to freeze on the wall for the rest of their lives. Even in the face of cruel people, Sandu knew that the secret to commanding them was to be even more cruel. Thus, he managed to establish his leadership position during these 2 years here. His group was in the west of the north, near the coast, evading pursuers from small houses while looting small villages and towns where they passed, having a good chance of profit and enjoyment. Unknown location, dozens of kilometers west of Icehill Farm, 289 AC. Now, a few days later, his men heard some rumors as they entered a village to replenish their supplies and gather information. The village was teeming with guards, so it wasn't a good deal for his group, but information was always welcome. His men reported about a miraculous farm not far from their positions. With the abundant harvest in mind, Sandu envisioned how they could enrich themselves. Quickly, he instructed the men to prepare to depart immediately, and in 2 days, on horseback, they were already nearing their target. With the farm in sight at 1,000 meters, he became excited about the prospect of plunder, as he couldn't spot any guards from afar. When he got close enough, he took the path between the trees and silently approached the farm. As he reached the trees at the edge of the farm's field to get an idea of what he and his men would be dealing with, he was quite surprised. He saw 5 men building a small wall with everything they could gather from the farm. It was made of pieces of wood, trees, branches, stakes, chairs, and more. He and his men looked strangely at this, as they saw that something was amiss. Were they already preparing for our arrival? How is this possible? Did the old gods, whom the people of the north pray to, somehow warn them of our group's arrival in advance, as rumored about the place being blessed? 1,000 questions swirled in his mind, but looking at the scene, even without the element of surprise, he still had the advantage of his group of 12 against 4 or 5 apparently, who weren't even guards or trained men, judging by a simple glance. Sandu was a little disappointed because the farmers were clearly poor. Aside from the fact that the fields had some beautifully sized and colored crops and the barns were full of grains, the family of this place was clearly destitute. They didn't even have weapons. Some used tree axes and other pieces of wood with some farm tools. Only one looked like a soldier. This plantation probably only happened once. At least his gang could take a portion of the harvest, and I'm sure there must be some hidden women. He murmured with a wicked smile. He put a smile on his face and stepped out of the trees with 2 more henchmen, who soon saw all 5 farmers looking alertly in their direction. He smiled at the group. "Hello, my humble farmers, just look at this harvest. This would make any neighbor jealous, ha 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 ha." He shouted, as he still maintained a certain distance of 200 m from them in an open field that the farmers did not use for harvest yet. After the laughter, he wanted to see the farmers' response to figure out what tricks they had stored for his group. Even in the advantage, he didn't want to be caught off guard. "You and your men take off from our lands, or it will be the last thing you do." The eldest, with the soldier's posture, threatened them so that Sandu and his men had some hope of leaving. "I see. I see." Sandu noticed the nervousness in the 5 men, despite the threat received. He knew that, after living many years in this bandit lifestyle, it was just a bluff from the other side. "Look, boys. It seems we have some chickens to kill before robbing that beautiful field and its grains, and some hidden women to find," Sandu said to his men, and a wild chorus erupted from the trees. His men were now shouting excitedly, as this farm was an easy prey with some loot, even though he didn't believe there was gold anywhere here. Lucas POV Ice Hill Farm, 289 AC, at the same moment. Lucas and the others were watching this interaction with the bandits with pale expressions. They didn't hear what was said in the leader's speech, however, but hearing the excited shouts from the other side, Lucas realized that their bluff didn't work at all. "May the gods protect us," Lucas choked out, murmuring nervously. Sandu Rivers POV Ice Hill Farm, 289 AC, at the same moment. Sandu was preparing the men, not failing to look with a bit of respect and appreciation at the group of farmers who decided to stay and fight, even without a chance of winning against him and his men. On his side were horses. The farmers would be trampled easily, even with the barricade made up of all sorts of things. They could bypass or even go over it, not to mention their pitiful weapons, which were more agricultural tools than deadly weapons. Without wasting any more time, he was the first to gallop among his men, who soon followed behind Sandu with all the ferocity of their leader. They ran galloping across an open field of 200 meters. Fortunately for Sandu and his group, the farmers did not have a well-trained archer among them with a longbow. He knew that he would lose almost half of his men before reaching them if that were the case. And he would have to devise another tactic instead of simply running straight to the farm. However, luck was on his side. Sandu could already see the funny faces of those people at this distance. They were expressing fear of imminent death. At the distance of 170 meters, his men were even more excited, roaring, demanding blood, loot, and women. Today was a good loot, he thought. 140 now, ha 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 ha. Let's go, men, kill all the farmers and loot the whole place. Sandu roared the order, and what he received as a response from the men right behind him were shouts increasing with joy and his group trotting even faster, to the point where their horses began to protest their limit. But his men didn't care about that, all they saw was their loot. Finally reaching a distance of 100 meters, Sandu could see his victims trembling with fear, a sight that always thrilled his heart. He loved humiliating the weak, and he was sure that at the end of this day, he would finish with a beautiful smile on his face. But his thought was interrupted when something happened. In the midst of the war cries, he heard cries of surprise among his group and suddenly found himself losing to gravity and falling. He didn't know how, but his horse went down suddenly, along with his men, by the cries of surprise he heard. Pa pa pa! He soon felt himself hitting the ground. The impact was horrible, along with all that noise, the sound of over 1,000 kilograms falling to the ground, men screaming, and horses making sounds of pain. For a moment, he thought he would be in a terrible dream, denying reality with anger. He was still rolling on the ground, only able to recall that he was sure the field they were running on was firm and had no trap, as far as he could tell. Sandu, the leader of this group, until a moment ago had a dignified state for a bandit. Now, he looked like a kicked dog, dirty with soil and mud from the slightly wet ground. He was in pain all over his body and breathless, not understanding what happened, struggling to get up as quickly as possible. He quickly glanced back and found that his 12 companions shared the same fate as him. Sandu, even fighting against the lack of air and body pains, quickly turned his gaze back to the farmers, who were showing perplexed looks to his group. The situation became even more mysterious in his mind because he noticed that they also didn't understand what was happening. Returning his gaze to his fallen men, he found that 9 managed to get up, 1 was screaming with a broken leg, and 2 were motionless on the ground with no signs of life, as their necks were dislocated due to the impact of the fall. He could only look with empty eyes at that humiliating situation that he couldn't understand. The ground was intact, with no signs of any planted trap. There was no line that would make the horses go down, or marks on the legs of those animals that were struggling to get up at the moment, so he felt very lost. While Sandu was lost, the 12 horses got up startled and scattered in all directions, not giving them time to recover their mounts. Is this farm protected by the gods? This frightening thought couldn't help but pass due to this strange situation because from what he perceived, not even the farmers knew what happened. Sandu barely knew that on a hill near the farmers and the farm, there was a breathless boy with a constantly bleeding nose, and his face with a pale blue color, almost as if he were dead, even though he wasn't, he was at the gate of death. Chapter 8, Adventures in the North 05. Jon Snow POV. Icehill Farm, 289 AC, at the same moment. He could feel his soul almost leaving his body, it was terrifying for the boy. I really came close to death in this moment, he exclaimed internally as he struggled to regain some breath. Jon knew it was reckless, but he had no choices, he was late, his wolves wouldn't arrive in time before everyone was dead. He knew he had committed the greatest madness of his life, not just connecting with the minds of 12 horses heading towards the farm, he forced them to throw themselves to the ground to stop the charge attack. Even feeling his death near, he didn't give up, and while his pains and blood were evident, he forced them down, killing 2 of them in the process. He couldn't help but think that, for the first time in life, Jon had blood on his hands. Even though he killed indirectly, he was the cause of death. He had a bad taste in his mouth at this moment, with only 8 named days, he killed for the first time, even if he wasn't thrusting the tip of a weapon into another person's flesh, he was the cause of death for those 2 men. But for him, it was either the bandits who lived or the family that took him in a few days ago. Jon wouldn't regret it, he would do anything to protect these people. As he looked at the 12 horses fleeing in all directions and the bandits struggling to get up or breathe, while he struggled internally, his thought was interrupted by his horse screaming in joy beside him, which now seemed a more intelligent creature after the connection with the boy. This caught the attention of everyone here, and soon, a silence settled over the air of the farm. Jon wondered why the silence, repeating and taking his eyes off the horse, he turned to the battlefield. The boy noticed that all the people were looking at him at this moment, be they friends or foes, all had complex looks. The bandits who noticed before the farmers perplexed with his situation knew that those poor men were not responsible for his terrible condition. But at this moment, they lit up with something else, had some idea, even without being able to explain how from what happened for their horses to go straight to the ground near the start of the attack, was related to that vision of the child with a lack of air and blood running down on a hill in the distance. In everyone's view, that child in his vision, who seemed to be dying on that small hill, made everyone have the same thought. As skeptical as the situation seemed, they knew that the boy was behind the fall of the horses. The farmers who had already seen the miracles of that boy had fewer doubts to believe otherwise, but still, it was a skill they never imagined from that boy. Sandu Rivers POV. Farm Icehill, 289 AC, at the same moment. Sandu was still immobile with his situation, so when he heard the sound of a horse neighing, standing out in all that chaos, the sound seemed as if it were celebrating and laughing at his misfortune. Following the sound of the horse, he saw in the distance, a little over 100 meters, a thin and ugly horse that he was sure belonged to this farm and a boy not older than 10, yet the child seemed like he was dying. The boy was short of breath, and he saw that there was constant bleeding from his nose. He noticed, despite being a little distant from him, that anyone looking at this child would say that it was a lost cause, but he somehow knew that the boy caused that disaster with him, this boy had to be some kind of sorcerer for that, and he wanted to get revenge on this being. He thought about the revenge he would take on the boy later, he couldn't let the boy die just yet. He wanted to make the boy pay for such humiliation, torturing that child later. Without wasting more time in that silence, knowing that whatever that child did, he almost died in the process, he was sure there wouldn't be a second time. He had 3 men out of action, but they were still 9 against 5 farmers, from his experience, 2 of them could end all 5. Still having numerical advantage, even with some men feeling a lot of pain from that fall, he issued one more order without hesitation. "Let's go, you pussies. We lost our horses, but we're 9 against 5 chickens. Let's kill these weaklings and then avenge the nearly dead boy," he shouted, knowing that everyone had the same thought as him. They quickly got up and ran towards the farmer's barricade. Sandu noticed that the boy made a great effort to get up and go to the horse at that distance. Thinking the boy would escape, he grunted with anger, as he couldn't allow the boy to flee. He had to finish off the farmers quickly and go after the child. Focusing on his goal ahead before hunting the boy, he took his eyes off the boy and ran directly to the farmers as if the world depended on it. At 50 meters from the barricade, he heard a whistling sound tearing through the air. Sandhu then noticed an object pass by him and saw one of his men from the left, who was a little behind, screaming in terror after being hit by an arrow in the neck. He slowed down in alert. It wasn't the farmers who had launched that arrow. He turned his gaze to the hill and saw that the boy's horse hadn't gone away, but he saw something that enraged him even more than the boy simply leaving. Not only did the boy humiliate him by throwing him to the ground with his men, but now he was killing his men with a bow from a considerable distance. Besides that, he found himself wondering how an 8-year-old boy hit his man with an arrow in the neck, and it was a distance of 80 meters, only a well-trained archer could do that. Sandhu knew there were people who did this at a distance of 100 meters, but a child doing this, something that not even he and his men could do? Even with a lot of luck, as it depended heavily on the wind to do something like that, it was unbelievable for this child to do such a thing. He shuddered at this thought. He still had 50 meters to run, not much distance, but how many would fall before reaching the farmers? Their bows were on the horses that fled and were in open field. The sensible thing would be to retreat to recover the horses and return with the bows, but the anger of humiliation clouded his thoughts, and Sandhu with his men continued to run for their prey with hatred in their eyes. He didn't know, but Jon was using wind magic in small amounts so that the arrow wouldn't be affected by the wind, which would lose speed and precision. Sandhu saw the boy aim his second arrow in the air and shoot. This made them slow down even more with the alarm, as no one wanted to die by an arrow in this damn place. The arrow whizzed through the air, but none of my men were hit, as the arrow missed and fell a few meters from them. The boy was good, he had to admit, to have that skill with the bow even at such a young age, not to mention that witchcraft with the horses, but his bright future ends here. I will make sure to kill him here and today. While lost in thought, the air whistled once again, and a third arrow hit the man behind him. Damn, I expected to end this losing only one of the men or none to the farmers, and now I'm down 5 men, 4 dead and 1 incapacitated, all caused by a boy who barely left his mother's breasts. He shouted internally in frustration. He saw the situation and said without more hesitation. Abe! Show! Grab your shields and kill that boy now! He shouted to the only men who had the wooden shield. Sandhu wanted to kill the boy himself, but at the cost of his men's lives? He knew they were scum like him, and Sandhu himself had already killed several men from his group. However, having less manpower meant more work for him, and these men still obeyed his orders. Sandhu had a shield too, protecting his front, but he would be there to protect the rest of the group. He already lost too much and hasn't killed anyone yet. He needs to end this as soon as possible. Jon Snow POV. Farm Ice Hill, 289 AC. At the same moment, 2 men emerged from the group of bandits running and came southeast where he was on the hill. He had come from the east but circled to the south to reach a high point, strategically closer to his targets, about 30 meters from his friends on the farm. Here on the hill, he had a very good height to shoot arrows. Jon was still pale and dizzy, making every effort not to faint after the excessive use of his powers on the horses. Getting into the minds of animals was one thing, but commanding and controlling them forcibly would make the boy feel even more the weight of his powers. When he saw the men running toward him, he knew he needed to keep delaying them before they killed anyone from the farm. He knew he could die here today, but he was following his own will. He cared about these people and wanted to defend this farm. He knew he still had a small chance for that. He had the wolves coming at the maximum speed their legs could manage. This was his key to victory. So, with the determination needed to delay the enemies, even though he had no idea when his animals would arrive due to mental exhaustion, he couldn't control his powers to know where the wolves were at this moment. If he tried, he would faint before even reaching any wolf. He was already making a great effort to stay conscious. Now, he needed to focus on what he could do to slow down these bandits. Little Jon aimed, not at the soldiers who were 60 meters away heading his way, but at the vanguard force with 5 men. Jon aimed at the enemies as he raised his bow with the arrow. He pulled the string until he had enough strength to hit them in motion and breathed as calmly as he could. He still couldn't believe he hit a target at 80 meters, even using his wind magic so that his arrows wouldn't be affected by the air currents and being 10 meters above the targets to increase the distance of the shots. In his mind, it still seemed impossible even after having done it a few moments ago. In Winterfell, Theon Greyjoy was the best among the youth in archery. Robb was always the weakest, hitting his target at 10 meters, Jon could do it at 15 meters, but he never showed to be better than Robb in public. Greyjoy had a surprising talent hitting 30m, even at 11 days, he was recognized throughout the castle for his skill. Now in 8 day Jon was killing men at 80m and with his targets in motion. His arrows weren't affected by the wind, but still, it was very surreal. He realized it wasn't just information, warg magic, some elemental magics like producing flame in the hand, making an object immune to the wind, or his great power in relation to nature that he received from the heart tree, that knew whatever came from that tree when he touched his hand was deeper than he knew. He thought this because he felt it in the weapons. He noticed that he gained momentum in fencing and now realized that in archery it was the same case. Even though it was a desperate move to shoot from that distance, even though a part of his mind said it was impossible for him, Jon still felt a certain confidence in the bout to do it here. No wonder Lucas said he would be incomparable once he gained a body and grew. Jon greatly appreciated these compliments, as it was an honor for a humble bastard like him. But Jon would think about these abilities another time. Now, he would have to save these people and get out of here alive. Jon launched his fourth arrow but missed. It was still very difficult to shoot at the vanguard. The bandits in the group were 60 meters away from him and 30 meters from the farmers. The two coming toward him had shields to protect themselves from his arrows. He ignored them for a moment and quickly shot another arrow at the group heading toward his friends. However, his fifth arrow hit the leader's shield, making the man look mockingly at him at that moment. Jon gritted his teeth in frustration. He was still doing his best effort for his mind not to darken, even though it screamed at him that he wouldn't last long. Only his effort and the adrenaline of battle kept him conscious, grabbing the sixth arrow and aiming and releasing. He noticed that the two men were 50 meters away from him, the vanguard group 20 meters from the farmers. He soon saw that his arrow hit another bandit through an opening in the shield, hitting his chest. The one who seemed to be the leader didn't have that gleam in his eyes and wasn't at all pleased with his group dying before his eyes. "Damn it, Abe. Damn it, Joe. Kill that boy before we all die, damn it." Jon could see all the anger of the group turned towards him. However, he managed to give the farmers an advantage. It was now 4 bandits against 5 of his friends with Lucas and the others on our side. Taking his eyes off them for the first time and paying attention to his attackers, he only hoped that his friends would survive until the end. Now, concentrating his sight on his aggressors at 40 meters running at full speed with their shields, he quickly grabbed an arrow and aimed at the nearest one who raised his shield and blocked the arrow. They were closing in, and Jon was starting to get more nervous. The boy grabbed another arrow, trembling when they were 20 meters away from him. He aimed at the same target as before, but knowing about his last failure, he had to do things differently. Trying his best to concentrate and not tremble, he aimed at an area not protected by the shield and released the arrow, hitting the left leg of the nearest target. It wouldn't be fatal, but at least it would take the man out of the fight. This resulted in the man falling to the ground while cursing the boy with all sorts of profanity. The second man was startled by his companion falling but continued up the hill cautiously, knowing that hesitation in front of an archer would result in his death if he gave the boy time to grab a new arrow. Jon, ready to take the second one with the same trick, felt that the arrows were no longer there. Then despair took hold of the boy at this moment. He had been so nervous during the battle that he forgot to count his arrows. Now his arrows were gone, and he didn't have time to reach the small sword that was on the horse, which was at a distance of 10 meters from him. The man was already 5 meters away from him, running at full speed. The boy couldn't help but think that he couldn't survive this now, but still, he would fight. Dying in battle is better than dying like a coward, he thought nervously. Jon saw the man raising his sword toward him. With no time and in despair, he had to use the bow to defend himself. The impact made the bow break the moment the sword hit, almost making the blade hit Jon. Even though his weapon broke in half, it prevented him from being cut by the "Get away from me, you demon!" The man could only scream as Caraxes scratched his entire face with its claws. He could only walk backward, trying to cut the air with his sword to push the bird away. Jon barely breathed and saw the man with his face in a sorry state after the moment of struggle, and Caraxes let him go. His winged friend was the size of a normal eagle, and its claws were no different. All that remained on that man was an eye and the left cheek, because the rest was cut and bleeding. It was a horrible sight. The bandit was desperate, shouting that he would kill Jon along with Caraxes, while his companion was on the ground with an arrow embedded in his leg, witnessing all of this with great fear. "The boy is a demon, we're all going to die here." He shouted in despair and began to try to flee from this place as quickly as possible, still limping. The bandit with the cut face didn't scream anymore because, to Jon's surprise, the farm horse that accompanied him ran toward him. Turning quickly in 180 degrees, the horse kicked the bandit, hitting a large rock on the hill, falling with his head. Whether he became unconscious or died from the impact, Jon still didn't know, but he was concerned with other things after his near-death experience. Jon, even in his sorry state, felt loved by these animals. He didn't even use any ability to control their actions, they acted on their own and were able to protect him. He stood up to see the situation with the farmers in the hope of not being too late. He saw that one of his friends was lying on the ground, and that made his heart ache. Most were bleeding, but the outlaw group didn't kill them immediately. They were more playing with them with hatred to make them suffer for all the damage the group had suffered today. The boy ignored the limping bandit heading for the forest who was fleeing and stumbled to the horse, mounting quickly with a lot of effort. He took the sword that was stuck in the saddle. It was quite short, but for an 8-day-old boy, it was adequate if it weren't so heavy. While Jon was mounting the horse, the bandits thought the same was already dead after being hit by the shield, and that was their mistake because they didn't even look at the hill a second time, nor did they realize when Jon was coming in their direction on horseback. Approaching the closest of them, who was playing and laughing with his opponent, only noticed him when the horse was on top of him. He only shouted when he saw the boy jumping off the horse while thrusting the sword with the force of the momentum into the man, who didn't even have time to react, just shouting in surprise and pain. Jon and the bandit went to the ground, soaking the boy with the enemy's blood. He groaned immediately with more pain from the impact. His body was at its limit since he left with the horse to the east. Soon, the last 3 bandits noticed him, a few meters away, and their companion trying to scream with a sword buried in his throat. Unfortunately for them, the boy no longer had the strength to even lift his weapon. All his body pleaded for him to simply give up. His mind was still making the greatest effort to continue fighting. There were only 3 bandits left, but unfortunately, all 4 conscious farmers were injured. Jon was so tired from the fight that he couldn't even lift his body, with an almost lifeless look, kneeling. He still raised his sword with some effort upward, but in his current state, it was futile. The man whom the boy identified as the leader approached him, red with anger, saying as he raised his weapon, "I will kill the boy personally, and no one interfere. I must admit I've never seen anything like you before. We were 12 men when we entered this field, now I only see 3 of them. A boy who is not even 10 days old killed almost the entire bandit group. I'll tell you what this boy is. He's a demon. This is a demon. Now die, demo. What is this?" When Jon knew he was going to die, and the bandit was about to lower his weapon to kill him, something stopped him. It wasn't Caraxes who saved him this time. The bird was descending from the sky at full speed, but it was far away, even though it was trying to get to the location in time. It was Shadow, the wolf as dark as jet, who jumped on the bandit leader, throwing him to the ground directly. While the man began to scream in desperation, Shadow mutilated him, and the same happened to the other 2 bandits who were a few meters away. 2 more giant wolves, Sun and Grass, jumped on them and killed them, devouring them, without giving them time to react. The boy was another one who couldn't react because he was so tired. He only internally thanked that his giant wolves arrived in time and managed to save him somehow. After their mouths were filled with the enemy's blood, the last she-wolf he hadn't seen, who was pregnant, Tempest, appeared with the body of the bandit that Jon hit with an arrow and had fled in fear. He noticed that it wasn't much different from the mutilation of his companions. Jon could only smile in relief at that. It was finally over. He turned his head to see the states of the farmers who were trembling in fear at this moment as they looked at those fierce creatures, with unbelieving and fearful looks. Jon never told them about their existence so as not to scare them. However, he now needed his 4 furry friends at this moment so that he and these farmers could survive, otherwise, they would be dead by now. Jon noticed that Lucas was not among those standing paralyzed by the presence of the giant wolves. The boy looked at the body on the ground and was heartbroken. He knew it was Lucas, but he felt a small amount of life in Lucas still. Jon, with the strength lacking in his body, somehow staggered to his body, and the wolves followed him. The farmers, even injured, could only make way as quickly as possible for the 4 creatures the size of a horse. Jon turned the body face down to see the wounds and saw the cut on the chest. He needed to do something with his magic, and Caraxes quickly protested in his mind about what he was ready to do. His bird felt his emotions, like the strong bond, knowing that the boy had already risked too much and making more effort would be a danger to his life again. But Jon ignored him and pressed his hand against the cut. He had another cut on his leg, but it wasn't fatal. He needed all his energy to heal the deep cut in the chest. Realizing that Lucas's life was weakening every second, he had no time to lose. His hands glowed in a green light. All humans choked on the healing magic. Wolves and horse had admiration in their gaze, but Caraxes was trying to convey through his bird protests that whatever Jon was doing, it was madness. Even so, he continued trying to heal Lucas until he lost consciousness. Chapter 9, Adventures in the North 06. Jon Snow POV. Northern Kingdom, Ice Hill Farm, 289 AC, a few days later. Jon slowly opened his eyes, his body seemed reluctant to forget that the boy had pushed his limits. The pain was still intense, but compared to the brink of death as far as he could remember, it was bearable. Now, staring at the familiar ceiling, he knew he was in some room on the farm. With a sigh, he thought, at least, they survived the attack. With this solemn thought, he admitted that his pain and near-death experiences were worth it. Considering his state at the end of the battle, Jon figured he must have been in this bed for at least a few days. Even with the accelerated healing from his magic, he had pushed his body, mind, and spirit to the limit and beyond, it had almost killed him. Turning his gaze away from the ceiling, Jon exclaimed. He was quickly startled by the sight around him. He hadn't noticed before, but in the room, there were 4 giant furballs around the bed. Evidently, his giant wolves were making sure everything was okay and protecting him. The boy couldn't help but be touched by this. He began to realize he was forming his own family, even if it wasn't made of his blood or his own kind. Unable to suppress a small laugh, he thought the room he was in must be the biggest on the farm to accommodate his 4 giant wolves. I doubt anything else would fit in here now, he chuckled at his own joke. The wolves, who had been dozing, quickly raised their heads with their master laughing softly. Seeing the boy awake, in an instant, the bed was surrounded by wolves standing at their full 2-meter height. Jon felt their eyes inspecting him and saw concern in those various colors. Seeing the boy smile at the sight, the wolves approached more, and they all started licking his face. Jon couldn't help but burst into a happy laugh at this moment, which he returned by petting each of them. Even surrounded by wolves, the boy's attention was stolen when Caraxes appeared at the window, screaming with jealousy for attention. His bird seemed like some kind of mother. Jon never had the experience of being scolded by a mother, but he believed it would be similar to what was happening now when his partner began giving a lecture through their connection on how Jon had become reckless and nearly died multiple times. Jon patiently listened to his friend. He was right, an 8-named boy couldn't do what he did. However, he didn't regret it and would do it all again despite the risks. He did exactly what he felt in his heart and would do everything to have no regrets in his life. Slowly getting up after petting Caraxes, who was already at the head of the wooden bed scolding the boy, Jon, still feeling pains throughout his body, limped a bit with his small childlike body. It was at this moment that he heard a horse causing a commotion outside the house. He walked to the window after his wolves gave some space, sticking his head out and seeing what was happening. Jon could only hear voices and the neighing of a horse at the entrance of the main house until then. Greg! What do we do with this horse? It's been trying to get in every day. He heard one of Dult's sons shout. For the god's sake, and today it's even worse, damn. I don't know what the boy did with the horse, but it became like this after they handed it to him, Dult. Hearing a new voice that he didn't yet have in his memories, he figured it would be Greg, the man who handled the commercial agreements in this place. Jon heard and then saw this person from his window. With some effort, he could see the entrance of the house, which turned out to be a comical scene as it was a view of 4 men trying to hold back a horse that wanted to forcefully enter through the door. The boy could only smile at this. It seems this nag recognized a new owner now. He acts as if he could fit in that room that is currently filled with giant wolves. By the gods, the lad even has the wolves we only heard about in ancient legends. Dult exclaimed. Jon, diverting his eyes from the entrance of the house, looked at the field and saw that the harvest was almost all stored in the barns. He was sure they would sell everything soon. His thought made him happy for the family, but one thing bothered him, how Lucas reacted when he lost consciousness. I wonder if he survived. His thoughts turned dark at this moment, causing his smile to fade. Without further delay, he quickly navigated through the wolves with a bit of difficulty due to the limited space. Then, he started walking towards the door. The wolves didn't fail to accompany him from behind, while Caraxes flew to the window, waiting for him to leave the house quickly. The boy stepped out, hoping to find someone as soon as possible to understand the situation, as it wouldn't be possible with these furballs around him in the room. Passing through the corridor, Jon entered the main hall, where he fortunately found all the women, boys, and girls, engaged in activities like sewing and playing among the children. When they noticed him, their eyes widened quickly, and even before they could say anything, Jon interrupted them with a raised palm. First, I'm glad everyone is okay, Now, if we need to talk, let's do it outside because I am accompanied by many space occupants. Jon couldn't help but laugh at this comment, and seeing the corridor lined with giant wolves, as only one could pass at a time, he tried to ease the tension the women and children had in their eyes as they looked at the wolves right behind him, which was understandable, especially after they found out how these wolves mutilated 4 bandits. Stepping outside and being followed by everyone behind their animals, soon Jon was surprising the rest of the family and the horse neighing with joy when it saw him. He passed by all the young and adult men and went to the animal, patting its head, then continued to a more open area with his animals. Soon, more people who were elsewhere on the farm came to him. Now, all the people of Icehill gathered to talk to him. All the men who participated in the battle were injured in some way while sporting some poor bandages, which this farm could offer until then. Jon was happier to see that Lucas survived and was among them. Unfortunately, he walked with a limp, and it's quite possible that he'll stay that way for the rest of his life, but he still lived in the end. No one said anything, not after all Jon did for the family. They waited for him to say something. Jon was a little nervous with this attention. He never had to speak in public in his life. Robb was trained for that, not him. Jon sighed and began speaking nonetheless. I am glad we managed to get out of such a critical situation. Can I ask how many days I was unconscious? Jon said, somewhat uncomfortable under the gaze of everyone in the family. Miraculous, Jon, you were in bed for 2 days. Dult's girl, the one Jon's age, exclaimed with a red blush on her face. Miraculous, Jon? Why are you calling me that? Jon found this sudden nickname strange. Because you're our miracle, lad. You, first, give us a harvest like none other seen, second, you save us from bandits when all odds are against us, third, you bring us legends we thought were just myths like magic and giant wolves. Dult said, looking at those wolves sitting around. Never in his life did he imagine that such fierce creatures would be so comfortable near people, but that, thanks to little Jon, was apparent. And fourth, you saved Lucas from certain death. He smiled at Jon. Jon, in turn, felt very embarrassed by the recognition. Dult liked that, even with all the inexplicable things the boy could do, he was still a boy at the end of the day. With his smile, he asked, Little Jon, from what I saw, it was the first time you took someone's life. I'm not sure if your age is appropriate for that, but after that, you must be considered a true man. So, why not tell me how it went? He asked with the same smile. Jon was surprised by the question and didn't know how to feel. It was a strange feeling, there was no joy, but there was also no sadness when he thought about why he did what he did. However, he didn't have time to voice his thoughts because Dult's wife quickly gave Dult a slap on the back of the head, making him wince in pain and fear. Is that something you ask a boy? She growled. Everyone laughed at that, and Jon mentally thanked himself for not answering that question. He wasn't sure about his feelings on that yet. Still laughing at Dult's antics, Jon quickly asked about some things that happened after he passed out. Haha, what happened to that bandit with the broken leg? Jon asked, thinking there was still one man left from the group. We tied him up, he's in an empty room, and with a broken leg, he can't do much. Instead of killing him, we'll hand him over to our Lord's forces, Greg said, and when silence settled, Lucas asked a question that had been bothering him since he managed to survive. Little Jon, where did you get that bow? If it weren't for that weapon you got, we would be dead. But can you satisfy this old man's curiosity? Lucas asked with his crutch by his side. You must already know about my abilities with animals, right? I can also see their memories, so I connected with the animals around the farm and found in the memories I investigated. There was the body of a soldier buried to the east over time, with an old bow, some arrows near the body caught in roots with a sword buried. Fortunately, it wasn't affected much by time, and I realized it could be used, as you witnessed. There was leather armor buried along with the body, but Jon didn't have time. He also hid the fact that he almost died in the process when he took the memories of the animals, as he didn't want to scare these people even more. Silence settled in the group once again. The families were marveling at Jon's abilities and powers. Many might judge him as a demon or having evil powers, but where would these families be if not for the boy? Jon has only benefited this farm since he arrived. How could these people have the heart to mistreat this humble, kind, and God-blessed child? Everyone on the farm had the same thought. Dult took a step forward and spoke, even being an 8-named-day child, I would like to thank on behalf of all these families, Little Jon. You not only helped us but saved everyone's life while Greg and I were away. We couldn't imagine our lives with all our relatives dead." He bowed with his forehead on the ground. Jon was surprised by this display. "Please, sir, this is not necessary." Jon couldn't finish because everyone in front of him made the same gesture. Jon, an 8-named boy surrounded by 4 giant adult wolves, a horse and an eagle circling above his head while more than a dozen people knelt before him, thought, maybe this world isn't as bad as I thought. He smiled with tenderness at this thought. Some time later, Jon stayed one more day on the farm, talking with the families and helping with the final part of the harvest as much as he could, as he was very tired from the battle. Jon finally had his precious map, a new horse that wanted to be with him in any way. The families smiled at this interaction and let the horse accompany Jon, who seemed very happy about it. Not failing to notice how strange the situation was, as it seemed the horse was much more intelligent than it was accustomed to be, or how the horse seemed weak in endurance, but now it was a very energetic animal. However, everything related to the beautiful-eyed child was magical and couldn't be explained by common sense. The families made sure to leave some money with him as well. The next day, he departed. He bid farewell to everyone. The families wanted him to stay, but Jon had his mission, and thanks to it, he got to meet fun people who didn't judge him for his bastard status. So, finally, he headed north with a heart not as dark as it used to be. Little Jon had no idea that his actions on the farm would cause a stir throughout the north. Chapter 10, Adventures in the North 07. Helman Tallheart POV. Kingdom of the North, Torrens Square, 289 AC, 3 days after Jon left for the north. The current lord of the southwestern region of the kingdom sighed as he looked ahead, his men exiting the main castle gate. He was with his escort and a small battalion leaving Torrens Square and heading north. He had heard rumors in the past week, and they were too strange to believe. First, a harvest from a poor farm to the north, where many people claimed it grew overnight, and with a 100% yield from the entire harvest, the largest and most beautiful ever seen in the north. Helman didn't believe these rumors at first, however, they started spreading throughout his territory, and everyone who dared to go there came back confirming it was all true. Then, the rumors shifted from everyone talking about how the old gods blessed that farm. The whole region was in an uproar, vying for a spot to pray at the remaining heart trees in his land. This began to bring a headache to this lord since his audiences doubled with requests for people to use the weirwood still left in his castle. Finally, a new shipment was requested by some members of that farm with a request for carts to collect another large batch in the transport of the season's harvest. My trade administrator ended up accommodating the request. Afterward, more rumors surfaced from the farm. A boy no older than 10 name days appeared at the farm with a peculiar look in his grey eyes, dark hair, and a long chin, but with incredibly beautiful features, due to his noble blood. With just this description, he thought of his lord's bastard son in Winterfell, who mysteriously disappeared on the way to the wall when Lord Stark punished him with the penalty of staying a year with his uncle at the wall, for stealing under his roof. Lord Stark was making a fuss in the north to find the boy, but the description also mentioned that the boy had green circles in his eyes. So, he couldn't alert his lord until he saw the boy for himself, but even so, he now had the obligation to confirm these rumors as the lord of this region. He tried approaching some members of the farm in the city, but they had already left when he asked them to. 2 days after they left, when Helman was preparing to go to the farm personally, there was another uproar, an absurdity spreading through the city. That farm was attacked by 12 bandits a few days ago, a group that Lord Tallheart knew personally after reports from his men, the same ruffians who were attacking the coast. The men of House Tallheart had been trying to kill them while hunting them for months. And when he heard that they tried to loot the farm with only 5 farmers and a boy, who defended the place, the absurdity came from the result. People spoke of how all 11 bandits were killed and with no loss on the farm's side, that the child killed half of them alone, a horse killed one, and 4 giant wolves appeared and killed the last 4 of them. One last bandit from the group remained as a prisoner on the site. Absurd. How would a child kill 6 bandits? Who is spreading something like this? He shouted in thought. There were rumors that the boy used magical powers to control the bandits' horses and knock them all down, killing 2 of them in the process. Helman knew he had to see all this with his own eyes. The city was already in an uproar, and many people wanted to go to that farm to meet this child, as everyone claimed that the growth of the harvest was due to the presence of the mysterious boy. They were even saying that the boy was, in fact, a child of the forest, as from the ancient legends. The Lord of Torrens Square couldn't help but imagine the headache when these rumors reached other territories and soon after spread throughout the north. Imagining the amount of letters he would receive to report what happened in his lands. After these shocking news, he quickly ordered them to get ready in 1 hour. It was mid-morning when they left. On the way, his group encountered many travelers, and all confirmed the events, making the man sweat even more. Absurd, what is there on that farm for people to believe in this whole story? He only had this thought. They even met some bards who played a new song, called Little John, and the 12 Bandits, a song full of fantasy, one where a boy was killing half a dozen men and controlling animals to kill another half. Little John. Little John. He heard and thought of the name for the first time while listening to the ballad's chorus. So, as if a bucket of cold water fell on his head while he was dying in the Dornish desert, he remembered that his lord's bastard son's name was Jon Snow, and with the description of the appearance without the circles in the eyes, he was now sure it was him. So, ignoring the travelers, his group ran with the crowd to the farm. It had been 5 days since the attack, and with the bards and this new song, the news was already starting to spread to new regions. Meanwhile, Helman finally spotted the farm. By the gods! What am I seeing? He murmured, while his men were in the same state. They stopped to see what they had in their shocked sight. The farm had a precarious situation in its structures, but this was overshadowed by the view of its lands in the field, how beautiful they were in color, and its barns were so loaded that they had to open part of the houses to store the rest of the grains. He looked in disbelief at that amount of grain. It was surreal for a farm of this size to have that ton with the small planting field. The land was practically screaming to plant more. Helman Tallheart discovered in this instant that the rumors were not as false as he suspected. Without wasting any more time, he trotted to the farm accompanied by his men, passing many visitors, all greeted them with respect. There were bards singing for the children on site, neighbors with jealousy on their faces, traders trying to negotiate the grains to make some profit, and even some wanting to buy the lands themselves. Helman couldn't help but be somewhat jealous of these lands too, but he wouldn't do anything, not even thought of doing, for he was sure now, this place was blessed, and he didn't want to provoke the anger of the old gods with his greed. He would have to do the opposite now. He would have to protect this place since it would be one of the main grain farms in his region, even though much smaller than the large farms. Imagining the uproar in the north that this would cause and the large number of people his lands would receive in the coming months, he went to the family, who were now waiting for him. Helman hoped to find out everything and find the Stark-described boy on this visit. Eddard Stark POV. Kingdom of the North, Winterfell, 289 AC, 1 week after Helman Tallheart visited Icehill Farm. Ned had been happy to receive the news of his new 5th child, who would be coming into the world in a few moons. He wanted to solve the mystery of Jon, but he was also concerned about his wife's pregnancy. After seeing the state of the boy, he had to keep the boy out of Winterfell for a while, and he only had Benyon to trust with the boy, who was also his relative and never treated Jon poorly for his low birth. Benyon would never mistreat Jon or fail to protect the child, but his plan was destroyed. A few weeks ago came the news that a mysterious storm caught the escort when they were still in the middle of summer, and Jon disappeared. When the news reached him, it was as if the ground beneath him ceased to exist, and he was nervous as never before, thinking only of the well-being of his missing nephew/son. Even with his wife's protests, he ignored her or even shouted angrily at her when she crossed the line with her comments and demands. He himself went several times in search of the boy in the last few weeks. His brother Benyon did the same. The Lord of Winterfell desperately sent letters to all the major houses of the north to find the boy and any information about his whereabouts appearing in their lands. He even offered rewards for any information about his location, and a reward that was 100 times larger than the amount Jon had stolen, and this left the entire castle speechless about his actions. He even expelled Catelyn's servants when he caught them talking about how the storm made the boy disappear as a punishment from the 7 against evil children. Silence settled in the castle after that. Even after Catelyn's protests, he distanced himself a lot from her in the last few weeks. He was worried about Rickon or Lyra, which were the names they decided for their future son/daughter. Ned couldn't even sleep at night anymore, as whenever he closed his eyes, he heard Lyanna making him promise. There was the image of Jon with a lifeless look and the news that he disappeared. Lord Stark seemed 10 years older. He first imagined that the guards killed the boy, and just thinking about it, he thought about mutilating them until he found out who ordered them if it was the case of someone asking for that kind of service, making the life of the instigator a hell. But Jack was a trusted guard of Jory, and he confirmed the whole story, so he could only wait for news from all over the north, which was also surprised by the actions of his Lord Protector regarding his bastard. his troops were also being sent from all territories of the north. His family was in chaos as well. Aside from distancing himself from his wife, Bran was crying and missing his older brother. Sansa was less affected, but her eyes showed some guilt. Robb was silent all the time and with guilt in his eyes. He hardly even spoke to Theon after the disappearance, and the worst was Arya, who started to insult even her mother, openly. She didn't even go to the Septas classes to cry in her room. We were having dinner today, since all the mess started. Every week, we hired a bard from Wintertown to play in the banquet hall to try to cheer up our family a bit by Kat's idea. Even though it had no results in the last few weeks, Catelyn hired a famous bard from the southern region of the north tonight. She wanted to cheer up the darkness that had settled in her family somehow and had good performances, even by the standards of the Lord Protector of the North, but he didn't care much about the music. Ned was having dinner absent-mindedly with my thoughts when the bard was making his presentations. The only ones excited were Catelyn, Sansa, and Bran with the show. Of course, some guards and servants were happy listening to the songs, which were famous songs and some new versions of old tales. Sansa's eyes were shining, listening to the melody. As soon as it ended, everyone clapped. Of course, not even Ned, Arya, and Robb joined the crowd. The bard then, for the next song, made his introduction. Now, for the next song is a new tale from the north. A new legend has emerged in the Tallheart territory. The bard announced loudly. This caught Ned's attention. Musicians are good sources to pass on information about what happens in their lands, he thought, while listening to the bard continue. The name of the song is, The Little John and the 12 Bandits. This was an attack for those around him, which even scared the bard a little with their sudden reactions. Why shouldn't it? Everyone in the castle knew Jon Snow, Ned's bastard who disappeared, and now a bard telling a song about a new legend in the southwest of the north called Little John? Ned got nervous. He needed to hear this song. He had to confirm if it was his John. He had all his attention on the bard at this moment. This was the same with his children. Arya seemed like she was going to jump on the bard at any moment after those words. Catelyn was somehow uncomfortable with it with a pale face, while her children had total attention on the famous singer. The bard noticed the family's reaction. It was part of his job to notice how people reacted in his performances, to see if the audience liked it or not while doing his job. I see I have everyone's interest. Ha 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 ha. Well, the story is this: even though I wasn't there to see, I met my colleagues on the road to Wintertown and was approached by my colleagues, where they told me about the song and the story. All of them confirm that it's real. He spoke slowly to pique everyone's interest, but Ned and Arya were already getting impatient with the man. Ned really wanted to get his hands on that neck and demand that he speak everything without all that slowness at this moment. For almost 2 weeks now, mysteriously, a boy blessed by the old gods with only 8 named days, appeared on a farm north of the Torrhen Square territory, seeking a map and information about the north. The more he spoke, the more Ned and his family seemed uncomfortable. Boy of 8 days. It was certainly his John. Even the servants started to murmur at this moment like goats in a meadow in the Reach. After talking to the families on site, he made a deal with them, in exchange for a map, which was very expensive for such humble families on that small farm. He used his powers and blessed the farm, giving the largest harvest ever seen in the territory, attracting the attention of many people, and many of them were unwanted. Ned could feel his finger tapping on the table at each slow word this man spoke, even noticing his little area tapping on the floor. Because among all the people who heard about the farm, a group of bandits became interested in the place and decided to go raid the farm. The boy found out 20 minutes before the group came to do it. Was Jon really in all of this? He was just a child. How could he fight with a group of bandits? Nervously, Ned shouted in his mind. Arya was equally nervous, as well as Bran, Sansa. Robb was in thought while Theon was mocking the story. It seemed like he already found it ridiculous somehow. His wife was nervous since she heard the name Jon. And he did it by seeing through the eyes of his eagle in the sky, like a warg from the legends, and quickly, the defending group prepared for battle. In short, it was 5 farmers and a boy against 12 bandits. He practically shouted the last part. Everyone was nervous, but the part about being blessed by the gods? It all seemed like a big fantasy, and the agreement to make a plantation prosper? It was like a magic bedtime story for children. Lord Stark couldn't believe it, and now Jon with a group of 5 facing 12 bandits? He quickly emphasized again that Jon is only 8 named days old. Ned refused to believe in the fantastical story, despite knowing that his Jon is in it. This is absurd. We won't listen to something so ridiculous. Catelyn practically spat. Ned, even though he didn't believe in this introduction, wanted to hear the rest of the story and looked with a scowl at his wife, who in turn shrank under that angry gaze and turned, waving for the bard to continue. Please continue. Sing the rest of the story. Arya was now the most excited and was yelling at the bard. Seeing the nod from the Lord of Winterfell earlier, the bard continued. Yes, honestly, I don't even believe in this story, but it's a hit in the south of the kingdom, people just talk about it, and the rest of the story gets even more unbelievable. Ha 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 ha, he laughed at his comment, then looking at the family's expressions of expectation and Lady of Winterfell's discomfort, he continued. So even against all odds against the farmers, the boy rode to the opposite side of the attack. Many would say he fled at this moment, but no, he used his powers to find a soldier's body buried over time. He took his bow and sword, which he quickly ran back to the farm. Arriving there, he used his powers once again and controlled the 12 horses of the group of wrongdoers, who were 100 meters away from the farmers, and commanded them to fall to the ground. They say the boy almost died from using his powers while making the bandits lose their horse advantage. Ha ha ha. He laughed eloquently once again, finding the story absurd, but as it gives him many coins, he didn't care and sang whenever he could and then continued his introduction. Now I'm going to tell the song. If not, the melody will be without mysteries. Ha ha ha, he said and started playing. Then everyone without exception in the place wanted to hear this song, even if it seemed to be a fantasy. They did nothing more than put all their attention on the song. North of Torrens Square, where winter makes everyone endure, a small family lived. With their harvest, so pure, they still had hope in life. An unexpected situation, one day. A lost child, with mastery. His appearance enchanted, magical eyes. Green charm, imploring God's blessing, mesmerized. The boy negotiated for a map. With eyes turned north, in a trade that shook. A pact made between the families. With hands in the earth, a harvest would start. Green and vast, larger than rumored. Ow! Little Jon. With a hand in the earth, wealth would come. Ow! Little Jon. Even before the situation, Eagle Eyes saw him as a flame in the dark. Ow! Little Jon. With his small stature, nothing stopped him. Ow! Little Jon. With courage and effort, he protected those he loved. Ow! Little Jon. With a bow, wrongdoers wept. Ow! Little Jon. Blessed with horse, eagle, and giant wolves, his claws haunted. His legend made any bandit tremble in their pants. Ow! Little Jon. With great surprise, the farm celebrated. But faced with abundance, danger appeared, a disaster. When the boy showed his swordsmanship, his eagle screamed, threats approached. Jon was frightened by something so horrible. Thus was born the battle of 12 bandits, 5 farmers, and a boy. The boy was scared, while farmers asked him to flee. But Jon refused to depart. With a horse to the east, he moved. Farmers hoped that, in the future, it would be said that the boy survived. 12 bandits in ecstasy. With the farm in sight, they ran, facing fatally trembling farmers. The leader of the bandits smiled wickedly. 12 horses trotted toward the farm in a singular manner. The ground feared as farmers sweated, fearing for their home. But not all was lost. In the face of danger, something happened. The euphoria of the bandits ceased. Their horses fell to the ground, surprised. In the situation, all stunned, without reaction. A horse's laugh echoed. And a boy at the feet revealed himself. With eyes near death, they announced. Strength and magic finally unveiled. Ow! Little Jon. With a hand in the earth, wealth would come. Ow! Little Jon. Even before the situation, Eagle Eyes saw him as a flame in the dark. Ow! Little Jon. With his small stature, nothing stopped him. Ow! Little Jon. With courage and effort, he protected those he loved. Ow! Little Jon. With a bow, wrongdoers wept. Ow! Little Jon. Blessed with horse, eagle, and giant wolves, his claws haunted. His legend made any bandit tremble in their pants. Ow! Little Jon. With 3 bandits out of the fight, now 9 remained. They showed themselves enraged. With Jon, determination and mind they strained. Grabbing his bow, he would show with mastery that he could handle. The bandits attacked in fury. But an arrow interrupted them with bravery. At 80 meters away, an 8-name-day-old boy would cause nausea. For, even a boy, he hit the first one who deserved. Scared, the anger continued. But the boy did not stop. With arrows he launched 2 more, he hit precisely. Attacking another one, his arrows ran out. In danger, his animals helped him. His eagle saved him from death. And his horse led the bandit to fate. Without energy, the boy stood. But seeing his friends in danger, he did not stop. With his horse, he mounted. Seeing distracted enemies, he trotted. In a leap, with his little sword, another, he killed. Without energy, his end was certain. But the magnitude of the giant wolf, from the ancient legends of the north, revived, clever. Ow! Little Jon! With a hand in the earth, wealth would come. Ow! Little Jon! Even before the situation, Eagle Eyes saw him as a flame in the dark. Ow! Little Jon! With his small stature, nothing stopped him. Ow! Little Jon! With courage and effort, he protected those he loved. Ow! Little Jon! With a bow, wrongdoers wept. Ow! Little Jon! Blessed with horse, eagle, and giant wolves, his claws haunted. His legend made any bandit tremble in their pants. Ow! Little Jon! Everyone was stunned by the music, just as Ned couldn't help but be. His nephew/son involved in such a fantasy? A boy killing a grown person? Jon is just a child. I didn't kill anyone in the Vale until I was almost twice Jon's age. Still, practically killing 6 grown men? Shooting from over 80 meters away and hitting the targets? Not to mention, he controls an eagle, a horse, and 4 giant wolves. Giant wolves? The symbol of strength for House Stark throughout its history. For many generations, the Starks had their own wolves and rode them into battle, lost by the Starks in a bygone era. If all this were true, Jon would bring more glory to House Stark than all 20 past generations combined. But it can't be true. Ned refused to believe the whole story, but now, he knew one thing: Jon is in the southwest of the north, and his hope returned. Ned didn't wait for the others to snap out of their stupor and stood up. Jory, as soon as you finish dinner, prepare to leave at the first light. Ned thundered in the hall. Now I'll rest, for I have a long journey tomorrow. He added. Lady Catelyn glared at him, and the Lord of Winterfell knew they would argue as soon as she went to the room, but he didn't care how much she would complain about it. He would go south, regardless of what she thought of it. Before leaving, he also instructed the castle steward, pay the bard double for his services. It left everyone stunned and the bard very happy with the declaration. Meanwhile, his children were in chaos. Arya and Bran were bombarding the bard with questions about the story, Sansa was silent along with Catelyn, and Robb was looking in disbelief at Theon, who shared his gaze, probably not believing that Jon was killing bandits at only 8 name days from 80 meters away with a bow. Thus, the next morning, Ned set out to the south with the goal of discovering Jon's whereabouts. Soon, in a few days, the story spread throughout the north through songs and traders. Of course, no noble believed in such a fantasy, but it was different with the common folk. They sang their song and prayed for the gods to bless their lives like the farmers the boy helped. Children played, fantasizing about a fight atop a giant wolf battling against evil men. Chapter 11, Adventures in the North 08. Jon Snow POV. North Kingdom, somewhere in Wolfwoods, 289 AC, many days later. Jon spent weeks traveling with his companions of Paws and Wings. He didn't take a direct route to the Wall, like the King's Road. Essentially, he headed north along the edge of Wolfwoods, avoiding all major roads because he had to be cautious with his giant wolves. They would attract too much attention and could result in a hunt by people with radical ideas. This led Jon to approach many farms farther from cities and large villages. He took advantage and turned his lands into more fertile grounds for 100% utilization, provided predators didn't attack the crops. Still, it was a lifelong result, as his plantations would always be fertile from then on and wouldn't be destroyed due to lack of nutrients or the harsh northern temperatures. Jon had no idea how people would react to this, but in the future, everyone would take notice over the course of the moons, and soon, even more rumors would spread that the blessed child from the south of the north had passed through their farms. Jon wouldn't be aware of the rumors in the coming moons. His plan was to avoid human contact whenever possible and always ensure his visits to these farms were stealthy. He used his power mostly at night in the fields. His goal was that he wanted to help, as Lucas had told him on the day of the attack, so he was helping as much as he could wherever he went. Jon began to realize that he had acquired a degree of knowledge about agriculture from the old gods, something much more advanced than the knowledge he had read in Winterfell. So, he knew how to use his power on these lands. The boy with these powers also never went hungry. With the seeds he carried, he could generate any fruit from them and could generate even more seeds from the tree itself. If someone were tracking him, they could see a fruit-bearing tree from tens of kilometers away. He realized that he could create a forest in a desert once he became strong enough. He started imagining himself creating countless trees from the ground since then. He could dream about it every night, but his dreams weren't just about trees. He dreamt of Arya and his father, missing them greatly. However, he couldn't deny that he had never been happier in his life than he is now. Unlike being in a protected castle with food, water, and a bed to sleep in, he felt trapped and unhappy, and now he is exposed to the world, sleeping on the ground and among animals, but he was free and happy. His animals had feelings of unconditional love for him, something he had from only 2 people among hundreds in the Stark headquarters castle. Jon was in a part of the wolf forest, a clearing he used to rest a bit with his batch of companions. Meanwhile, he was lost in thoughts with all the knowledge he had in his mind now. One of them, which he was very interested in learning and practicing, was alchemy. He was remembering Master Luwin, who sometimes mentioned that it was used to make medicines and poisons. He remembered that the master said that Dorne had many masters in poison funded by the Martell family themselves, and studies on remedies in Westeros were almost all done at the Citadel, the headquarters of the Order of Maesters, a place Jon one day intends to visit with his thirst for knowledge. But with his knowledge in alchemy now, what the boy had in mind was more than just medicines or poisons. After his fight and his near-death from straining with his powers in such a childish body, he didn't survive by luck or the gods watching over him. He had been thinking that he needed more than luck when he's just a child fighting against adults. Jon couldn't win any in direct confrontation with his current body, so he needed to resort to other things, like alchemy. He was thinking that the Winterfell maester said one day in his classes that some maesters use potions to increase their wisdom or, as Jon knew now, brain activity. But due to the side effects, it was extremely restricted or even prohibited by the Order, as besides bringing horrible long-term results, such as maesters becoming dumber with attention deficits and, in some more extreme cases, bringing chemical dependence on the formula, making addicts to the drug. But with this idea and thought, he began to reformulate chemical and genetic structures of plants in his mind to build alchemical potions with more powerful mixtures and minimal or non-existent side effects. Instead of improving the mind, he would use all this to enhance his physical power. With this, then, the boy changed his plans and decided to delay his trip to the wall until he could find a solution. Your group settled at this moment in a part of the Wolf's Woods after a few weeks of travel. Jon knew he was close to a town in the Glover's lands. It would be good to establish his small laboratory near civilization since he needed resources for some time. While still searching for a good place, he decided this because if he wants to continue his journey, he needs to learn to defend himself and not rely solely on his animals. He still had the short sword he took from a bandit after the battle. The old one he took from the dead man in the forest was very worn, but even being a short sword, it was too heavy for a child. He needed a forge to try to reshape it. He also had knowledge of forging thanks to the old gods now. Forging knowledge equivalent to a dwarf of hundreds of years in Tolkien's Middle-earth. He needed to not only remake the weapon but also wanted to produce the glass for potion experiments. Today, Jon decided to use his powers to access the memories of local animals again, not 200 as he did last time, as he almost died from it, but a few dozen to find a good place to settle. So, through mental images, he found some abandoned houses northwest of his location. He was happy since there was a place that looked like an old, broken forge of some lord who settled there. Jon imagined that it belonged to some lord hundreds of years or even thousands of years ago judging by the conditions of the place, as the structure was very old like the oldest castles and cities in the north. However, the boy was startled by the images of the next memories of that fox that passed through the area because the houses were not as abandoned as he imagined at first. In the memory, he saw creatures that were using the houses as dwellings and was nervous about it because they were creatures that until then, he believed were only in the fantasies of books and legends of the north, like tales that old Nan told, not seen in the north for thousands of years. He choked because these creatures were giants. The boy murmured. Dash. A few hours later. Dash. I hope this is not a terrible idea. the boy said to himself as he approached the location he had seen while being surrounded by giant wolves and a horse. Caraxes was flying at this moment and studying the area. Jon, from some distance, spotted the houses for the first time. He realized that the giants had destroyed the walls and some rooms to settle in a larger space, and even made their beds inside. It was incredible to see real giants, and there were 7 of them here, 2 of them being children who were twice the size of Jon. He thought about how this place was very safe for them to live, as it would never be easy to find these structures. Even though it was only 2 days from the end of the forest, he would never find them if not for his powers. Jon noticed that they made a giant bonfire in the middle of the place between the houses and thanked in his mind for not messing with the structure that seemed like the old forge. Jon was unsure how to contact these creatures. They, as primitive as they seemed compared to humans, he somehow wanted to communicate with them, believing that they must have their own language, thinking about the stories in Winterfell like the giants fought alongside the first men. Caraxes, who landed next to the boy after flying over the area, would land on Jon's shoulder as usual, but the bird had grown a lot, going from a small chick to a little larger than an adult bird within a moon, which was bizarre, but that was due to Jon's magic. The young bird, initially unhappy with its size, as it was still a young bird mentally and could no longer perch on its master's shoulder due to its size, but always slept clinging to the boy. Caraxes wasted no time and complained, sounding like a mother saying that the boy always does dangerous things. Beside him, Pentos, the horse that Jon renamed after taking it from the Icehill farm, was the most excited in the group silently, as he didn't want to alert the group of giants. The horse was a crazy adventurer. As for the 4 wolves surrounding the group, well, they were just wolves, as they remained quiet without expressing much, but ready to act if Jon was in danger. Calmly, Jon began to approach the area. It seemed like all the giant residents were here, as he saw everyone who appeared in the memories of that fox. With his animals following him, Jon began to emerge in the area. Caraxes flew, waiting for any sign of danger to his friend and master. The giants, who were focused on their own things, stopped when they noticed the presence of the boy, becoming agitated by a child leading a group of giant wolves and a horse. Steps. 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 Their steps were quite loud against the ground, something normal when you have hundreds of kilograms. Soon, they gathered in a single group to assess Jon's and his wolves' intentions. Jon knew they were afraid of his group. Even though the largest ones were 4 meters tall, the presence of the 4 wolves, each 2 meters in size, was intimidating, and it's very likely that the wolves would kill the giants in a fight since they didn't seem to have blades other than clubs made of pieces of trees or wood from the houses. Jon walked cautiously towards them, showing no aggression. Soon, the 2 groups stood face to face at a distance of 10 meters, with no one saying anything. Jon in front of the wolves, and the giants looking cautiously at the boy and his group. Jon, getting a better look at the giants, realized there were 2 couples, a giant that looked like a young female, and 2 twin children, totaling 7 of them here. The adult men were 4 meters tall, while the adult females were a bit shorter in height. The oldest giant was quite intimidating, with a scar over one eye, which ended up being closed due to the injury. Jon didn't find the females attractive by his beauty standards, but he kept his thoughts to himself, not wanting to anger these creatures. He felt like an ant ready to be crushed in front of them, which made him quite nervous. Jon also noticed that, despite them weighing over 100 kilograms, they all seemed extremely thin. This deduced that they had settled here recently. Seeing that there were only a few bones of a servant and other small animals, like rabbits and birds, that they managed to collect, their sustenance was more significant with fruits they were harvesting and piling up in a location next to the camp. The boy took the initiative to communicate to break the tension that was forming with one group in front of the other. He knew he wouldn't come out whole if his wolves and the giants fought each other while he was in the middle of them. "Hello, gentlemen giants. I come in peace and don't want to harm you. I just wanted to know if I can use that broken structure there because I need it, and I intend to reward you." Jon pointed to the forge. But the giants didn't understand what the boy was saying. They just looked at the child with a strange look. "We don't speak your human language." Their voice was thick and slow, as if carrying like a snowstorm in a terrible winter. Despite the slow tune between the words, the boy understood perfectly what they meant. Jon wanted to slap himself at this moment, knowing that giants are originally an ancient people in Westeros, who lived even before the first men. Obviously, their language would be the ancient one. He sighed and spoke the same words in the ancient language. "Hello, gentleman Margraner. I came in peace and I don't want to harm you, I wanted to see if I can use that broken structure there because I need it and I intend to reward you. The adult giants looked at each other for a moment and then turned their faces to the forge. Whispers. Jon heard them whispering, even though he heard the boy between their interactions. They knew it wouldn't be a problem to use that place, but they were still cautious, and the boy saw that. Thinking about what he could do to resolve the standoff, he smiled at this moment. Taking the bag of leaves that stored the seeds, Jon took a brown seed from it and walked to a corner of the place carefully not to show any hostile action. His wolves stayed in place because Jon commanded mentally. After walking carefully until he was about 5 meters away from the other group, Jon crouched down and began to dig the ground with his bare hands. After opening a hole and burying the seed, he stepped back a few steps, with all eyes attentive and curious both in front of him and his group of wolves on guard for any hostile action from the giants. He pressed his hand to the ground. Below his hands, a soft emerald light began to become visible. The giants didn't fail to see this low thing between the ground and the palm of the small human here. In the next moment, all the giants were stunned and even scared, taking steps back alarmed and even 3 of them falling on their butts. The ground where the seeds were planted began to shake, and roots started to come out of the ground towards the sky. Soon, these roots became a trunk. After a certain height, the roots began to spread in 360 degrees forming its branches. When it reached the limit, all the branches began to gain leaves. In a few seconds, the dry tree that was there gained life with tens of thousands of small leaves, and from these leaves, red fruits began to be born. The magical spectacle turned into a large tree, 5 meters high in 40 seconds, shining with its green leaves and red fruits, which were apples. This type of tree wouldn't survive in the climate of the north, however, the apple tree was strengthened with Jon's magic. The adult giants had wide eyes, the teenage female and the 2 children were quite frightened, and Jon smiled at that. He walked again to the spot and touched the tree, causing 2 apples to fall into his hand as if he had commanded the tree to do so. Gaining a bit of courage, Jon walked up to the giants who were now more afraid of Jon himself than those giant wolves behind the tree. Approaching within 2 meters, Jon bit into one of the apples in front of them, showing that they were edible. Savoring its taste, which Jon could never get tired of, he extended the free arm with the other apple and offered it directly to that group of giants, especially to the children, who were cautious and frightened. Little Jon couldn't blame them, but the adult giants had a different thought, seeing a child surrounded by so many animals that not even the adult wargs in the most powerful tribes could have, and not to mention that 4 giant wolves are powerful familiars. Now, witnessing that this human child generated a tree from the ground with just a seed, in their heads, the human boy was a blessed creature, and they set aside the fear of the unknown for admiration of the child in front of them. The giant with one eye closed due to the scar, who seemed to be the father of the twin children, nodded and told one of the boys to do what the human had suggested. The still cautious child reached out and took that small red ball, observed again how the human was eating, then did the same. His bite took half of the apple, and Jon imagined he could swallow it whole if he wanted. Suddenly, the 2-meter boy was surprised by the taste of that small ball and quickly swallowed the rest, leaving all the giants surprised at the child's action, wondering if it was that delicious. Jon saw how the giant was amazed by the apple and ate the rest quickly. It seemed like he hadn't eaten something so good in his entire life. He quickly pointed to the tree and said in the ancient language, "This is called an apple, and that tree is yours as payment for me to use that place with a forge. I won't harm you, just use it for a while, and then I'll leave." The giants, hearing this, looked with shining eyes now. Giants are naturally herbivores, they only eat meat with great need because they hate eating such food. And that's what happened when they came here, as they didn't want to attract the attention of the nearby humans. They didn't go very far from this place and had to resort to hunting to suppress the lack of food. However, giants are terrible hunters, they don't have most tools like humans and rely more on luck than anything else. This made them suffer from food shortages, even those they themselves hated. They looked at the child and nodded with joy. No matter what Jon asked of them, whether it be that structure made by the former owners of the place or something else, they would willingly accept. Giants are difficult creatures to gain trust, but it's much simpler when there's food when they are starving and running away from north of the wall. Without wasting any more time, the giants walked past Jon and began to walk towards the apple-filled tree. Jon smiled at the scene before his eyes and went to the broken forge to assess its condition and start his work. Chapter 12, Adventures in the North 09. Jon Snow POV. North Kingdom, somewhere in Wolfwoods, 289 AC, 6 days later. It had been 6 days since Jon encountered the giants and began forming bonds with the men, some of whom were larger than the boy himself. The giant with a scar over his eye had black hair, a beard that covered his entire chin, and was quite large. His eye was black, showing a fierce gaze with his lone eye. He stood at 4 meters, despite appearing quite lean. No one in the north could defeat him in a one-on-one battle. He introduced himself as Wallach. Like Wallach, Wulul was his companion and the mother of the boys. She had eyes and hair as black as Wallach's. Her gaze was fierce, with a warrior's aura, standing at 3.5 meters with incredibly long hair braided. Their children introduced themselves as Karuyi and Tuyuxi, both boys not older than Jon, with features sculpted by their 2 parents, having hair and eyes as black as the night. Each was 2 meters tall, which made Jon cautious not to let his childish side take over, knowing he could get hurt with almost double the size or weight that other children represented. He was also more focused on his own concerns and had no time to be a child now. Kypyl and Huiz were another couple. Despite not having children, both told Jon they had been together for 5 years but never managed to have children. It seems that giants' fertility is much worse compared to humans. Kypyl had blonde hair with a small beard on his chin and green eyes. His emerald gaze intimidated anyone at 4 meters. Despite looking primitive and lean, Huiz was a quite tall giant, at 3.8 meters, with hair kissed by fire and blue eyes. This made the boy frown when he remembered Lady Catelyn. Jon's mood changed when the giantess said she defeated her mate in a fight and stole him, as humans do beyond the wall. As for Serena, the teenage giantess, she was 14 days old, with loose black hair and bright blue eyes in a 2.2-meter body. The giants were very cautious with Jon and his animals while the boy was cleaning that forge in the early days. Jon, with his wolves, and the giants formed 2 kinds of groups in this place. It was only on the 3rd day that they started talking for real. Then, they began telling stories to each other around the campfires they made at night while eating. The giants became more comfortable with the boy. When the 2-meter children wanted to play with Jon, he had to step back, which was easy to do. However, Serena was another matter. At first, she was cautious with Jon. After they started talking, she became curious and always followed him to the forge with curiosity. After that, to Jon's dismay, this curiosity turned into obsession. In the past few days, Serena followed Jon and became bold, hugging the poor boy like a straw doll. This made Jon even annoyed and fight back when these annoyances became unbearable. The adult giants laughed at it, and his wolves just looked at him with paws over their eyes and a lost whine, as none of this posed a threat to the boy's life. Caraxes kept complaining to the giantess but was ignored by the same. But, to Jon's surprise, despite the size of the teenage giantess, when Jon raised his angry voice, Serena got scared and started crying and running away. This made Jon feel a bit guilty. He had to console, a strange sight, a human child patting the back of a female giant almost twice his size, crying in a corner of that place. Apart from his interactions with Serena, Jon discovered that the giants seemed to follow him and even expected to receive orders from him. This surprised him. He had only intended to use the forge and let them live in peace here once their business was done, but they made their intentions clear after learning more about the blessed little human. It was from there that Jon found out they had come from beyond the wall with a raft made of trees. After successfully passing the northern part of Bear Island without alerting anyone from the Night's Watch, they reached the northeastern mountains, where the clans live, and descended south during the night, managing to arrive in Wolfwoods without alerting anyone, by some miracle. Someone surely saw the trail, but no one must have believed it was about footprints many times larger than those of humans. They also told the boy the reason for fleeing their homeland, about the winter spirits awakening and killing everything that moves in their eyes, and no one being able to stop them. This made the boy's hair stand on end with the giant's description of how their tribe of 60 giants was massacred near the Fist of the First Men. This made Jon feel that his mission to reach the wall is related to this terror beyond the wall. The people beyond the wall are followers of these gods, which makes sense if the deities want to protect them. Talking about the giants' clan made Serena cry. Her father was its leader, and she saw him die in front of her. She said she had felt lonely until now, but with Jon, she no longer needed to worry about that, as she claimed to have found her husband, making his body hair stand on end even more than the description of the terror they went through. Jon could only try to escape when Serena ran to hug him. Jon shared his story and his goal with the giants. Even if he went to the wall, the giants decided to follow him because they knew that their life here would reach a point where they would be tracked when they went out to hunt. As the days passed with the giants, Jon noticed some interesting things. His bonds with the animals were starting to change. His attention began with Pentos, the unkempt horse that saved his life and brought him from the Ice Hill farm. Its burnt yellow coat was slowly and almost imperceptibly changing to a brighter color. Its fur started getting softer as Jon brushed it, to the horse's delight, every day. With the abundance of food that Jon created with fruit-bearing trees and even pastures, it was gradually getting out of its thin state, developing small muscles. The horse expressed its happiness with this new owner, as unlike its time on the farm, it was living a dream with freedom and such delicious food that the boy gave it. Jon knew the thoughts of the animal and was pleased for Pentos. The horse was developing with each passing day, nothing too noticeable yet, but Jon knew that his horse would be the envy of any general in 6 months. Not only his mount, but the wolves were also changing. The boy couldn't believe that his wolves were becoming even more robust, or if this species could grow even more. With his enhanced eyes, almost nothing escaped his grey eyes with emerald halos. He could see the few extra centimeters of difference from when he first laid eyes on these incredible creatures, despite his initial fear. Not to mention Caraxes, his first partner, who didn't seem to slow down his growth. His color was more beautiful than any other bird Jon had ever witnessed, his sky blue spots shining in his pure white plumage. But Jon knew that all these changes were not a natural course. They were changing due to his magic that bonded with his linked family members. He felt a slight flow of magic being sent to his animals and constantly strengthening them. It wasn't just his animals changing around him, Jon felt changes in himself as well. Since leaving Winterfell, he was altering his personality. He had childish habits, but he felt he was growing more mature in some aspects, focusing on his own tasks over constant distractions. On the other hand, he was showing more of his emotions, something that could be a disadvantage, but he couldn't do anything about it. At Stark's headquarters, Jon had always been shy and never showed anger, knowing it would be worse for him in Winterfell. But now he was free to express his feelings, although they often came without much control. His most constant feeling in the last few days was anger, especially after Serena mentioned marrying him. Her pursuit was even more relentless, forcing him into hugs, but the teenager wasn't very careful, and most of the time, he was crushed by the giant. Jon began to understand his magic as well, creating more trees. He was getting stronger, although his strength was increasing minimally. He knew the long-term results. He developed his understanding that magic was like a lake in his stomach. As he pulled, creating a river for his arms, he didn't need spells. If it was within his capabilities, he could cast a kind of command, and his magic was sent, forming a river from the lake in his stomach to his arms. He noticed that there was a fixed river going straight to his head without interruption all the time, believing that this is due to his warg abilities being strengthened with this blessing from the gods. Breaking from his thoughts, Jon looked at the current camp. His wolves were off hunting in the woods, so they were absent. His pregnant she-wolf was still active, but it would soon be difficult for her to go further north, causing Jon to rethink his next steps. Besides the absence of his wolves, Pentos was eating grass that Jon made grow magically in a corner. A giant couple was sleeping, while the other was carrying firewood with Serena. The children were playing among themselves and eating apples from the 10 trees that Jon created. His forge was clean with the help of the giants. There were some parts to fix, but he needed some resources, as well as the material he needed to start his experiments. Sending Caraxes to the east and seeing through his eyes, he discovered that he was near a small town. Looking at the map, he located himself and found that the town was called Frostroar, with just over 5,000 inhabitants. With the need for supplies, Jon decided to head towards this location. It took him a few hours to start heading east. After bidding farewell to the giants and sharing their thoughts, they nodded. Then, evading a dramatic Serena, he mounted Pentos in an old saddle he gained in Ice Hill and headed towards the city, his wolves accompanying him during the days. He was safe. It was after 3 days of walking through the woods that he began to spot the first traces of civilization. As this was a city near Wolfwoods, its economy was based on hunting and trade. So, he saw many hunting materials at the edge of the forest. Being careful not to be seen by hunters, he left his wolves and changed his route as Caraxes spotted movements in the woods. It was in the middle of the 3rd day that he finally emerged from the forest. He could see the city 2 kilometers away. He mounted Pentos and went to the city calmly. No one saw a child emerging from the forest riding a horse, but even if they did, some might question internally. But no one would meddle in others' business unless they intended to steal. It took a while to reach the city through the west gate. He passed by some hunters, but beyond the odd glance, no one cared much. Northerners have their own stomachs and their children to feed. Jon was wearing a cloak to withstand the low temperature, even in the summer. His cloak could hide his face with the hood. He knew he was more handsome than people with his noble blood, especially with his striking eyes. He could only hope that no one would bother with a hooded child on an unkempt horse. Fortunately, he passed the guards at the gate without them noticing him much. Even a small town like Frostroar has many passers-by. It might not be the busiest gate, but all the hunters passed through here, and they believed that some children would try their luck in the woods for some food. So, it didn't attract much attention from the guards. Jon noticed that besides the city having walls made of tree trunks, its houses were mostly made of wood. When he passed the gates, he could see the thousands of houses scattered around the area with chimneys releasing hundreds of smokes. It was mid-morning, but the Northerners liked to warm their homes with wood. Despite not coming from a regular gate, Jon looked like a typical farmer's son looking for supplies for his family to the local residents as he walked on horseback, hooded. The boy noticed that besides the guards at the gates, the city patrols had the emblem of the local house on their armor. A white ice cube on a green field, House Frotniad, a small vassal of the Glovers, if Jon didn't forget Meister Lewin's insistent lessons about northern nobility while still in Winterfell. Going through the city and trying not to bump into anyone or the carts coming and going, Jon only saw inns near the west gate. So, he decided to head towards the center of the city. As he walked, he heard people offering handmade products, but nothing that interested Jon. He noticed that the city was a typical northern city, with people always grumpy, caring more about their lives than anything else. Common men and women took care of their own businesses, children running in groups through the alleys, most of them in tattered clothes. There were some beggars trying to warm themselves from the cold and asking for money from people. Jon spent some time admiring the city on Pentos. In Wintertown, he could hardly go, as Lady Catelyn always made sure he spent all his time working in the castle like the servants. With people and guards hardly paying attention to him, Jon reached the areas with more shops, with various stores. He still hadn't found a blacksmith or a materials depot. It was 10 minutes later that he found a large house with a construction symbol, as it was futile to write. The overwhelming majority of commoners are illiterate. Finally finding a construction material depot, he went to the location, putting Pentos to the side without bothering to tie the horse. He went to the entrance and opened the door. The first thing he noticed was that his entrance caught the attention of a man sitting writing something at the main table. As a merchant, he should be minimally literate and should be writing his accounts. The man looked at Jon with suspicion in his eyes, as it was unusual for a boy to come here, especially a suspicious one with old clothes and a hood entering his shop. He immediately thought it was a little thief. "What do you want, kid? If you're here to cause trouble, you better leave before I call the guards." The man growled immediately. Jon looked at the man without saying anything. He didn't like this attitude, but it's better not to be hostile and get straight to the point. Sighing, he looked at the middle-aged man and spoke. "I came to buy 200 kilograms of sand, 100 building stones, bricks, and 20 kilograms of sticking mass, medieval cement. I hope you can meet my needs, otherwise, I'll leave." Jon spoke coldly. He came to buy materials, and he didn't like the initial prejudice, although deep down he found it understandable since he's still an 8-named-day child. The man was more surprised by the boy's rhetoric than his demand. Jon didn't know, but the man wondered at this moment why a boy would buy so many kilograms of sand for his parents. It could probably be a small noble or a merchant. But he didn't dwell on it for long. At this moment, he expressed an apologetic smile to the boy because for this man, business is business. "I can do that for you, but I need you to pay me first, house rules," he said in a not-so-hostile voice as before. "And how much would that be?" Jon asked calmly. "That will be 2 silver stags, or 20 bronze coins," the seller said. The economy works in a fixed way worldwide, although the coins are different. The concept that 10 bronze coins are worth 1 silver coin, just as 10 silver coins are worth 1 gold coin. In Westeros, we have bronze coins with no symbol, weighing 7 grams. Silver coins have the Baratheon symbol. As the second largest house after Aegon and his sisters conquered the 7 kingdoms, he made sure to make silver coins with the stag symbol in honor of his brother Orys, who took the name Baratheon and Storm's End. Ironically, almost 300 years later, the Baratheons would take power, overthrowing the Targaryens. Jon thought but didn't lament much for the old monarchy when the Mad King burned his grandfather and uncle unfairly. In addition to the symbol, the coins are commonly called silver stags and weigh 10 grams. It takes 10 silver coins to be worth 1 gold coin. Gold coins are symbolized by a dragon carved on them and only work in Westeros. We call them gold dragons weighing 10 grams. Robert Baratheon wanted to end everything the Targaryens represented, but that couldn't be possible with the economy. Changing the coinage would take at least a century. Or more, because only mining houses like the Lannisters could do that, as they have blacksmiths and molds for it. Stopping thinking about the economy, Jon turned his face to the man who was waiting for his response. "Can you sell me a cart and some horses too?" Jon asked, making the man surprised by it. This would be 1 gold coin, sir," he said as politely as possible. "If the boy buys what he's asking for, he'll be very happy." He even charged a higher price to get rid of some horses and a cart. The northern seller became extremely greedy when Jon took a gold dragon from his purse and tossed it to the man. Chapter 13, Adventures in the North 10. Jon Snow POV. Kingdom of the North, Frost Roar City, Glover's Lands, 289 AC, at this very moment. Jon received a good amount of bronze coins from Ice Hill Farm in the Tall Hearts region. However, the boy now had much more than what he earned from the farmers for 2 reasons. First, testing his abilities in recent weeks, he discovered that he could find metals in the soil or on the surface in a specific area. By placing his hands on the ground, he had a range of 50 meters to discover things and ended up finding buried coins, probably left by hunters passing through where he was. Although it didn't yield much wealth since no one likes to lose money, he still managed to significantly improve his financial situation as he headed north, finding 25 silver stags and 10 gold dragons. He could only thank the old gods for making his life so much easier through these gifts. Second, at the giants' camp, there was a small chest with hidden coins, which made Jon very happy for his future plans. However, despite having 1,000 gold coins and 500 silver, they were not marked at the time they were minted and needed to be forged into exact forms if he wanted to use them on this continent. In addition to obtaining materials to fix the forge and reforge his weapon, and obtaining materials for alchemy, he wanted to build coin molds and even make some weapons after surveying the area around those ancient constructions and discovering an iron mine. With this information, Jon supposed that the establishment of that place was due to mining, but at some point, things went wrong for the former lord of the place. The mine was set up, and Jon was already putting new structures in place, as the old ones had decayed over time after asking the giants for help. They even dug the opening to make it larger. This would allow the 4-meter-tall men to extract iron for the boy. Since the giants were going to stay with him from now on, he needed to arm them. With the iron from the mine, he could create immense armor according to their sizes. It would be laborious, but Jon resolved that he needed to protect his new people and family. He also plans to assemble armor for the wolves and Pentos, if possible, so that no one can pose a threat to his group. When Jon went to the city, the giants were already digging tunnels and putting new logs in the mine structure. This will take time as well, but Jon has already planned to settle in the place for a few moons, wanting to wait for the she-wolf to give birth to the pups, which would take about 6 moons at most, giving him ample time to arm and equip his group for the journey to the wall. Jon could go straight to the wall, but what if they were attacked on the way? The giants would attract a lot of attention, and knowing how greedy people are, they would be attacked by someone and would never win a battle surrounding their group, as it would be certain death for them. Looking at the material depot's courtyard, he saw 2 young individuals, older than him, carrying their purchases in a cart they had acquired from the owner. The merchant tried to inquire about Jon, but the boy simply ignored him. As for the assistants, they looked suspiciously at this child. It wasn't every day that a child spent more money in a day than they could earn in 2 years. When they finished, Jon tossed a silver stag to each of them. Changing their mood, they chose to thank and not get involved in the business of the little child, who was some noble in their minds. Jon climbed into the cart, happy that his purchases were of good quality and were accompanied by 2 medium-sized horses, which made him confident that he could carry all these materials to the camp. Pentos obediently accompanied him on the side, so he was walking back through the city with a heavy load now. He found a large blacksmith shop in the city center shortly afterward. It was an open place to work, and he saw the blacksmith hammering his anvil. Jon stopped by and approached the man. The blacksmith saw the solitary child coming out of the cart loaded with materials, followed by a horse. The working man noticed that the horse seemed strangely proud next to this child. Must be a trained horse, he thought as he watched the horse following the boy like a stray, without the boy needing to pull its reins. The blacksmith stopped hammering on the anvil with the sword and hammer to get a better look at his strange newcomer, also noting that he couldn't see the rest of the child properly. The man initially thought the child, approaching with the strange horse, would be another one of those impertinent little ones who asked or begged to be his apprentice and start the craft. Thinking this, he was already beginning to ignore Jon, who was approaching. But soon, he heard the child's childish voice. "My lord? Do you sell hammers, coal, and forge equipment?" the boy asked. The blacksmith raised his head and assessed the newcomer. They wore poor clothes, and the horse, although a bit muscular, still seemed to belong to a poor farm. He saw the cart next to it full of materials but thought it was just sand. "Sorry, boy, but you don't seem to have the means for your request." The blacksmith looked disdainfully at Jon. The boy, on the other hand, became angry. He hated people who judged others solely by appearance or origin, which had been happening to him every time he tried to buy something in this city. With the knowledge of the old gods, he learned to think critically and reflect on what he learned and the life he lived. With the accumulation of the first vendor who scorned him, he reached his current limit. He just looked at the blacksmith and said, "My lord. It's a shame for a man to have such a small mind, but no matter who you are or where you are from, never judge a book by its cover." Jon said these words and then turned away angrily. Jon might end up without his tools, but he would never buy them from this adult. He had always lived such a situation all his life, he would not be humiliated any longer for things he couldn't control. The man was angry that a child said he had a small mind. This was an insult from a brat. However, after he thought about what the boy said, it put him in a state trying to decipher the meaning of that last sentence. Before acting against the cheeky kid, he wondered what a book had to do with the situation. Then he could only scratch his head in thought as he looked down for a while. Now that he raised it to ask the boy what he meant by that, he realized the child was no longer there. He sighed and could only go back to his grumpy work. Jon continued to walk through the city, praying that this man wasn't the only blacksmith around. Jon, through Caraxes, who flew over the city, was mapping everything through his eyes. His bird always accompanied him wherever he went, and it was through his eyes that he saw a square with a group of people. Putting aside his current objectives, he decided to go to the place out of curiosity. People looked at him suspiciously. It's not every day they see a boy in a cart with a horse next to him walking through the city, but they kept their thoughts to themselves. When he reached the place, he was excited when he heard a bard giving a public performance. He saw a boy his age next to the square and said, "Hello, boy. Will you take care of my cart and horse for 10 minutes? He asked the seemingly dirty boy. The boy in question looked at him strangely but widened his eyes when Jon showed a silver stag to the boy, saying he would give it to him when he returned. "Yes, my lord. I'll take care of the cart and brush the horses so well that you won't recognize them," the boy said in desperation, and Jon nodded, getting out of the cart and going into the crowd. Jon wasn't afraid of being robbed. His cart was filled with construction materials, and if anyone tried to take it, he would easily take control of the horses' minds. Jon knew that this boy wanted to hear the show, as these boys are extremely poor here in the north, and hearing a bard was one of the few things that could bring joy to his life. But Jon knew that a silver coin was 1,000 times better than a show. Jon, still an 8-name days boy, was excited about this performance, so he approached to listen in a corner of the square. He always liked songs, listening to bards, or even singing, but he never sang in front of anyone because he was ashamed of being criticized for not being good. It was only in this moon that he began to have more freedom, but his only audience was his family, who happened to love listening to Jon sing softly to them with his voice and some songs he learned in his time at Winterfell. In recent days, he dared to sing for the giants too, and to his surprise, they also liked his voice, even though they didn't understand any songs in the old tongue. But still, they asked to hear Jon, especially Serena, who, at the end of each song, he had to run away from the giant female who chased him in search of hugs. Applause. 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 "Well done, now I'll sing another song, which one would you like to hear?" said the bard. "Little Jon." "That's right, sing the one about Little Jon and the 12 bandits." The crowd soon began to request this specific song. Jon, who was lost in thought, was surprised when he heard someone asking for the song of Little Jon and the 12 bandits. He was initially stunned, thinking it might be just a coincidence for the strange song he had never heard before. But as the bard sang with the rhythm, his mouth became more open. How could it not? He knew that this song was made for him in his battle at Icehill. He was frozen for a few seconds, thinking about how his almost fatal adventure became so famous that bards created a ballad, and people publicly requested this same song. As he listened to the song, it told so many things that he felt like crying with shame. Despite laughing in the last part of the chorus, he was shocked that families told what he did heroically. However, he couldn't blame them, he didn't ask them to keep it a secret. People were happy to hear, even finishing the public performance to make discussions that were about him as the subject. He had to let out some lonely laughs about how people described him as an 8 days with the size of 2 meters, or that he could turn into a wolf with the blessing of the old gods. Jon found it even funnier when someone said he has an army of 3,000 children of the forest to defend the north. Little by little, people put the discussion aside and began to disperse, handing some bronze coins to the artist. Jon, being the last to go to the bard, walked towards the coin jar. Saris, artist, POV. Kingdom of the North, City of Frost Roar, Lands of the Clovers, 289 AC, at this very moment. With a smile, today would be another afternoon with money in his pocket. Saris watched people putting bronze coins in his jar. He came from a small farm in the Trident. In early adolescence, he discovered his talent as a musician, and from then on, it was his life focus in that area. Although his parents asked him to stay and take care of the farm as the oldest son, he gave up, giving the place to his younger siblings. Not wanting to spend the rest of his life stuck in one place and with his brothers to take care of his parents and family business, he set out to become a bard. Even knowing that he would earn less, but it was enough for a man in his travels across the continent, he spent years playing in cities and some castle parties, living his life as he wanted, with adventures and the road. Now here, passing through the northern kingdom for a few moons, he was having a great day. Although the northerners were a more grumpy people and not as entertained by songs as the southerners, they still liked to hear songs from the kingdom, without stories of knights, as there are no knights in the north. They care more about their blood-filled stories, like Theon Stark, the Hungry Wolf, and other Starks cruelly killing their enemies. I had to get used to it if I wanted to eat while I was here. However, what caught my attention was the new ballad in this kingdom, about a boy defending a farm against 12 bandits and killing them cruelly, just like the Stark stories. Although I find the song full of absurdities, it still makes great success and gives me many coins. Now, seeing the result, I could imagine myself eating a good pork leg at the largest tavern in this city. When the last coins were falling into the jar, Saris was already walking to count his profit for the afternoon when he noticed one last hooded child walking up to the pot. Saris squinted, thinking it was a little thief. Usually, coins are given by adults or accompanied children, but he didn't worry too much because the young bard was already close to the pot and could prevent the rascal from running if he tried anything funny. The boy in question stopped in front of him, looked into his eyes with a smile, and said, "You gave a great performance, Mr. Musician." The musician found it strange for a boy to be so respectful and saw him taking a coin from his pocket. But the ground beneath his feet suddenly disappeared when he saw the boy tossing a golden dragon and letting it fall into his coin pot. What was a golden dragon? It was an amount he had never managed to have in hand at once. This was his first golden dragon he received and was handed by a child in a square of a small town, when not even nobles can casually pay this amount. He quickly thought that the boy could only be the son of a rich noble house. Surely, he had to show respect to this little lord, as he thought some guards were nearby, possibly attending to them at this moment. "Thank you for the kind words and the very generous tip, little lord," Saris said respectfully. The boy remained silent and looked at the musician once again. "You are mistaken, Mr. Musician. I am not a lord or sir." The boy smiled afterward and turned to the cart the child was taking care of next to the square. The musician said nothing in response, not because he ignored the boy, but because he was paralyzed by the gaze where Jon was, not by the words of this child, but by his eyes. The eyes of that child were the ones he described in his most successful song currently. Even if he hadn't realized it at first glance for a brief moment, in the end, through the child's hood, he saw the green circles around grey eyes, and only a child could have those eyes. By the gods, the legend is real, little Jon was right in front of me and gave me a gold coin. He shouted in his mind. Looking around, he tried to find him, but the child had already left the square. Tonight, a rumor would stir the entire city. Chapter 14, Adventures in the North 11. Jon Snow POV. Northern Kingdom, Frost Roar City, Glover's Lands, 289 AC, at this very moment. Jon was walking through the city again after handing his cart to the little child, making the youngster very happy after receiving a silver stag. After a while, he finally found another shop with a blacksmith. The man seemed young, in his 20s, and appeared to be a novice with a small store. As Jon approached the young man, unlike the last blacksmith, this one seemingly wanted to gain customers. When the man saw the boy, much to Jon's surprise, he didn't judge him immediately. He seemed genuinely eager to get some work from the boy, as challenging as that possibility might be. However, Jon didn't know that the blacksmith had seen Jon's cart before looking at him and deduced that he might be a young noble or a merchant seeking blacksmithing work for his father. "Hello, young one. How can I assist you?" the blacksmith said in a friendly and energetic manner. "Hello, my name is Jon, and I'd like to buy some things from you, if possible," Jon said calmly. He wouldn't give his name so easily, but seeing how this man was different from others he had encountered until this point, he said it without much thought. "Oh, of course, my name is William. I can certainly sell if I have it in stock, but where are your parents? Don't they know it's dangerous for a boy to roam the city in a cart alone?" William said jokingly, but Jon sighed. He knew that someone would ask about it sooner or later. "I'm alone here, don't worry about it. What I want is some tools like a hammer, molds, and coal," Jon said, but he stopped when he saw the disappointed look on the young blacksmith's face. "Sorry, lad, but I must apologize to you. I have these materials only for my work," he said, regretful. "Well, that's complicated," Jon equally lamented. He knew he probably couldn't find another blacksmith in this city. "You can find those at Rut's Forge, which is in the middle of the city," the disheartened young man affirmed. Jon grimaced when he heard that. He didn't like the experience he had with that man. "Then I'll be on my way, I'd rather not do business with that arrogant man," Jon let slip, and William heard this. "Do you know him?" "I agree he's quite arrogant. He hates competition and wastes no time mocking me since I opened my shop last moon," confessed William. Hearing this, Jon was a bit surprised. "You opened so recently, William?" "Yes, I was an apprentice to my father for years in the Vale of Arryn, near the Sigurd village, but my father got into a fight with a minor noble from a vassal house of the Arryns. This made them retaliate, and my entire family was killed, since a commoner can't refuse anything to a noble," the man said with hatred in his voice, which made Jon feel empathy for the man. He had seen how cruel this world could be, but before anything, William quickly apologized. Sorry. I have complicated feelings when I remember my father, and it makes me say things without realizing it to strangers, and I should never say these things in front of a child," the man said, trying to return to normalcy. Jon didn't say anything, but looking at the blacksmith, he thought he could help this young blacksmith more than he intended. "I understand, William. How about making a deal with me?" Jon asked. "A deal?" William asked, curious. "Yes, there's a blacksmith apprentice in my current home, maybe we need an extra hand. I'm thinking of hiring your services for a few moons. What do you think? That way, I have your tools and an extra hand," Jon said, flashing a smile at the man. "Sorry, little Jon, but at this moment, I've realized my lifelong dream of following in my father's footsteps, even though I hardly get any clients. The shop has just opened, and I can't disappoint my aunt, who I accept." The man was initially refusing, but as soon as Jon showed 5 gold coins to the blacksmith, he shouted, drawing attention from some nearby people, while Jon quickly covered his ears, and Panis neighed beside him, clearly bothered. Jon was willing to give 5 gold coins. To him, having a blacksmith and some tools mattered more for him to start his endeavors at the camp. He knew the blacksmith was having a hard time here. He's very young while there's already a renowned blacksmith in town, which hindered him a lot from growing and gaining the trust of his customers. Trusting a blacksmith is the same as entrusting your life, as a poorly made sword can cost a life in battle. Jon thought, understanding how the common belief was logical, no one could trust a blacksmith easily. He himself wouldn't trust any sword if it wasn't made by himself. William POV. Northern Kingdom, Frost Roar City, Glover's Lands, 289 AC, at this very moment. William initially found the request very strange when that child asked for his services at his home for a few moons. When he heard that, he thought the boy was delirious, and even if not, he wouldn't accept it. He wanted to show that arrogant Rut that he could be a good blacksmith here, not to mention his aunt, the woman who took him in after he had to flee the Vale. She had placed so much trust in him, she even helped him rent this place to use as his own forge. But when I saw all that gold, I changed my plans quickly. Who would refuse such a generous offer? Not even Rut does this in a year. Now, a boy offered this to work for a few moons, I was forced to accept. Having money would make me grow faster, and who am I kidding? I want revenge for what happened to my family over a year ago, more than anything else. And one day, I will have my revenge, for sure. He reflected and felt hatred when he thought about his revenge. He could say the boy was lying, but he saw the gold in the small hands, leading him to wonder why this boy with so much gold was walking alone without any guards with a cart full of materials. William couldn't even see the young face because the boy was quite guarded. He behaves quite maturely for a boy and speaks better than I do. His origin is clearly that of a noble who grew up in a grand castle. Maybe he ran away from home, but even so, I'll accept his offer, even if in the end, his noble parents send me away. He concluded when he accepted the offer. He asked the boy to come back after 4 hours because he needed to dismantle his shop, inform his dear aunt's family, and still load all the things into the cart. To his surprise, Jon handed him a gold coin to buy 2 carts with horses and hire some helpers to put all the equipment in them. Jon Snow POV. Northern Kingdom, Frost Roar City, Glover's Lands, 289 AC, 2 hours later. Jon took advantage and continued his stroll through the city. He was happy that things were going very well, he got materials and a blacksmith to help him with equipment. After leaving William some time ago, he found a store selling more specific materials and bought iron from it when he saw the perfect iron flames for creating molds and parts to shape new equipment according to his needs. Jon, unfortunately, encountered another merchant who was skeptical about the idea of a child buying an amount worth a few gold dragons but changed his look when Jon tossed 4 coins to him and gained 2 carriages to transport all the iron. He questioned Jon on how he could manage 3 carriages and if there was any guard with him for that, but the boy simply shrugged as he started driving the carriage of materials, and, to the surprise of all witnesses, leaving everyone wide-eyed and open-mouthed, the horses of the other 2 carriages began moving on their own, following the boy. Then, Jon returned to the small blacksmith's shop, leaving all the carriages together while the blacksmith was clearing things out of the shop with 3 other men. "How can those horses follow you all the way here?" William exclaimed with surprise and admiration. "No questions, hard to explain." Jon shrugged and left the man without answers. Jon asked Pentos to take care of the carriages while he looked for a library to get some books. Walking once again through the city but without carriages or Pentos, who, despite protesting because he wanted to accompany his owner, Jon needed him to guard all 5 carriages now. Jon, along the way, came across a beautiful and luxurious store selling domestic animals. The store specializes in selling caged birds, and he liked the idea of buying some companions for Caraxes, who never lost sight of his master while flying over the city. Even though he looked like a poor commoner, Jon knew he would be judged as soon as he entered with his current attire, but he knew the merchants would change their minds once they saw his money. Before entering, Jon saw a man who looked like a guard peering through the window. They exchanged a glance for a few milliseconds, but soon each went back to what they were doing. There were many thoughts in both of their minds with that look. When Jon opened the doors, the first thing he noticed was some kind of commotion happening in the place. He saw a slightly older boy, around 12 name days perhaps, yelling at a vendor. The store was well organized, and there were many birds that couldn't be found in the north. His father, the Lord of Winterfell, never showed interest in this beyond messenger ravens, so there was nothing like this in Winterfell. But Jon had to admit there were owls and even extremely beautiful rare birds, but that didn't grab more attention than the protests of that teenager. "This damn bird you sold me is dying, you sold me a sick bird. Do you have any idea who I am?" Jon heard and saw how the attendant became frightened of that little teenager. The teenager was shouting at the attendant, while 2 guards displayed hostile looks, indicating they would kill the poor man at any moment. Jon felt pity for the man when he saw him trembling and stuttering as he spoke. "Please, my lord, we are certain the bird was healthy when it was sold and left here, as it was our most precious merchandise before you bought it," he said desperately. Jon, taking his eyes off the people, saw the cage for the first time. The bird was truly beautiful and could only be surpassed in beauty by Caraxes. Its feathers were black with red markings and some shades of gold. It didn't seem like a bird from the continent based on the books he had read. But instead of majestically displaying its beauty, it was now on the cage floor, struggling to breathe. Jon, out of curiosity to see what the issue was, immediately established a mental connection with the bird. Seeing the bird's memories, he realized its problem, and his blood began to boil. He had discovered last moon that he had inherited the famous wolf blood from Uncle Bran and Aunt Lina. According to stories, it let rage take over him more often this moon than in his entire life. "I want to beat him up," he roared. His thought at this moment was that he wanted to punch that spoiled brat and leave him unrecognizable. Jon saw how the bird was healthy and happy to leave the shop. Since it was a very affectionate girl in this shop and would like her beauty to be more appreciated. Unfortunately, she fell into the hands of the mayor's son, an abomination who managed to be worse than Greyjoy in Winterfell. The boy is a sadist who loves to torture animals. The bird's memories showed Jon how she suffered in the last 2 moons with the boy's terrible games. Jon, unaware, almost wanted to kill the boy on the spot for what he saw in the bird's memories. He saw other animals suffer even worse at his hands while the girl witnessed everything. The bird soon fell ill, as if it were losing the will to live rather than any injury itself. Jon snapped out of his thoughts when a growling voice called him. "Commoner, how dare you look at Lord Lorenzo Frotniad like that? Do you want to lose your hand?" Jon snapped out of his thoughts when one of the guards saw his expression toward the little teenager. Jon didn't even realize how intensely he looked at the spoiled boy. And that seemed to make the teenager even more irritated, although deep down, he felt afraid of the commoner who looked at him intensely. "Get this commoner and cut off his hand." After seeing Jon's face, Lorenzo, who was already annoyed with his useless bird and the possibility of not recovering the silvers his father had given him, thundered immediately without thinking about the consequences of asking for something like that publicly. The guards began to walk towards Jon, who in turn was already reaching without anyone noticing, the knife he bought at the last store. He had been training a few hours every day with the sword, it wasn't his first time having to take a life, and he was so angry that he would try to kill the guards and the teenager now. He had already prepared to take them by surprise. But before Jon could stab anyone, the door burst open with someone shouting, surprising everyone. "Bang, what the hell is going on here?" a heavily armed man thundered. Chapter 15, Adventures in the North 12. Duckin POV. Kingdom of the North, City of Frost Roar, Lands of the Glovers, 289 AC, a few minutes earlier. Duckin is a man born in the territories of the Boltons, a talented boy in the training yard who soon stood out in one of the vassal houses of the Lords of Dreadfort, becoming a fairly famous soldier in the region. He was so talented that he soon left the house he served after some misunderstandings and went on to seek a life outside the north. He traveled east and set foot in Essos for the first time, quickly becoming a sword for hire and fought for a mercenary company to make a living for a few years. Unfortunately, his group was exterminated by a Kalassar of 10,000 Dothraki. He was one of the few who managed to survive or escape becoming a slave. Directionless, he went to the southern cities of Essos and soon joined another mercenary company, called Second Sons, but it was a great regret in his life. This company paid well, and he couldn't complain about his living conditions, but it worked exclusively for slave masters, and most of his career was spent as a guard in Mirian. He couldn't endure for many moons and asked to leave his commander because he hated slavery, and he may not see disturbing things every day, but when it happened, it was not a very pleasant experience. As soon as he got permission from his captain, he returned to the north, took on odd jobs as a guard in different houses, not wanting to return to the Bolton territories after his parents passed away. A few years later, there was the rebellion of the Squids. Duckin fought alongside the Lord of the North and distinguished himself in battle. He increased the prestige of his name a bit and found more lucrative work as the head of the guard for the mayor of Frostroar. But in the last 2 years, he has been regretting his position again. He found himself surrounded by corrupt men who seemed more like mercenaries than men of the North. This forced him to intervene in various matters of his men and did not earn a good reputation among the guard. Eventually, he found out that the mayor was no different, but his son, Lorenzo Frotniad, managed to be worse. The brat was a crazy sadist, delighting in beating anyone he looked at with disgust. He enjoyed killing animals he bought with his father's money or some guards captured for him. Duckin began to wonder how long it would take for him to start doing things to people below his position. He swore to himself that he would no longer let any human suffer in front of him as he had seen the horrors of Mirian. He swore that he would kill this sadistic child as soon as he hurt someone just for fun, and today was that awaited day. Duckin was on duty as an accompanying guard when the spoiled one decided to return one of the animals he himself tortured. Arriving at the store, he stayed outside just to watch through the window without wanting to get involved in any nonsense the young sadist might want to start. Starting to verbally abuse and threaten the people who sold the little animal, the Dame Lorenzo was dissatisfied with the bird, but Duncan knew it was only because the poor creature couldn't endure his torture long enough. He watched the whole scene from one of the open windows and was so angry, but he could do almost nothing with the noble boy. But he made a mental note that in the next training with this brat, even if he showed some talent, he would make him suffer a lot, even if Duncan received a complaint about him. Duncan snapped out of his thoughts when he saw another child enter the store, who seemed quite happy as he walked, without any fear of the guards surrounding the establishment. This caught Duncan's attention, and apparently, the boy was poor. Duncan exchanged a glance with the boy and was amazed by the colors of that gaze, something he thought impossible to have that eye shape. He had to admit it was quite intriguing, but his eyes reminded him of someone, that hardened grey color was familiar to him, he just couldn't remember where he saw it. He continued silently observing the damn brat's rage as he shouted arrogant words and threats to people. So far, no one noticed the approaching child, and he stood still watching all the confusion. As he was behind them, he didn't see the boy's face inside the hood, but one of the guards seemed to notice, and the child, shortly after being noticed. Duncan was stunned. Why would the guard get so angry as to threaten a child just for looking at the mayor's son? Then he heard the sadistic one also look and ask for the child's hand. This made him horrified. What is this sadist thinking? This would cause a scandal, and the idiotic guards were following his orders without thinking about it. Even his father wouldn't dare to do something like this. He quickly intervened in this madness. But his last look at the scene left him even more stunned. He noticed something that shocked him. The boy slowly moved his hand to his back without any guard noticing and started pulling out a small blade. The child could actually kill those foolish guards, and they wouldn't even know how they died if the boy knew how to use that knife properly. I had to act, so I ran to the door, kicked it, and shouted, "What the hell is going on here?" Duncan thundered angrily. Everyone turned to him at this moment, and the sadist, who seemed to enjoy watching the show, showed a dark face when he interrupted his madness. He quickly shouted at Duncan, "This plebeian looked at me with murderous eyes. Duncan, I want this boy begging for mercy for his insolence." He shouted with a red face. He even seemed scared. Duncan wondered, but stopping to think, this child could really kill everyone here by taking them by surprise. He turned to the child who was looking cautiously and noticed his features better. Even under the hood, that was a shock to him. He remembered where he had seen those eyes after seeing his long childlike face, black hair, and grey eyes in his memories. Flashback: it was raining that night, thunder was heard and seen throughout all that confusion, there were fallen weapons, fire on the candles, corpses everywhere, and the smell of burning blood and flesh didn't help. Duncan's blood was filled with battle adrenaline at this moment, losing count of how many squids he killed that night. He couldn't even breathe anymore, but he cut anything that tried to kill him in this damn storm. After killing the last enemy on his side, he stopped to look at all that chaotic environment, wondering if the world would end with all those ships on fire. He saw his comrades falling by his side little by little, he saw many brothers dying and only a few of them left. He hated the squids for starting this war, for plundering the lands of the northerners. He wanted to kill more of them while he couldn't even breathe properly. That's when he noticed another galley approaching with war cries on its ship. He expected to die that night, seeing that he didn't even have half of the men and commander left. He and his comrades were lost the moment the enemy started jumping on the bow of his ship. He would only fight trying to kill as many squids as possible before dying as a northerner worthy of meeting his gods, so he hoped. It was when a thud behind the ships while fighting and shouts of the northerners arriving. For the north. He heard a powerful voice roar in the midst of that chaos. His hope of living another day grew when he saw a large man leading the northern counterattack with a great two-handed sword cutting the first enemy. His morale increased along with the men by his side. We started to turn, which would be a disaster in a victory. As soon as the fight ended, the man shouted, "Let's go to another ship." For the north. He shouted, "For the north. For Winterfell. For the Starks." The men responded, making everyone follow his lead with morale. This happened throughout the entire battle. Whenever Ned Stark entered, the battle turned in favor of the northerners and more followers. The Lord of Winterfell made them follow him. Who couldn't? He is known for being the most honorable on the continent, always fighting for justice, and the man who defeated Arthur Dane, the greatest swordsman in the history of the continent, in a fight. Even though there were no witnesses, there were many songs recounting the glories of the Lord of Winterfell when he was quite young. Duncan never admired any other man like he did that night. Ned Stark led them to an overwhelming victory. He tried desperately to serve at Winterfell after the war. He wanted to be under the command of the man he admired most in his life, but he didn't know the right people, even though his performance in battles was notable. He was still just a common soldier, he would never be able to get in touch with the great nobles. End of flashback. Now seeing that child in front of him, it was like seeing a young Eddard Stark. His face was identical, except for the greenish characteristic in his eyes. It was a face carved from the Lord of Winterfell. It wasn't very honorable what the child intended to do, but he also wouldn't judge a child for resorting to such a strategy when his life was at stake against two adults just for a look. As the commander of the guard in Frostroar, Duncan still remembers when he received a letter from the castle maester, sent by Lord Glover himself a moon ago. The Lord of Winterfell wrote to all the major houses in the north to pass on his orders, asking for information about his lost bastard for over a moon. As a guard commander, he was immediately informed. Even Lord Frotney had asked for this personally, wanting to gain good looks and direct terms from Winterfell. Receiving orders for any information about the child, he was quite attentive, but there was no news about this bastard throughout the moon. However, now things seemed to be changing. Why did the boy appear in this city and hidden in a hood? The boy didn't seem to want to be discovered, but Duncan was sure that Lord Stark is not a man who would harm a child, even if that child were his bastard. He also realized that he saved the arrogant brat. There is no doubt that the Lord of the North would execute the sadistic brat if he managed to take Jon's hand just for looking at him, which would even make his father suffer terrible consequences in his house. In the end, the brat is a foolish sadist, Duncan thought ironically. Coming out of his thoughts, he had to resolve this confusion, because, depending on what would happen, even he would not be spared and would not like to see Ned Stark looking at him with disgust. Author here, yes, the guy is a fanboy. I find it quite possible that Ned Stark has his fan club somewhere in the north, lol. Boy, can you tell me? Why were you looking like that at the little Lord Frotneyed? Duncan said in a very respectful tone towards the child, a tone that did not go unnoticed by everyone and earned strange looks in his direction. The spoiled one was looking in disbelief at how he addressed the plebeian, and the young blood Stark looked at me cautiously, still not saying anything. It was a moment later that he looked thoughtful and pointed to the bird. Young lord, he is seeking a refund for the bird. But when he claims the bird is sick, the little animal is full of bruises, so he would like to buy the bird from him. After hearing that, Duncan was taken aback. He found out just by looking at the bird. By the gods, the Starks are on another level. He exclaimed as an internal fanboy. As he was about to respond, the Frotneyed brat shouted, "You lying plebeian, how dare you accuse me of this lie, Duncan, take this boy to my father now." His voice was demanding and impatient, but Duncan didn't even move yet, which made the boy look at him angrily. Duncan had a dark face. The brat was getting worse and worse, and even his corrupt father would disapprove of his current behavior. He was speaking publicly like a tyrant, something that not even the Glovers would look kindly upon as their vassals, maybe the Boltons, but he left that territory precisely because of that. Seeing that Duncan didn't follow the order, the guards didn't make any move. They might be corrupt, but they wouldn't dare to contradict my actions and orders. He sighed and said, "Lord Frotneyed, you cannot order this with everyone who annoys you, and if that happens, not even you will escape the wrath of your father." Duncan said, and the boy couldn't help but tremble a bit, leaving the spoiled one pale at the mention of his father. He had already received lessons when he crossed the line, and they were not pleasant at all, but his lessons were not for the acts themselves but for being discovered and tarnishing the name of House Frotneyed. Duncan continued speaking. "You've already ordered a commoner's hand to be cut off in public, many people heard it from outside, and it's probably spreading through the city right now. Your father will be here soon, so to end all this confusion, why don't you sell the bird to the boy? Didn't you want to return it and get your money back? The shop doesn't seem too happy with your demand, and now there's another willing to pay," he said, trying to end this confusion as quickly as possible. Duncan didn't know, but Lorenzo Frotneyed became irritated and frightened by that child's gaze. In the face of that gaze, he felt like he could die there, that for that commoner, killing was something normal. But after hearing that child, he got even angrier with the accusation the child made, thinking that he ruined the plan of getting his 2 silver coins back. But now, hearing Duncan's logic, he thought about getting the money back, but anger was taking over his thoughts, and he wanted to humiliate the child. "It cost me 3 silver coins, but if you want this useless bird so much, I'm asking for 5 silver stags for it. Can you pay for it, commoner?" Lorenzo mocked. Duncan looked at him disapprovingly, knowing that the bird cost 2 coins and not 3, now asking for 5 for the bird on the brink of death. What will the young blood Stark do? He wondered and did not interfere immediately. The employees looked at the mayor's son in disbelief. The bird would die in the next few days, and he was here asking for 2.5 times more? The son of Lord Frotnead was very treacherous, and this is not the way of a northerner, even among nobles and commoners, only the bandits are like this. I don't have silver coins at the moment, the boy said calmly, duck inside wanting to appease this while his young lord had a look of disdain on his face. Of course, you don't, bet your family only saw it once in their life, seeing that you... He had opened a big smile while humiliating the child but couldn't finish his snobbish speech when the child took a golden dragon from his pocket and threw it at the spoiled brat's feet. The only thing heard in the room at this moment was the coin falling to the ground as it stopped at Lorenzo Frotnead's boots. Everything fell silent afterward, no one knew what to do now, even Duckin looked stunned at the events. The Stark-blooded boy was the first to say something in this silence. You can keep the change. Jon Snow said in a neutral voice and turned to the still stunned attendants. Now, I want to buy all the birds in this store. He said calmly. The attendants who managed to snap out of their stunned state raised their eyes from the coin standing on the ground and looked at the hooded boy one after another. They were wondering if the boy was playing some kind of joke, but the manager, who arrived at the scene a little earlier, was the first to speak. Young lord, it would cost 5 golden dragons. The manager exclaimed quickly. Duckin knew that this was not the real value, even the main birds don't cost many silver coins, but as the manager saw that the boy was not what he seemed, he threw a much higher amount. All right, get me carriages to take them out of the city. The boy was happy and threw 7 golden dragons into the manager's hand, who looked at his hand unable to believe that this was happening. Neither Duckin nor anyone else still believed before their eyes. The young lord snapped out of his daze, looking at the coin on the floor. He couldn't help but wonder when he had a golden dragon. The answer is never, but before his eyes, this boy, dressed in commoner's clothes, without any guards, was flaunting more money than he had ever spent in his life as the son of a lord in a city. He was being humiliated one after another. He wanted to kill this child. Duck in. This boy must have stolen all this money, arrest him, now. The sadistic one suddenly shouted, making everyone look at him at this stunned moment. But before anyone else could say anything, young Stark spoke, narrowing his eyes at young Frotnead. And what are the grounds for your accusation? The boy said angrily and continued. Article 4 of the Northern Law states that any accusation of public theft must have a report behind the act to start a trial, otherwise, it turns into a crime of slander, and you cannot be judged by the house of the fief. 4. From what I heard, you are the son of the lord of this city, and due to your relationship with a high position of local nobility, you will not be judged here, or we will be judged by the predominant Glover house or by Lord Stark himself. The king would be your last resort, but the king wouldn't waste time for 2 northern children, right? The young Stark said expansively, leaving everyone in the room stunned with the boy's rhetoric and knowledge. Even some customers and people who passed by the store entered out of curiosity, becoming surprised by the events. Everyone came to the conclusion that this boy was literate and knew laws at such a young age, so, he was not someone the young Frotnead could mess with. Not to mention, he spoke with eloquence, seemed like someone trained as the heir of a great house, and his wealth in hand already reinforced such suspicion. The guards were scared now, especially those who were going to follow the sadistic mayor's son's order, realizing that their lives and those of their families were threatened now because, depending on the house, they would not be spared. Duckin already knew the boy's origins, but he was fascinated by the knowledge and intelligence. He looked like a mini Eddard Stark. The spoiled one was stunned by these words. He must be thinking about how a child younger than him understands laws, and while in his head, he is turned towards the pleasure of torturing animals. Duckin, does this boy speak the truth? He asked me cautiously. Now he was quite scared. Yes, Lord Frotnead, this law exists as the boy mentioned. He said calmly. Duckin might not be literate, but as a commander, he had to memorize the northern laws with the local maester. The place was crowded now. It is very likely that rumors about young Frotnead asking for the commoner's hand had spread, but unlike the sight they expected to see, it was the sight of a boy in tattered clothes controlling the entire situation while Lord Frotnead was extremely lost with the situation, and his opponent showed wealth and knowledge. Manager, I need paper, ink, and pen, please. The boy spoke again. Now everyone was intrigued to see what would happen. The manager snapped out of his daze and rushed to the office. He came back while everyone remained silent and lost. He handed it to the hooded boy. Then Duncan saw Jon Snow go to the counter under everyone's gaze and lean to start writing with the ink on paper. It's not necessary to guess why a commotion was becoming bigger around the store, while the young Stark blood began writing a letter as everyone looked in silence, unable to breathe, just hearing the pen being quickly moved in the hand of that boy. The rumor of a mysterious 8-name days child with golden dragons, who understands laws and is certainly literate while arguing with the son of Lord Frotnead, after the latter threatened to ask for the mysterious boy's hand because he didn't like the look, has already spread throughout the city. Duncan wondered how long until the complete situation reached his father and how long it would take for the mayor to get here. The sadistic boy was pale now, not knowing what to do while being quite paralyzed. Everyone was wondering what that mysterious child was writing. If it's what I imagine it is, then it seems that once again the world has shown that too much arrogance can be your downfall, and that young Frotnead would be condemned with that letter. Duncan thought internally. Manager, get me a raven I bought and a map, please. Little Jon Snow said as soon as he finished writing, and he seemed to have written the entire letter in a few minutes. What do you intend to do? Young Frotnead couldn't help but ask, stammering. But Jon just looked at him and ignored him while looking at the manager for his response. The manager was speechless but did what he asked. The windows were filled with people watching all the events. Duncan smiled. It seemed every time he was dealing with a mini Lord Stark, not on a battlefield, but he imagined exactly such a Stark Lord in a political and legal field. The manager arrived with a map of the north and the grey raven in the cage. The boy left the manager stunned when he opened the raven's cage and let it out in front of him. Everyone thought the raven would fly away, as it looked quite wild and certainly was not trained by the citadel, where the monopoly of postal ravens was, and only through this place would the houses of Westeros buy ravens to be used like this. However, the scene they imagined of the raven fleeing did not happen to the surprise of dozens of eyes. The raven left the cage and stood next to the boy as if waiting for a command from him. The weirdest thing was that the little raven let Jon tie the letter he wrote to its foot. Young Lord, I don't think it's possible, he is not a courier raven and doesn't know our region. The manager seemed concerned about the boy's fanciful idea of simply putting a letter on the foot of the grey raven and waiting miraculously to arrive at its destination. It's all right, I know what I'm doing. He said calmly, shrugging off the man's concern. No one could see the boy's face, who was still hooded, but his actions were worthy of some great house, and everyone just stood silently watching as the mayor's son continued pale, wondering what the boy wrote in that letter and where he plans to send it, worried about the unknown idea of what will happen. He couldn't wait any longer and asked nervously. I am the son of the lord of this city. I demand to know where you are sending this letter. He demanded. Already, Jon Snow, the mysterious boy, looked calmly at him and said. To Winterfell. He simply said. Everyone went pale. What is this child saying? Is he going to report this to the Lord of the North himself? That was everyone's thought. Duncan just smiled. His prediction was correct. Jon looked at the raven, which also looked at the boy. It seemed like they were having some kind of magical communication while looking at each other. Jon began pointing to a part of the map. The raven climbed onto his shoulder and suddenly started making bird noises. The boy just looked at the raven as if giving instructions to the bird, but he never uttered a word from his mouth while the raven made noise every moment. People were speechless for this. It even reminded them of the boy from that recent legend, which the people had been adoring in recent weeks. Duncan stopped thinking after this bird scene too. The legend tells of a boy who controls animals and fought against 12 bandits, and his animals killed half while he killed the other half alone with only 8 name days. Duncan tried to remember the name of the fantasy, which was called Little Something. He didn't care much about these legends and found them quite fanciful, but now he was pale in his thoughts. Is the legend real? He exclaimed in thought. Because he stopped to think even more about this new ballad, now remembering that the name of the legend is the Little John, and the name of his bastard son is Jon Snow. This can't be a coincidence, right? But this boy has magic eyes just like in the song. So it's the Lord Stark's own son, the legendary boy who fought against all odds and won. Many people had the same thought, but only Duncan knew the real identity of the boy as the son Lord Stark had outside of marriage. While Duncan was speechless, people were whispering among themselves, not even knowing that the boy was Jon Snow. Liars, this plebeian child only spews lies. I challenge you to a duel. If you're not a coward. The sadistic brat went for his last attempt. He would fight with a child 4 name days younger. This was an extremely cowardly act. I won't allow this, Duncan said internally and then snapped out of his reverie. He had to stop this madness. But before saying any word, Jon said calmly. I accept your challenge. Jon said as if he had total control of the situation. This left people with egg-sized eyes. Meanwhile, Duncan was conflicted because he had to stop this, but seeing the gleam in Jon's eyes, it was as if he wanted to take this chance to unleash his fury on little Frotniad. But he's just an 8 days old boy, right? He thought, but another thought came. A boy who almost killed 2 guards in front of me, if the legend is true, shouldn't I be concerned about Lord Frotniad's son? His last thought as they prepared for the duel. Author's note, Frost Roar, I named the city to make it easier for the story. It's a territory near the border of the Glovers and Stark region, a fictional city like this small vassal house of the Glovers, I invented and placed in the universe, since the Westeros story focuses more on the great houses and big cities, and as the North has millions in its population, in my view, there should be many cities like this in the North and throughout the realms. Chapter 16, Adventures in the North 13. Jon Snow POV. Northern Kingdom, Frost Roar City, Lands of the Glovers, 289 AC, at this very moment. After the declaration of the duel and the confirmation of acceptance by the mysterious boy, the place turned chaotic. People couldn't believe that everything had escalated into a fight between young Lorenzo Frotniad and the mysterious boy. While Lorenzo Frotniad had a confident smile on his lips, Jon remained calm. He calmly stood up and began to walk towards the doors with the grey pigeon on his shoulder. The crowd quickly cleared a path for him. Lord Frotniad soon followed behind the boy. When they reached the outside, the crowd that had formed outside backed away after hearing what was about to happen. The young lord had no idea, but most of the people here were disgusted with the challenge. The boy was smaller than him, this was a rather cowardly act. Jon was quite surprised by the crowd that had formed, but soon his thoughts were on that spoiled teenager, walking into the middle of the circle. He turned to look at the situation while the young lord had a sadistic smile on his face. What is this? Stop that horse! Whose nag is this? This horse shoved me! Shouts were heard as a yellow-brown-haired and somewhat ugly-looking horse passed, pushing everyone in the crowd as it made its way to the center where Jon and Lord Frotniad were. Jon soon saw Pentos coming his way. The horse responded to his mental call as soon as it heard its master calling. He needed his horse when he heard the challenge. Jon calmly waited for the horse to reach him, drawing everyone's attention. Young Frotniad was astonished by this because this boy seemed to command animals, something unbelievable and unprecedented for the overwhelming majority of people. Only a few people could witness a warg, and most of them are beyond the wall. With the horse by his side, Jon walked to the horse's side and pulled out a short sword. It wasn't of good quality, but he found it in a weapons store, quite suitable in weight and size for an 8 days old boy. Jon drew the sword confidently, making a noise of metal scraping through the air, and examined his weapon in the next few seconds with it raised. Seeing the boy's behavior in front of him, young Frotniad couldn't help but build doubts about this fight, but soon these thoughts vanished. I've been trained since I was 6. I may be hated by the commander of the guard, but still, he had to admit that I have talent with the sword. A brat can't beat me, even if he can use these witchcrafts with animals. He said to himself mentally. On Jon's side, there was something similar. He's not a fully developed adult. I can fight this little shit and win. Jon said to himself. Turning his face, Jon moved his head to the raven and nodded, confirming something in front of the bird's eyes. The raven, understanding what Jon meant, spread its wings and soon flew away before everyone's eyes. The teenager in front of him turned pale when he heard this and showed extreme hatred in his eyes as he stared at Jon. The grey raven passed by Caraxes in the air but didn't stop as the large white eagle was eager to descend and help the boy. However, Jon prevented it from getting involved in this mess, communicating that everything was fine and that he could handle it. Pentos stepped aside and went to the side. The audience seemed to enjoy the strange horse, while the boy was horrified by Lorenzo Frotniad's actions. If he thought he could prevent Jon from sending that letter by winning the duel, he was wrong to stop the boy or, much less, to defeat him. Jon saw the store employees at the second-floor windows watching the duel. The sadistic boy came out of his pale state when Duncan, the commander of his guard, asked if everyone was ready. In Jon's eyes, Duncan seemed like a decent man so far. Unlike the other guards, he was a smart man. He even recognized Jon's identity when he looked at him, and the boy knew it. He knew it from the respectful gaze directed at him, obviously turned towards his father, as he had seen on several occasions in Winterfell. He was sure his father would be very happy to have a man like him in Winterfell, as, from his posture, he could tell the man was as skilled as Jory. However, Jon could only apologize internally to his father. He would try to bring this man under his wing. Even as a child, he told himself that he wouldn't miss the chance after this confusion. Looking at the teenager, who drew a very sharp short sword, he saw his hateful gaze still directed at him. Jon said he would give a fight to this little lord that would mark him for the rest of his life. The boy's blood, which didn't seem to be just wolf's, wanted to hurt his enemy. He felt both cold and hot, something strange, a feeling different from anything he had ever felt. It was as if his blood were screaming to massacre all his enemies mercilessly. He had never felt so much anger in his life as he did now in front of his enemy. Jon could already hear his heart beating and feel his body burning in ice and fire. His determination grew when he saw the gaze of hatred and confidence in his opponent, as if the result had already been decided. Jon wanted to break that look of disdain and confidence. He had a smile as if the fight would be quite easy for him because he was fighting someone weaker than him. The sadist thinks he can hurt me, I'll make it an unforgettable day. Jon gave a small smile with anger. The crowd was silent at this moment, everyone held their breath when they saw the two boys about to fight with sharp swords. Duncan seemed concerned, but still initiated the fight. The mayor's son wasted no time and ran towards Jon to use his more developed body as an advantage. He wanted to see this mysterious boy who had humiliated him since he entered that store screaming for mercy. Reaching Jon, who moved his feet to secure his position, expecting the attack, Lorenzo Frotniad approached and soon raised the sword, delivering a vertical cut. Jon saw that he could be arrogant and cruel, but he had some posture in the duel. I bet Duncan trained him, however, there are many recruits in Winterfell who are better, whom I faced daily after I distanced myself from Robb. Jon thought. Wondering in his thoughts, Jon didn't know what his opponent was thinking now, but young Lorenzo Frotniad was confident of his victory. He had been training with Duncan every day for 2 years, defeating a child 4 years younger would be very easy for him without considering defeat as an option in his view. I'll kill him here for humiliating me, you damn brat, thought the sadistic boy. However, what happens when your opponent, even though quite young, is more skilled than your own master? Jon may have a small body, lacking in strength and agility, but his technique surpasses Duncan in his current state. He could easily lose to Duncan, but only due to the age and developed body difference. Jon looked at the cut that was coming his way, knowing he could match the opponent in terms of strength. Jon tilted the sword to a position that would make the enemies slide off. Clang! The sharp sound of metal was heard as the crowd sighed with the first contact of the duel. Jon deflected the blade with a little difficulty, but when the blades collided, it generated a louder noise than he imagined, heard by the entire crowd. The more expensive blade scraped diagonally, following Jon's sword position, and Lorenzo Frotniad's blade went to the right, hitting nothing but empty air. Jon saw how his opponent intended to kill him and was so confident that he didn't bother to maintain basic posture. This made him create an opening with the improper positioning of his feet as the blade slid to the side, leaving his chest unprotected. Not wasting time, Jon went on the offensive. The sadistic one really intended to hurt him, and why wouldn't he do the same? He stepped to the side, not letting the teenager regain his fighting stance, which at this moment, was desperate with the posture break, and Jon knew he was feeling the danger. Jon quickly moved his feet as the opponent tried to protect his chest in despair. But Jon didn't comply with that position and spun his body so fast that the movement to gain momentum shocked the people around with the blurry image of Jon spinning in front of the opponent. They only heard the air tearing, and blood was sprayed into the air a moment later. Lorenzo Frotniad screamed with all his might as soon as he felt the unbearable pain. Everyone went pale at the sight of the hand in the air and the young lord losing his hand to a child in a sword duel with just 2 movements. The main fighters in the place knew that now, the arrogant Frotniad had no chance of winning against the boy, while the boy wasted no time ending the fight, injuring him permanently. With the hand falling to the ground and blood spreading, the mayor's son was now begging for someone to stop the bleeding and the pain. Jon looked at it with satisfaction. He might not be sadistic, but the memories of the past, along with the other animals, disturbed him a lot. He wanted to give that arrogant one a taste of what he did to his animals. Jon was until recently a boy who thought himself useless in this world, a sin-born, as Lady Catelyn managed to instill this thought in his head for many years. He, for a while, believed that people's places were determined by birth and had their destiny bound in an immutable way. However, after touching that tree, he realized that people can have a chance to control their destiny, regardless of their birth. The right thing is to judge someone's actions, not their birth. The gods gave us free will, so Jon was determined to create his path, regardless of whether he was born to a lady with noble blood or to a prostitute from a brothel. While Jon was lost in his own thoughts, Duncan saw some guards putting their hands on some hilt of their weapons. "What are you doing?" This was a duel. Young Frotnead wanted this fight with steel. "Drop the damn weapon and take the young lord to the maester in the mansion now, I'll handle the confusion here." Quickly, Duncan prevented the guards from advancing on Jon and instructed someone to get a cart and send the teenager to the maester. He knew that his command would make Lord Frotnead extremely angry for doing nothing to the boy who hurt his son, even risking his dismissal, although he knew that killing young Jon Snow could cause even more problems. He sighed, thinking that his career ended in House Frotnead, but he couldn't let Lord Stark's son die here and walked over to Jon. Approaching, the boy looked at him while the crowd was in an uproar at this moment, many questioning what would happen. "Young Stark, I know everything that happened here, and what you did was in self-defense and fair legally. But people are too proud, and that won't stop House Frotnead from trying to retaliate for this humiliation today, as your father is the head of a vassal house to the Glovers, even if it is small." After hearing this, Jon nodded. Whether he liked it or not, this happened in his territory. Jon looked at him and sighed. "I know that too well, sire, but anyway, this won't end well for the mayor of this city. In the letter I sent by Raven, I informed Lord Stark about all the corruption schemes in this house. I'm sure the Lord of Winterfell, in turn, will pass it on to the Glovers for an investigation." Jon said and saw the surprised look on the soldier's face and continued. "I'm sure it won't end well for the people associated with this, so I fear even for you, Ser." Jon saw the conflicted look of the young commander and continued. "But I know you are innocent of all these intrigues. I would like to offer you to join me in my adventures. Food, medicine, and money will not be lacking." Jon said a little shyly, as he is not used to saying such things. The soldier looked at him for several seconds and sighed. Duncan really took the proposal into account. Jon seemed like a fair and mature boy after he saw the situation unfold. Despite appearing cruel by cutting the boy's hand, he seemed only to be defending himself with the same coin as his opponent. Young Jon had money, and more importantly, he was the son of Eddard Stark. He didn't hesitate to have the chance to go to Winterfell, as he always wanted, if he stayed with the child. "I will accept your offer, Little Jon. When do we leave? The situation can get dangerous for you here." He finally decided. "Don't you need to prepare yourself?" Jon asked with a grimace. "I don't need anything else, I have few things. And if I go to Lord Carlin Frotnead's mansion, I'll be stuck there until things are cleared up. And as you said, you've already reported them to Winterfell. So I want to stay far away from that place now." Duncan replied, and Jon nodded in agreement with his logic, while watching Lord Frotnead's soldiers leave. Jon readjusted his hood that almost fell in the fight, while everyone was whispering and pointing at him after all that confusion. "Can you prepare my carts? I'm in a bit of a hurry." Jon said to the frozen manager. He wanted to leave at this moment. "Of course, my lord, we'll prepare your carts as soon as possible," he said, coming out of his stunned state and quickly issuing commands as they loaded the carts. For a moment, he thought he could keep those 7 gold coins, but now he saw that he wasn't dealing with someone ordinary and with strong connections to Winterfell if that scene with the bird was true. 20 minutes later, the carts were ready, and Jon climbed onto one of them. He found it strange that the place wasn't surrounded by guards, as he expected something like that and feared, as the situation would become very difficult for him to get out of the city. But apart from a few men who seemed more interested in watching his movements than attacking, Jon wasted no more time. With Duncan, he climbed onto one of the carts full of cages and went to William's shop accompanied by Duncan in another cart and Panis following alongside, keeping an eye on his surroundings with Caraxes in case he saw anyone trying to attack him. People looked at him and whispered to each other. Jon never showed his face, but he heard mentions of the legend of Little Jon along the way. He couldn't help but feel the adoring looks now, and he could see more than 100 people at the same time looking at him like that. He was still a child in this situation, feeling quite uncomfortable with the stares. Seeing him arriving, William said he heard about the commotion and was still stunned. There were 4 carts waiting for them outside the shop. Jon asked William to take one, and Jon himself would make the other horses follow them. Both men accompanying him, William and Duncan, by this point, were already used to Jon's strange abilities with animals, so they trusted the boy, as surreal as his claims were. Duncan was surprised by William's situation, but what caught his attention the most was the amount of materials in the carts. There were construction tools and an entire blacksmith in 2 carts. Now passing through the city path under the gaze of all the curious people, John, William, and Duncan in 3 carts were heading towards the west gate while another 3 carts followed him without a driver. John looked at his acquired products and smiled with satisfaction. He was very happy with everything he got, although he couldn't get the books he intended to buy. He still managed to hire 2 men, get the things he needed the most, and a good number of animals, with the addition of 12 horses and at least 50 birds. Looking at the birds, he didn't regret spending so much gold on them. Just with that raven he sent to Winterfell, he could send a few words to Arya. "I have to name that little guy when he comes back," John murmured softly. John was pleased with the other 50 birds. He could use them as sky watchers and swift messengers. So it was a good investment, spending those 7 gold dragons, which was money he found in the forest on the way to Frostroar. Looking to the side, he saw a cage on the cart's bench. There was a black bird lying at the bottom. He was satisfied that he saved that mistreated bird from that sadistic creature. John was sure Caraxes would be happy with his new companion. He sighed and continued on the way, knowing he could use his powers, but healing magic consumed a lot of energy, and he was in a dangerous territory. He wanted to reach the forest before starting to heal that girl. They continued as people looked at all those carts with curiosity after the news spread, but so far, no one interfered with John's path as he was heading west of the city. Chapter 17, Adventures in the North 14. Blacksmith Rut POV. Kingdom of the North, City of Frostroar, Lands of the Glovers, 289 AC, minutes later. He had been in a bad mood for many hours. The memory of a boy under 10 name days saying that this blacksmith had a small mind still haunted him every few minutes, especially the riddle made by the hooded brat. He still didn't understand those words of the poor child. His thoughts were interrupted when he began to see a commotion starting to happen around him. People were shouting about something that happened to the eldest son of Lord Carlin Frotnead and about a child they believed to be the little John from that stupid song his grandson used to sing. Noticing that many people were running here and there, especially the crowd that was happening in the main streets, Rut let his curiosity take over at this moment, so he grabbed a girl running in front of his shop by the arm. "Wait, girl. Can you tell me what's happening in the city right now?" he asked calmly while examining the child's face. The girl looked at him suspiciously, and Rut just sighed. Then he took a bronze coin from his pocket and tossed it to the girl, who smiled happily and began to speak. "Little John is in the city. The boy from the legend is real," a bard in the square said that he handed a golden dragon to him after hearing his own song by the bard. They say the musician even showed the coin and said it wouldn't be used to stay as a keepsake. The girl exclaimed in childish enthusiasm and continued, "People are now saying that he fought against Lord Frotnead's son, who is known to be evil, and challenged Little John to a duel. I heard that the wicked son of the Lord didn't even have a chance and lost a hand in 2 moves by Little John." She continued to speak dreamily like a knight's fantasy as Southerners tell, but this story seemed much bloodier in Rut's opinion. The blacksmith immediately thought that this wasn't something a girl should say so happily, but he didn't have time to say anything because he was interrupted by the little girl at this moment. "They are also saying that the boy is 3 meters tall and that he is the son of the North's protector, Lord Stark. Little John sent a raven to Winterfell in front of the mayor's son before they fought," she said still with the same enthusiasm. The blacksmith didn't know what to think about it. He found it hard to believe that a child is 3 meters tall. The same goes for being the son of the North's protector. What the hell would a Stark's son be doing in the North? With the girl saying this on one of the main streets and heading towards the west gate after buying several carts, Rut wanted to see this alleged 3-meter tall boy. After letting the girl go to one of the streets where John would pass, he returned to his shop and closed it temporarily. Then he hurried to the main street, which was now surrounded by a crowd of curious people. He finally saw the carts and the boy on one of them. Nothing like what they said about the size. He looked like a normal boy hiding his face. This would be his thought a few hours ago before remembering this same boy in his shop a few hours ago. This kid came to his shop, and he initially thought he was a boy asking to be his apprentice. Then he found out that this boy wanted to buy large quantities of materials and tools, which he found a joke, as what he asked for was worth gold dragons, and he treated the young man with disdain. In turn, the young man got angry with Rut and insulted him in front of him. Rut would usually try to slap him on the head for being cheeky, but the boy's words put the blacksmith in an unsolvable riddle, making him lose sight of the boy. But now he saw that the boy was not what he imagined, and a certain regret crept into his heart. Everyone pointed to the carts that did not need a driver as they followed the boy's lead as some kind of magic. Now, Rut, although he had never read a book in his life, understood what the boy meant when he called him small-minded. He had judged the brat without giving him a chance. He may have lost gold selling his things, but he gained a life lesson that day, perhaps thinking that he could be more tolerant from now on. He even saw his supposed rival in the second cart, carrying a part of his workshop in it. Little did he know that after his death, 2 decades after this day, his name would be recorded in the city as a passage thanks to that phrase, about how you can't judge a book by its cover, in a passage about northern men after he began to tell the phrase and its meaning in the following years. Never judge a book by its cover, you might regret it one day. Blacksmith Rut, from Frost Roar, Kingdom of the North. Passage from the book, Northern Men 13. Jon Snow POV. Kingdom of the North, City of Frost Roar, Lands of the Glovers, 289 AC, at this very moment. Finally. Jon said to himself as he looked at the gate they were passing through. William and Duncan were worried, especially Duncan, who had his eyes glued to the city gate guards. However, for some reason, their group was not attacked during our exit, something that surprised them. If Jon had to bet, he believed that Lord Frotnead did not retaliate against them precisely because of the letter he sent to Winterfell. This reminded him of the important things he wrote on those papers, hoping that his father would understand his message and try to investigate some things he reported, even if the Lord of Winterfell was skeptical. He had taken advantage of that paper and written another small message, addressed to Arya and Bran, because besides his father, he missed both of them. I miss, especially my little wolf and her mischief. Jon lamented quietly. Now with the carts out of the city, Jon went to the north of that path, not wanting to be too obvious with the whole city watching him enter the Wolfwoods directly through the west gate. This would bring countless curious people to search in the forest, so he had to somehow deceive his pursuers, even though there are no soldiers on his trail at the moment, but he knew that this could change. It was strange that he could still hear people shouting his name. He ignored it with quite a bit of embarrassment as he passed through the city streets. Never in his life did he imagine having attention with thousands of people paying attention to him at the same time. Soon, shouts seeking answers from him disappeared because he was too far from the city, and it didn't take long for the city to be far enough away to disappear from the horizon. Well, that was quite strange. I didn't imagine that after you left, you would attract the attention of the whole city, said William, who went beside Jon while driving his cart. That's true, I believe your idea of using the hood was to be discreet, but you ended up leaving the city like some kind of hero. Unusual for a day in Frost Roar. Haha. Coming from the other side, Duncan couldn't help but comment. Looking at his group, he was sure he made the best choice in leaving his entire life in that city to follow this child, who was supposedly a legend told from a recent fantasy, but seeing the incredible things the boy could do, who wouldn't believe in the ballad of Little John since then? You're right. Jon admitted with a sigh and continued speaking. But that's my fault, I couldn't help but show my emotions when I saw that little sadistic lord. And I didn't take off my hood the whole time because of it. Jon raised his hands and took off his cloak from his head, looking at the two men. William, who had not seen it yet, was stunned by Jon's appearance. Those eyes, so it's true. You're that boy from the song. Although I never paid attention, I heard a few times while my little cousin sang. Admitted William with admiration. Even Duncan, who had already noticed the boy's gaze, was quite surprised. The boy was indeed a young Ned Stark, and those eyes stood out a lot on the boy. So, with all that shouting, I heard many questions about you being Lord Stark's son. Tell me that's a lie, said William with quite some curiosity. Jon sighed and said, it's true, but I'm a Snow. My real name is Jon Snow. The boy admitted while driving the carts, making William release a surprised whistle while Duncan, this time, was not at all surprised. Whistle. That's quite unexpected. I hate nobles, but my Aunt Lara sings praises about the Stark family, said William. My father is an honorable man, he would never let something like what happened to your family happen in his domain. Even other lords wouldn't let something like that pass, that's the way of the North. Jon said, expressing his belief if Duncan's family's situation were to happen in this kingdom. I see. William lamented, but soon Duncan wanted to change the subject. But then, what's your plan? I left with you without knowing anything. I know you're a quite impressive kid, but your father is after you, as is the whole North. Duncan spoke. Jon looked at him surprised. He didn't know the situation, although he had figured that his father would look for him. He is? Good thing I sent that letter. That would explain a lot and inform that I'll be fine. Jon admitted. Anyway, I'll be secluded for a while, learning alchemy and forging some things. As you heard, I have giant wolves, and I need to take care of one of them before heading north. William and Duncan felt their hairs stand on end at the mention of giant wolves, but they didn't comment on the fear of seeing these legendary creatures. My camp is in the wolf woods, but I plan to go north. I don't think Lord Frotnead will let us live after what I did to his son. Not after I know what he's capable of. He didn't attack us in the city because that would cause too many problems for him, but I doubt he won't try anything outside the city. Jon reasoned. You're right, and we're in danger. I doubt the three of us can handle a group of guards pretending to be bandits. Duncan said, and this frightened William quite a bit. Wait a minute, my aunt's family will be fine, right? William was a bit scared about the safety of his aunt and her family since he was seen leaving with the boy in front of the entire city. Don't worry. First, I have 4 giant wolves to attack any group that pursues us. Second, I'll monitor your family with the birds I got from that shop. I have faith that my father won't stand idly by when he reads my message. Jon said confidently. I understand, I'll trust you, Jon. That would ease me a bit. William sighed. Another thing, there's a question in my mind since you returned to my workshop. Can you explain to me why you can control all these horses? Those birds seem very calm in your presence, like that bird in the sky that has been following us since we left the city, and even those damn wolves. William spoke again, but this time he seemed hysterical, trying to understand how his view of the world was changing. Duncan beside him, while the 3 carts lined up as they passed through the northern fields on a small road, leaned in to better hear Jon's answer because he had the same doubts. Have you ever heard of a warg? Jon asked back. Just legends for children. Admitted Duncan. William was lost and didn't respond. As he was raised in the Vale, he was more inclined to hear legends of the Andals than the legends of the northern savages. Actually, they exist, and I believe most of them are beyond the wall. Jon stated his suspicions. He had seen through the memories of the wolves when they encountered some humans while in the colder lands, witnessing some skin changing as old Nan used to describe. That's incredible, I can see how this could be useful. Admitted Duncan. However, they are not more powerful than me. They usually lose control of the original body. I am different, I have. Jon hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he told these men some of his secrets. He wasn't normal, so he had to admit some things. I have blessings from the gods that allow me to command and have more eyes without needing to be unconscious, something that turns me into something completely different from anything that has ever existed in legends. Jon admitted. He knew he was different, and his powers would make even men known as warg kings look like little wolf pups, while he would be a giant adult wolf compared to their gifts. Maybe I'll become a dragon as I further develop my powers, as I grow, ironically, Jon admitted in his mind. Tell me one thing, is it true that you make crops grow in any land? William asked curiously, his world logic couldn't be applied in front of this boy. It's true, I can accelerate the visible growth of plants and trees from the ground. Jon admitted, these men would be with him, so it's not something he could hide. That's amazing. Duncan let out next to him. Well, anyway, let's continue our little journey. I have a plan to deal with any pursuers in the coming days. Jon said, and they all focused on heading north with some casual talk during this journey. Chapter 18, Adventures in the North 15. Eddard Stark POV. North Kingdom, Winterfell, Heart of the Realm, 289 AC, on the same day. Ned was deep in thought, reflecting on the events of the past few weeks, as he, his guards, and Lord Torrhen arrived at the farm where Jon had stayed. Upon reaching Torrhen's square, he immediately grew angry with Helman Torrhen. He had no news of his missing son, who had been in the Lord's lands for a while and had become quite famous, yet received no letter from the Lord about rumors of a boy with black hair and grey eyes. Lord Tolhart explained to his lord that he wasn't sure if it was the boy, so he didn't want to give false hope. But when he went to the location and confirmed his description with the farm families, the first thing he did upon returning to his castle was send a raven to Winterfell. However, by the time the raven reached Maester Luwin, Ned Stark had already left Winterfell 2 days ago. When Ned learned that the boy had already left the farm, he felt disappointed and somewhat defeated. He had come close to finding Jon, but realized that, in the end, he was too late. You said he went north, right? Ned asked Lord Torrhen at his side, along with his eldest son and heir, Benfred Tallheart, proudly wearing a small leather armor with the emblem on his chest, a brown background with 3 trees. That's right, Ned. We tried to track the boy, but he was faster. Even though I made 30 men available for it, in the end, the trail was lost, and the men were uneasy to continue after seeing the tracks of the giant wolves. You had to see them shivering with the description. Few things scare men from the lands of the tall hearts, I can tell you that with confidence. Hellman spoke. I see, said Lord Stark thoughtfully. Lord Stark, is it true that your bastard stole in your castle, and you sent him to the wall? Then he fled to our lands. Suddenly, in the silence, the 10 named a young Benfred. The question was loud enough to make even the soldiers flanking their sides on the road look surprised, as it seemed like a delicate matter. But the young one was too straightforward to understand that and asked out of curiosity. Lord Stark grew somber at this. He knew it was a question without any touch of malice. He already knew this young man, as the boy had become friends with Robb and Theon during his visits with his father to Winterfell. With Jon distancing himself from his heir, young Benfred had never had contact with his son/nephew. Catelyn made sure to keep him away from any heir, but everyone knew, whether from some comment from their children or because everyone knew the term bastard of Winterfell. Ned was internally debating whether he should answer such a question and how, as it was a very complicated matter. First, he didn't like the idea of the boy asking about Jon's escape. But before saying anything, the boy's father spoke. Quiet, Benfred. This is not a subject you should ask about, nor is it the appropriate place, just be quiet. I apologize for this, Ned. Hellman spoke sternly to his little son and looked apologetically at Ned. But it worked, the boy ended up shrinking and remained silent. No offense taken, just a curious child, Hellman. Ned said that, but in the end, he inwardly thanked not answering such a question as we arrived at the farm, which was already in sight at this moment. The first thing Ned noticed was a garrison on the farm to protect it with 15 Tallheart soldiers. Initially, he found it odd to have so many men on a farm, but he continued on his way without asking about it. However, when he came into view of the farm and its fields, he was shocked by the quality of the land. The soil was visually so beautiful that he wondered if they were still in the cold lands of the north, even though the current season was summer. The crops had already been harvested, but there was no way not to imagine a harvest larger than any place he had ever seen in all 7 kingdoms. Is Jon behind this? Can he really make soil like this with that magic I heard in the song? Ned wondered frantically. What's with this soil? Why does it look so vibrant in color? Young Benfred couldn't help but ask, amazed. This, my son, is the reason we are here with Lord Stark. We will talk about it later. Hellman asserted beside him. As the group approached, Ned noticed that there were quite a few people on site besides the families, but he figured the place had become quite famous and attracted many neighbors and onlookers. The Lord of Winterfell also noticed how the families clustered together, growing nervous as he passed through the crowd at the gate. It was quite expected, given that they were not just with their local lord, but Lord Stark himself appeared in person at this place. They still wondered what to do with the Lord. The one who commanded the entire realm stood in front of these humble families. Inside the place, Ned saw several carpenters who were working before his arrival, as the place was being rebuilt. Apparently, these families had sold the last harvest and were using their profits on important aspects of the place and had even started the construction of 2 large windmills for grains. Ned, like Lord Hellman and his son, dismounted from their horses and walked toward the nervous and uneasy families, who quickly bowed to the high nobles of the realm. Lord Stark, Lord Hellman, and your heir, Lord Benfred. We were informed of your arrival and humbly welcome you to Ice Hill Farm. Dult, the man with the most command here, made an awkward greeting, but Ned and Hellman couldn't blame or demand more from these families. Thank you for your welcome. What is your name? Lord Stark asked, even though he knew the information from Hellman beforehand. Dult, my lord, he replied. Pleasure, Dult. I would like to talk privately with you about some matters. Would you grant us some place more private to answer a few questions? Ned easily inquired, trying to ease the people's nervousness. Of course, my lord. He said hastily. Dult led Ned and Lord Hellman with some Stark Tallheart guards to an open room where they held their banquets with the whole family, who had been quite active in recent days. After settling in and offering some food and drink, Ned asked the questions that had been bothering him since he heard about Jon being here. So, Dult, I'd like to hear about the mysterious child who appeared in this place a few weeks ago. Ned asked. Dult looked at him cautiously and decided to speak honestly. So, Lord Stark, as you said, a child appeared in this place one day while we were working in the fields, Dult said. At first, we were surprised because the neighboring farms are 2 kilometers away, so seeing a boy appear here is not common. However, his appearance was quite different. Different? What do you mean? Ned asked. Hellman was quiet on the side, even though he had already talked about it. He understood that Ned would like to hear it directly from the source. He appeared to be the age of my daughter, 8 name days, normal height at 1 meter, black hair and grey eyes, but his eyes had green circles that seemed almost magical. We thought he might even be a child of the forest, like in the legends. Dult spoke. This is truly Jon's description, but those eyes. What happened to you, Jon? Ned wrestled with himself. Child of the forest. Benfred exclaimed but was silenced by his father's side not to disrupt the conversation. Tell me what happened next, Ned spoke again. We ruled out the possibility of the boy being a child of the forest and asked who he was and why he was there, Dult continued. He said he was Jon Snow. When Ned heard that, he couldn't help but clench his fist tightly. His lost son appeared here without a doubt, while Benfred widened his eyes because he only knew about rumors, and his father hadn't confirmed anything. But he remained quiet, for when he was about to ask again and received a stern look from his father. But what surprised us more than the boy being a bastard of some lord was that he wanted to go to the wall. Dult said. Do you know why he wanted to go to the wall? Ned asked, concerned. Ideally, he should be seeking Winterfell. I don't know, my lord. I heard from him that he got lost on the way, which makes me wonder which family sent him to that end of the world. It makes me question how a family can send a child to the wall. Ned swallowed hard when he heard that. Hellman was scowling, knowing they were talking about the man right in front of him. He didn't understand the intentions of sending the boy after stealing to that place, but he trusted Ned's judgment. Dult didn't seem to see his lord's glaring look as he looked at Ned cautiously, wondering why he was asking so many details about the boy. We ended up taking the boy into our home that night because he just seemed like a poor boy with no ill intentions, Dult said. Don't forget about Caraxes. A childish voice shouted, drawing everyone's attention. Michaela, a girl Jon's age, innocently spoke about Jon's companion who left a memorable place in her heart. Yes, the boy brought a beautifully magical white eagle. This little guy grew in a surreal way while he stayed with us, Dult said with a nostalgic smile. I understand. Tell me more about this Caraxes and Jon, Ned said, wanting to know more about his boy and his days in this place. He found it peculiar that Jon called an eagle Caraxes, probably related to the fact that the dragon named Caraxes belonged to Aemon Targaryen, the eldest son of Haeris I and Daemon Targaryen, the rogue prince that Ned vaguely remembered from his Targaryen knowledge acquired in the Vale. Ned had always feared that the boy would become so interested in the dragon house, so naming an animal after a famous dragon was not a big surprise. After that, in the next hour, Ned heard a lot about his son/nephew and the unimaginable things that the commoners reported about the boy. In the eyes of these people, besides the fantasies they told, Jon left an impression of being a humble, kind, and intelligent boy, which made Ned quite proud. But at the same time, it left him quite restless and sad in his heart. Hearing how they spoke that Jon was a cheerful boy as he spent his days on this farm, about a child who told stories eloquently and with a royal charm that only nobles have, making everyone laugh and admire. It even made Ned think of a certain melancholic prince who heard stories about him disguising himself among the commoners with his king's guard to play his songs and converse. If this is Jon, has Jon already shown this side in Winterfell? Ned wondered when he was listening and answered his own question. No, but here, with the farmer's family, he showed a side that you yourself didn't know about the boy. You failed as a father, and there is no excuse for that. Ned lamented. He continued to listen to how these people praised his Jon, who apparently didn't even know himself completely. Hearing that his son/nephew was a very hard-working boy and didn't let people work alone when he had nothing to do, made him internally question all the reports in Winterfell that the boy was lazy, especially his wife's complaints, who always complained about having another mouth to feed while he didn't help. It left a bitter feeling in him. Ned was also surprised to hear about the fencing skills of a former guard of Torrens Square, Lucas. This same farmer said that Jon was superior to him, and by a lot. He just couldn't defeat Lucas due to his 8 name days old body. However, Jon easily defeated all boys up to 15 name days old. Ned didn't know this side of Jon, as the boy never won against Robb in his presence, making him question what else he didn't know about Jon. Ned was stunned by the description of how Jon killed at such a young age. He knew about it since Winterfell, but he couldn't believe he did it at only 8 name days old. Jon really took a life, and Ned knew that it wouldn't be an easy thing to swallow, especially when you're a child without your fatherly advice. Hearing absurd things about Jon made Ned even more bewildered, controlling animals, shooting arrows, stabbing a bandit after jumping from a horse, or having giant wolves to save his life. Ned didn't know what to find more absurd, not to mention how many times the boy almost lost his life. Ned hated himself for being complacent. He was comfortably in Winterfell while his Jon was in life-threatening danger. And he only told you that he was heading north? Ned asked after listening and digesting everything he heard. He waited for them to answer, but now he was looking with wolfish eyes to catch any lies from these people. He had to know Jon's fate. He might not be his biological son, but he still loved him as such. He only sent the boy to the wall because he saw how unhappy he was in Winterfell, his expression from that day in the solar still haunting him. He wanted to leave the boy with Benyon for a while, thought it would be better than in the castle environment. With the boy safe with his younger brother, he could address Jon's problem in Winterfell, even if he had to neglect his other children and work until he figured out the full answer behind why Jon stole. However, he would have to wait because with his wife pregnant at the moment and knowing how she feels about the boy, he didn't want to stress her during this time, and Jon would be safe with Benyon and get to know the Night's Watch, which the boy was thinking of joining. The three families noticed the gaze of the Northern Lord and felt uneasy about it. Ned didn't know, but they were all worried that Lord Stark would hunt Jon down like a criminal. After all that the boy had done for this farm and its residents, they didn't want such a fate for the miraculous Jon. They had already been disturbed when Lord Tallheart took many of their men and asked them to track Jon while the boy traveled north. Ned saw the family's hesitation as they kept silent and spoke. "I'm assuming you're afraid that I might harm the boy, but I can assure you that I would never lay a finger on him. I would only hug him and complain about how he can make a father worried." Ned gave a reassuring but sad smile after that comment. Lord Tallheart, hearing this beside him, also smiled. Even he knows that if his children went missing, he would search every corner until he found them. And one of them, young Benfred beside him, was struggling after hearing all these incredible things. Why did he never meet this Jon Snow who was in Winterfell during all his visits? On the other hand, this comment left everyone in the families quite disturbed. "Are you saying that Jon is your son? A son of the Lord of the North and House Stark?" All the adults had these thoughts in their minds. Chapter 19, Adventures in the North 16. Eddard Stark POV. Northern Kingdom, Winterfell, Heart of the Realm, 289 AC, in the same flashback. While the adults were stunned, Michaela, one of the girls who spent the most time with Jon, exclaimed, "Are you from the bad family that sent Jon away?" The girl couldn't finish her sentence, as Andresia, her mother, grabbed her daughter and quickly covered her mouth. "Forgive me, my lord, it was not her intention to speak ill of House Stark." The 35 name days old woman exclaimed quickly, thinking that the worst could happen, as did Dult, who was sweating after hearing his daughter. Everyone was tense, while the children were still not understanding why the atmosphere changed so much after a question. However, Ned could only show another sad smile. He knows that with Jon's emotional state before heading to the wall, the boy didn't need to say anything to figure out that he had a sad past. Ned Stark could only feel helpless. The families were so nervous that they didn't look closely at Lord Stark from the beginning, but stopping to notice his face better now, they began to realize the great resemblance to Jon. It really seemed to be the biological son of the Lord of the North. Dult, seeing the smile on the High Noble's face, spoke cautiously, as it was his daughter who spoke inconsiderate things, which she shouldn't have. "My lord, please forgive my daughter for the disrespect, she is still a child and doesn't know what she says. Jon never spoke about his life before he met us and always avoided talking about his past for some reason." Dult said cautiously and continued. "But we could all see his sad eyes, which was always very disturbing in a child. Jon told us that he was going to the wall when he got caught in a snowstorm in the middle of summer, and magically ended up here. Personally, I believe there is more to it than just appearing in the region, but he didn't tell us, and we didn't bother to ask, as the boy never harmed us and we only benefited from his presence. Jon said he was going toward the wall, and I myself wanted him to stay with us instead of going to the wall, but he always said he needed to go there. Little Jon once said that it seemed to be some kind of task or mission for our gods, and after seeing all that he can do, we didn't want to go against our old gods." Ned heard this and was stunned. He hadn't heard this part from Helman. "It's okay, there's nothing to forgive your little daughter. I understand why you might think that way. Jon had some issues in my house, and I wanted to resolve them by having him stay with his uncle, my brother, for a year until I put things in order, but my men really caught that storm as it's described, and only Jon disappeared. Ned said, lost in thought. But I'm worried about my son. He may have all these powers, giant wolves and everything else, but he's only 8 name days old, and I'm concerned for my son. I don't want him to face the danger he faced here to the extreme point of the realm. Ned spoke sincerely to Dult and the others. I understand, Lord Stark, I am a father, and I worry about my boys, like any man here," said Dult. Ned nodded but still lamented in thought about his 8 name days old boy. Now he was wandering alone in the north. Ned wanted to run to his horse and catch up with him and bring him back to Winterfell, or at least send a large escort to help him. He just wanted his son safe. That's why he made an extreme decision and sent Jon to the Wall, the best place beside his brother with that emotional state, and now, not only did he never reach the Wall, but he was also leaving the entire North stunned with his stories. He could, at this moment, leave to return to Winterfell, but he saw a chance to get to know his son better with these families, in their castle, with all the duties of a lord as the protector of the realm in hand. Or Jon always never showed or developed his skills because of his bastard status. He noticed he could never know his own son. Well, anyway, how could I get angry at your daughter? I'm sure Jon would never forgive me if that happened. Now, could you tell me more about my son while he was here? He asked, and as an immediate response, the families became more at ease with him. If I may speak, Lord Stark, your son saved my life. I will never forget that favor," said Lucas, a now lame man, but alive thanks to Jon. "He saved you with those gifts of his, didn't he?" Ned asked. Then, they started what lasted for a few hours of conversation, which even gave the children a chance to talk about what they thought of Jon and his pranks. Ned couldn't help but laugh. Helman Tallheart remained stoic and silent, but his son mingled with the children and ended up hearing a lot about Jon. Ned left for Winterfell straight from Icehill. He had already seen and done everything he would like in the Tallheart's territory. Besides getting to know the noble family, Lord Stark visited the remaining prisoner of the 12 bandits before going to Icehill. It was quite disturbing, but Ned would like to have these thoughts a little later. A week later, Ned arrived in Winterfell with his men, and his family was waiting in line when he passed through the gate. His wife, Catelyn, couldn't even greet her husband at this moment because Arya was already yelling at him, demanding Jon and his whereabouts. "Jon? Where is Jon? Why isn't he with any of the horses? Where is he, father?" she shouted, quite distressed. Ned looked at his daughter with a broken heart. "Sorry, Arya, Jon wasn't found, we arrived too late," he said with regret. "Why? Why was Jon sent away? Jon would never steal, as they were saying. I don't believe this story. If you and Mom hadn't sent him to the Wall, he would be here with us." Arya was now attacking Ned himself. "Arya Stark, you better show respect to your parents. You have to understand that it's better for the bastard." "Shut up. Shut up. He's not a bastard, he's my brother. I hate you. All of this is your fault. I hate you." Arya didn't let her mother finish and insulted her in front of the entire courtyard, then ran off to the Godswood without looking back. Catelyn stared at Arya, unable to say anything at this moment, while Robb was equally lost. Sansa didn't know if she should be horrified by what Arya had just said or start crying like her family was in such disarray. Bran was crying at this moment. Ned wondered where everything started to go wrong. "Catelyn, what did I say about speaking your thoughts about Jon in public or in front of me?" Ned growled at his wife, who snapped out of her stunned state after hearing his voice. "But Ned, I want to protect our family. Look at what your son is doing to us. That filthy thief." Venom dripped from her voice, but Ned had no idea how hypocritical it was for her to say something like that. "Silence, Catelyn. I've told you that you have to keep those thoughts to yourself," Ned said, disregarding the crowd that was already forming with the family drama in the courtyard. "Jory, gather 200 men for a search for Jon in the Glovers' territory north of the Tallhearts' territory. I want 10 groups with 20 men, and I want results by the next moon," Ned demanded, calling Jory into the midst of the crowd. "Consider it done, my lord," Jory affirmed. Catelyn was horrified by this, but this time she stayed quiet, hoping they would be in some private place. "Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll look for Arya. Robb, take care of your brother, he's scared." Ned left the courtyard and went to the Godswood in search of Arya. It didn't take him long to find her crying when he entered the place. He sighed and approached Arya, who was crying next to the weirwood tree, sitting in front of the lake. Ned looked at the tree with red leaves, not remembering the exact number of times he found solace in this place. He just hoped to find something that could help ease his daughter's pain. Arya! Go away, I want to be alone! Arya shouted. I know it hurts, I feel the same way, believe me, Ned said. If you did, you wouldn't have sent Jon away. She snarled but didn't shout this time. I didn't want any of this, Arya. Jon's place is in Winterfell, in our home. I swear by the gods, I wouldn't want to see anything more than all my family united again. Ned admitted. Arya didn't respond as she faced the lake, not turning around to face her father. I thought I was doing the right thing, I admit. But I regret it, I shouldn't have sent Jon away. Ned sighed. But you know, daughter? I found out that everything that Bard sang about was true. Jon really fought against 12 bandits and has 4 giant wolves. Ned said, trying to lift his daughter's fragmented mood, which worked because she turned around surprised. Really? She exclaimed, but soon turned away in embarrassment at the sudden change of mood. How about I tell you more incredible things that Jon did beyond what that Bard told? Ned tried to entice Arya with this idea. Please. Tell me, I want to hear. She was excited at this moment, even though the tears had not yet dried on her cheeks. At dinner, I'll tell you, don't worry. Just go with your sister to the Septa's lessons, and I'll sort out a few more things with your mother. Okay, Dad. She said, getting up to leave, but before that, Ned touched her shoulder. Don't worry, Arya, our Jon will be with us again soon. Ned reassured her. Yes. Was her response, but there was more enthusiasm in her tone. When Ned entered his solar, it was no surprise that Catelyn was alone, pacing back and forth as she waited for her husband. Catelyn. Ned said, but his tone showed no enthusiasm for talking with his wife at this moment after closing the door. Ned. Why do you care so much about him? Now that we've finally gotten rid of him, you want to bring him back? She exclaimed, yelling at him. However, the fury was surpassing all bounds of the Warden of the North at this moment. Shut up, Catelyn. I'm serious here. You will never, and when I say never, I mean never again give your opinion on this matter. Are we understood? He roared like never before. Ned was tired of his wife's antipathy towards his nephew. He had thought in the past few years that he could confide in her his darkest secrets, but now he began to see that telling her the truth about Jon would be a mistake. If he was treated this way just because he was a potential candidate for Winterfell after all his 4 children and the next one to be born, imagine when this threat sparks a war with the current king for harboring Rhaegar's last son in Winterfell as his bastard, given the antipathy that Robert and the Lannisters have for this blood. Catelyn was horrified by her husband's outburst. He had never spoken to her in that tone before. She ran away crying, heading towards the September, if Ned had to bet. Ned felt a little regretful about it and wanted to console his wife because of the pregnancy, but he couldn't hold back any longer when he heard those venomous comments. He could only think of how she would react if she knew that Jon was the prince of the realm, but as he had thought before, he no longer trusted her due to her hatred, and this could have a chance to lead us to the destruction of the Starks with Jon and a North in a bloody war. That night, at the main table, Ned recounted his experience on the farm where Jon stayed. His wife, unsurprisingly, was disgusted by all the stories she heard about the bastard. To him, even more with what he heard, it didn't even seem like the same boy who stayed in the castle with a bad mood all the time. Ned noticed his children as he recounted all the events about Jon. Sansa listened, remaining quiet, but Ned knew his daughter was thinking about how Jon had acted like a hero from her songs. Robb seemed to have a strange guilt in his eyes when he heard about his brother, making him believe that this guilt should be that his son had drifted away from his brother over the past few years. Theon seemed sullen. Ned didn't tell much about the fantasies of that story, but he told how the land was fertile like no other in the north, how Jon opened up to the families on that farm, and how he helped defend that land from a group of adult bandits. Ned told of how the adults praised his courage in the face of danger when they asked him to run, but instead, he told their brother, just went out to get a bow and came back to put arrows in the backs of the bad men. This earned Jon prestige at the table. The boy was now seen as a hero by the younger ones, and even his sister Sansa had a sparkle in her eyes when Jon returned to help the farmers fight. Ned didn't speak of the brutalities in the lyrics of that song that told the fantastical part of the story, as he found parts too disturbing for his young children. He hid that Jon made the plantations grow while pressing his hands into the soil, or how he controlled animals, or how he shot at 80m and killed bandits, or even that Jon had 4 giant wolves because he imagined his children's reaction. Not to mention that, when he went to Torrens Square to visit the Tallheart family before heading to Icehill, besides wanting to visit his vassal's family, which could be considered disrespectful when he was in the region, otherwise. There was also another reason: he wanted to see the bandit who survived the attack that Jon fought. Ned had to admit it wasn't the best experience, hearing from a prisoner that his 8 days son is a demon and a sorcerer in a child's body who can kill any enemy. The ruffian wanted to stay as far away as possible from that demon boy with his traumatic screams after the experience. Now, the Lord of Winterfell should think about what prisoner Jon will encounter if his son reaches the wall. But Ned wasn't afraid of some threat to his nephew. With the fear of Jon, he would spread plenty of rumors about the boy when he got there, and what do thieves and rapists fear? Monsters bigger than them. Even before talking to those farmers, Ned had heard a direct victim of his nephew, and he hadn't been very surprised when he confirmed everything that had happened through the farmers' reports. But he needed to find Jon. Everyone reported the circle around his eyes, which wasn't there before, but the rest of the appearance was Jon entirely in the descriptions, and his actions only showed a kind and honorable Jon, even though he had to take extremes when facing the bandits but saved innocent lives in the process. Everyone in the hall fell silent when Ned had finished. Who was the bastard to them? Jon was the boy caught stealing in Winterfell, considered a disgrace in the past few weeks. Now he was risking his life to protect the people who welcomed him. And now the whole hall was hearing about him, wanting to meet the bravest and most honorable child living in the north, who even has his own song now. Once everyone finds out that little Jon is, in fact, the famous bastard son of Ned Stark, the one who was caught stealing in his castle and sent to the wall for 1 year, people will start asking questions about the truth of the theft, things that all the servants began asking each other, while the servant who was stolen from started to feel quite uncomfortable. Catelyn seemed very disturbed by the direction of events, while Ned thought that his son was now gaining uncontrollable attention from the entire north, but he was proud like the spirited Arya. How could he not be proud and happy for Jon? The north has always lacked heroes beyond the hero's age. In the south, people have much more time for these things and often make songs about any fight in their lands or fair in their tournaments. Northerners don't have this luxury, besides fighting to survive the cold and the tough land for planting before winter. Southern songs basically play with knights, but his daughter, Sansa, seems to enjoy it a lot with the influence of her mother and Septa and dreams in her fantasies. But today, Ned knows it's different. Jon was the first hero to come out of the north in hundreds of years, and that with only 8 days, something unprecedented, representing courage and heroism. The Lord of Winterfell also didn't fail to report how Jon acted like a happy, humble, kind, and intelligent child during his time in Icehill. Arya and Bran were jealous of this Jon with other children. Jon had never shown this side, which ended up making Arya mock her mother at the table for always making Jon be shy without giving her brother a chance to show his true emotions. Arya, respect your mother at the table, please, Ned had to intervene. I won't apologize. Arya stubbornly replied. Arya, you can't speak to our mother like that, Robb said. I hate her now, I won't apologize for anything. Arya shouted at her siblings. Catelyn was lost again, as everything in her family was falling apart because of that bastard. Her husband had no patience with her anymore, and her daughter publicly spoke that she hated her now, always causing a lot of gossip at the servants' tables. Her family that she had maintained for 8 years began to crumble in just 1 moon. Arya Stark. To your room now. Please, Septa Mordane, accompany Arya to her room, please. Yes, milady, said the Septa, not happy with Arya's behavior. While Arya got up sullenly from the table, her action was interrupted when a guard entered the room where they were dining and went straight to talk to Ned, who paid attention and asked him to proceed with his approach. My lord, I apologize for interrupting you and your family at dinner, but a hunter appeared at the castle gate, claiming to have spotted wolves the size of horses in Wolfswood. When he spoke these words, he left everyone stunned immediately, as there were stories about Jon and heading north with giant wolves. Giant wolves! Arya exclaimed, not wanting to leave any more after hearing this. Bring him in immediately. Ned demanded. Can I stay, Dad? Please, please, please. His daughter went into a frenzy at this moment, and Ned was powerless as he nodded to his daughter despite her earlier disrespect. When the man entered with his son, Ned offered a place at the table with the servants. Thank you, Lord Stark, but I already ate before coming here, and I'm in a hurry to get to the forest tonight. With the man's refusal, Ned could only wave for him to continue. I apologize, my lord, for coming so late. I heard about your interest in the Ballad of Young Jon just before coming here, and as I was leaving and didn't think we could have another opportunity in the next few days. He explained. There's no need to explain, Hunter. Any information about the ballad is of interest to me, and I don't care about the time, so please, tell me what you saw. Ned said with a friendly smile, and the hunter began to speak. Lord Stark, we were hunting in the west when we spotted two of the creatures we thought were only in books or on the other side of the wall, as the stories say. He recounted and continued, seeing the expectations of the high table. I and my son here were tracking moose tracks until we found it, or at least part of it. He nervously smiled at the memory. I say this because when we found the animal, the carcass was being devoured by two wolves the size of a horse, devouring the animal as if they were drinking water from a river. Even though my first instinct was to run away with my son, I recognized one wolf as dark as the hour of the wolf. Its partner had grayish fur, which I would bet is a female, seen from afar. What scared me the most, Lord Stark, is that both noticed us, even when we were 50 meters away, hidden. My first feeling after realizing this was that my son and I were doomed. He sighed as everyone released equally tense sighs. But they didn't seem to see us as a threat or that they had already filled their bellies with that moose, just looked at us for a while, and as we didn't get any closer and didn't pose a danger, they just went back to devouring what was left of the animal. As for me, even when I saw that we were out of danger, I grabbed my son, and we ran as fast as we could to the opposite side. Haha. He nervously chuckled, but no one found shame in his act. Who would have the courage to face two giant wolves? When we told people in town about this event, they laughed at us, saying we were drunk seeing some normal wolf and believed they were giants, but when I heard about the Ballad of Young Jon, I believed the story is real since then. He said, emphasizing the last part. Of course, he's real, he's my brother. Arya thundered, emphasizing that Jon is her brother. The hunter was stunned by the comment, and Ned spoke. We all believe, Ned said with a smile. But tell me, where and when did you witness this? Ned asked the most important question. About 6 days ago, more than 80 kilometers to the west, said the man, and Ned nodded thoughtfully. Jory, ask the guards to escort them and give some silver coins to the hunter. The hunter could only express his gratitude, but before leaving, he spoke again. Lord Stark, before I retire, may I make one last comment? Ned just nodded, and the hunter continued. My son and I will remember that moment for the rest of our lives, but I can say that those giant creatures were the most beautiful animals I have ever seen in my life. I would be proud to be a lord of such a renowned house as the Starks with such symbols as those wolves. Ned smiled at the man's comment. After all, these types of wolves were the story of his house and ancestors. Chapter 20 Adventures in the North 17. Jon Snow POV. North Kingdom, Unknown Lands, Glover's Lands, 289 AC, at this very moment. While Lord Stark was lost in his thoughts about the events of the past weeks, Jon was leading his group through the lands of the Glovers after leaving Frostroar. They veered off the road as they entered the open fields to try to deceive any potential pursuers. Fortunately for them, it was already night, making it difficult for anyone on their trail to pursue them, opting to do so only the next morning, as Jon could easily control his animals and lead them. We're getting close to Wolfwoods, Jon said to William and Duncan after seeing through a owl he released. Caraxes wasn't very good with night vision, so Jon opted for another bird that easily bonded. The horses are already tired. As much as they obey you, they still have a limit, Duncan said in the darkness. I know, let's camp in this place, Jon finally gave the order. The field was open, but no threat would approach without being detected with their owls monitoring after releasing 4 more cages in all directions. You have a very useful skill, William commented with a hint of envy. Anyway, let's prepare a fire, the wood in the wagons, Jon said, and Duncan went to get the firewood. Leave it stacked, and I'll make the fire, the boy said as he grabbed the tents. After setting them up, Jon went to the pile of firewood, and in his hand, a flame appeared. By the gods! William said, watching this with a stunned Duncan by his side. It's useful, but aside from lighting a fire, it's almost useless. It would hardly kill anyone in a battle with a small flame. Jon mocked with that thought. He knew that besides his magic related to the old gods, like creating trees, warging, and genetics with a slight degree of healing, his other magical fields couldn't grow, so he is limited to lighting a fire with fire magic, just as with wind magic, which is limited to keeping his arrows unaffected by the wind. It's useful in some cases, but nothing extraordinary. Shrugging, Jon lit the fire, and they gathered around it to warm themselves. It seems there's a group following us. Jon commented suddenly as they ate. How many and what position? Duncan asked quickly while scratching the hilt of his sword. One of the owls flew southeast, finding a group of 30 men. They're wearing mismatched clothes, but they are clearly Frotnead housemen in disguise. 30 men? Isn't that dangerous? William asked a little frightened. It is, but they can't reach us tonight. We'll be safe when we approach Wolfwoods. Jon was calm as he spoke. It's not the first time he's felt danger, so he's starting to get used to this kind of situation, especially since he knows that the group chasing them can't catch up with them during the night, not when they left the road many hours ago. His thinking was right, as some time later the group passed the point where he left the road without realizing it. When they realize they lost the trail, they'll have to wait until dawn to pursue them again. Then let's sleep a bit, Duncan said, and everyone went to rest in their tents. When the sun began to rise, everyone was heading west. When they reached the edge of Wolfwoods, Jon knew there was a problem with the wagons. They would never make it through the dense forest. Let's go north. I have a plan to shake off our pursuers, Jon said, and everyone followed. No one had difficulty accepting orders from this child, not after everything he could do. As the day passed, Jon headed north, and a group being monitored by Caraxes was now entering the field as they picked up the wagon tracks. Due to their mistake the previous night, they were significantly delayed in resuming the pursuit of the tracks. So, when they reached the edge of Wolfwoods, it was already past noon. Captain Gyt. North Kingdom, Unknown Lands, Glover's Lands, 289 AC, at this very moment. Gyt formed a search group with 29 more disguised men. They are hunting under Lord Frotnead's order, seeking revenge for the boy who harmed his son. When he learned of Duncan's betrayal in joining the boy, I demanded that we close the gates and kill them right there. However, Lord Frotnead said it wouldn't be well received to do that here when everyone witnessed the conflict, and they're dealing with a son of House Stark, bastard or not. So, we're here chasing them. My desire to kill Duncan was as great as my men beside me. Duncan was always a tough commander and often meddled in our affairs. Our lords kept him as a leader because he could control the soldiers and was skilled with a sword, gaining fame after the war, but we were always dissatisfied with him. Now, with his betrayal, we can finally get revenge, with me taking his position. When we reached the edge of Wolfwoods, I noticed the trail had shifted to the north. So, they want to walk along the edge of the forest. I said mockingly. It was only 3 men against a number that exceeded us tenfold, whether that boy had sorcery or not, they stood no chance. We continued to pursue them to the north. Unfortunately, we lost the trail, so we are a bit behind, but there are no nearby towns or villages. We'll catch them the next day. As night began to fall, I ordered my men to set up camp. I won't make the same mistake when they are so close. Our night was quiet, with men drinking and discussing how they would spend their money after bringing the heads of that group, whether in a brothel or buying a new weapon. When we finally went to rest, we could never imagine what would happen in the next few hours. Shadow. North Kingdom, Unknown Lands, Glover's Lands, 289 AC, 3 hours later. Author here, I'll try to report the thoughts of a familiar, so I won't use the third person in this part. We were in darkness, but our eyes were those of hunters, and we were not limited by the night. Our masters, the ones with magical blood, commanded us to fight against their enemies. There were 4 of us when we saw the human camp, but at this moment, I felt our master sharing his consciousness with me, something that had never happened before, as if we were just one being at this moment. I felt happy to assist our masters alongside my companion and our siblings. I made a small noise, knowing that all our minds were united with the master at this moment, so we advanced towards his enemy's camp. First, we ran to 2 awake men. I had the advantage of appearing as the night, so I attacked by sinking my teeth into their necks. The humans had no chance, just like the other human next to them. My companion jumped on him without giving him a chance to scream. Our masters instructed us to eliminate the sentinels without alerting the other humans. It was easy and quick. I could see the desperation on their faces, but it was their choice to become our enemies. After that, the camp had no human eyes to warn them, my other siblings came alongside the corpses. Our masters, Jon, instructed us to grab some branches and let them burn by throwing them into the tents, something we would never do normally, but with the masters sharing our minds, we did. Each of us managed to throw that branch into the tents once or twice. There were 6 tents burning at this moment, while the humans screamed in a language we didn't quite know. When they started coming out of the tents, we began to run around the burning camp to attack them. Their screams increased when they noticed us piercing their throats, while they screamed even more with pain and fear. We didn't know how much time had passed since the start of the fire, didn't know how many humans I had killed, but I knew I had to eliminate all threats to our master. They seemed to realize they couldn't defeat us. The camp was full of dead humans. Instead of a direct attack, we circled, killing humans alone as they tried to attack us, but without success. We managed to block their path to the horses with the flames. Their long-range weapons were all in that place. They began to group, but there were far fewer humans now, less than half of the initial number. They were trembling in fear, we could smell it, we were powerful, and all other species feared us. It was not an unfamiliar sight. The fire didn't help, my companion and my siblings had to be cautious with it, and the humans were suffering even more in the middle of the camp. They shouted, cursed us in that language. Our master instructed us to appear on all sides of the group except the west. When they saw us, we bared our teeth with a growl, threatening to jump on them. The humans were horrified by our sight as we walked towards the group. There were about 12 of them still, all huddled together, but I was sure they were imagining their deaths here. When the first saw a clear path to the forest, he began to run out of the group. The human formation broke when the first left them, the second followed soon after. When the group dispersed, all were running into the woods. We caught the last 4 before entering the forest. We could hear the desperation of the last 8 in the middle of the woods, but that was our territory. While our master instructed us to free the horses trapped to prevent them from burning in the spreading fire, my brother and I went to hunt the other 8 humans. It didn't take long to exterminate all of them. We won't leave any enemies of our master alive. Jon Snow. North Kingdom, Unknown Lands, Glover's Lands, 289 AC, at this very moment. Jon choked in the middle of the night. COF. COF. Jon rushed out of his tent and began to vomit in front of him. Jon? Are you okay? Duncan, who was on watch, ran to where Jon was vomiting. I'm fine, it's just the horrible taste of blood. He grumbled. Taste of what? Duncan was stunned by this. Forget it, I'm okay, you'll know more later. Jon said, affirming that he was fine now. Duncan returned to keep watch on the place, and Jon returned to the tent with a grim expression. That was not cool, Jon said to himself. He entered the minds of his animals to instruct them to hunt down the men who had underestimated them. He avoided any sensation as his wolves killed, but when it was over, the taste of blood appeared in his mouth. With his group eliminated, it was safer to continue his journey. He managed to free the horses. Now he was warging with 20 of them. He wasn't skilled enough to try to control all 30, but 20 would be a great addition. The next day, Duncan and William were stunned by 20 horses arriving shortly after sunrise in their camp. With all these horses, Jon could enter the Wolfwood with most of his belongings. First, he took the wagons to disassemble and make them smaller for the sand, while the horses would carry bags that Jon acquired from the city stores. Unfortunately, there was the anvil, which was extremely heavy, so they would leave it hidden at the edge of the woods until they picked it up again. Of the 3 remaining wagons, Jon placed them with some horses to go north. If someone chased them again, they would be divided into entering the Wolfwoods or going further north. Jon doubted they would want to enter the forest after seeing the state of the other camp, killed by giant beasts. With all of this, they set off into the phenomenal forest, with half a dozen horses. It didn't take long for their wolves to appear while Duncan and William trembled at those giant beasts, wondering how a man could withstand those jaws. But Jon praised them, rubbing his hands on the 4 giant wolves. The same went for the 24 horses, but the boy did it mentally. They continued through the forest. As they were much further north than from the gate, it took a few more days walking between trees and camping by fires. Local animals avoided their group with the presence of the wolves, which only came out at night from their side to hunt something. With the vision in the sky with Caraxes and his owls and his wolves on the ground, he would never get lost here and easily found the route to the giant's camp. In these days, the sick bird started to recover. Jon healed all the beautiful bird's wounds with his magic, curing it every day. He wanted to conserve energy, so he couldn't use magic as he did with Lucas in Icehill. But now, the blackbird with red and some golden spots was getting familiar with Caraxes. Jon bonded with her on the same level as he did with his white eagle and asked him to take care of her, which made him happy with his new female companion. It took 5 days to reach the camp. As Jon didn't tell them about the giants, his new friends were stunned when they saw them for the first time. By the gods! Poor William was the most hysterical. Don't be too alarmed, they are my companions that I found in this place. Let's share this space with their cooperation, Jon reassured them. These are Wallach, Wulul, Karuli, Tuyuxi, and Serena. Jon introduced in the common language. These are William and Duckin. Jon introduced the humans in the ancient language. The horses were relocated to a part of the camp as they began to unload their goods with the help of their giant friends, while Serena ran after Jon after not seeing him in these days. With everything ready, Jon would stay stuck here while practicing fencing with Duckin every day, fixing the forge with William using the materials he bought in the city. When the forge was ready, they would start their projects with the iron the giants could get from the mine. Jon would study alchemy as soon as he began creating glass with melted sand. Unfortunately, there was the anvil, which was extremely heavy, so they would leave it hidden at the edge of the woods until they picked it up again. Of the 3 remaining wagons, Jon placed them with some horses to go north. If someone chased them again, they would be divided into entering the Wolfwoods or going further north. Jon doubted they would want to enter the forest after seeing the state of the other camp, killed by giant beasts. With all of this, they set off into the phenomenal forest, with half a dozen horses. It didn't take long for their wolves to appear while Duckin and William trembled at those giant beasts, wondering how a man could withstand those jaws. But Jon praised them, rubbing his hands on the 4 giant wolves. The same went for the 24 horses, but the boy did it mentally. They continued through the forest. As they were much further north than from the gate, it took a few more days walking between trees and camping by fires. Local animals avoided their group with the presence of the wolves, which only came out at night from their side to hunt something. With the vision in the sky with Caraxes and his owls and his wolves on the ground, he would never get lost here and easily found the route to the giants' camp. In these days, the sick bird started to recover. Jon healed all the beautiful bird's wounds with his magic, curing it every day. He wanted to conserve energy, so he couldn't use magic as he did with Lucas in Icehill. But now, the blackbird with red and some golden spots was getting familiar with Caraxes. Jon bonded with her on the same level as he did with his white eagle and asked him to take care of her, which made him happy with his new female companion. It took 5 days to reach the camp. As Jon didn't tell them about the giants, his new friends were stunned when they saw them for the first time. By the gods! Poor William was the most hysterical. Don't be too alarmed, they are my companions that I found in this place. Let's share this space with their cooperation, Jon reassured them. These are Wallach, Wulul, with their children, Karuli, Tuyuxi. The others are Karuli, Tuyuxi, and Serena. Jon introduced in the common language. These are William and Duckin. Jon presented the humans in the ancient language. The horses were relocated to a part of the camp as they began to unload their goods with the help of their giant friends, while Serena ran after Jon after not seeing him in these days. With everything ready, Jon would be stuck here while training swordsmanship with Duckin every day, fixing the forge with William using the materials he bought in the city. When the forge was ready, they would start their projects with the iron the giants could get from the mine. Jon would study alchemy as soon as he began creating glass with melted sand. He would wait for the she-wolf, Black Arrow, to give birth to a new litter and be ready to continue his journey because he was sure he would train all his new birds, horses, and wolves for the challenges that would come. He easily connected with the 50 birds, but he didn't have full control, but he would strengthen it over time. His swordsmanship and his body would be strengthened in the coming moons with Duckin, and he was confident he could find a short-term solution to his young age with alchemy. And with William's help, he was sure he could arm them all. He would even try something that was on his mind, the magical runic knowledge he acquired from the gods. It couldn't be as profound as the Roycers of the valley, but he could activate rune magic different from the ancient house. He would conduct some experiments with the armor in the coming moons and could revolutionize the current craft knowledge. Now Jon is ready to seclude himself with all his planned objectives.
Thanks for listening.